This is a world where over 80% of humanity has turned into zombies. A world where the weak become prey for the strong. A world that would keep you on your toes at all times and force you to improve your abilities. A world so harsh that a lot of strong people were made in it. To get more power and rewards, the stronger ones want to completely clear domains and dominate the world, the universe included. This is the story of a soldier who got betrayed by his most trusted teammate. If you like this story, don't forget to like and subscribe. Also, comment your thoughts about this recap. It will go a long way. The story began on one messed up night, inside a 4-story building, completely in ruins. For a moment, everything seemed peaceful. Until the door broke open. People were running at full speed to save themselves while being chased by eerie zombies. The leader of the group worriedly told those behind to hurry up and close the door. They struggled to close it, but the aggressive zombies had already caught up. The men were in a panic. What should they do? There were already too many zombies. The leader looked around. He saw an iron pole. Before the zombies could get to his men, he threw the pole at one zombie, smashing its head. He immediately told his men to keep pushing them back with the pole. They did as instructed, working together. He then brought out his grenade, unpinned it, and threw it through the pipe hole where the zombies were. They retracted the pole and immediately closed the door. The grenade went kaboom. Smoke filled the air. They tried to catch their breath. Then someone pointed, saying the safe house had appeared, and there were 2 minutes left before the domain closed. The leader felt happy, because that meant they were near the clear. The leader's name is Shinya Ichiju, and he's the protagonist of this story. He had been living desperately in this terrible environment for 5 years. 5 years ago, the Great Calamity suddenly struck and stole humanity's peace. Since then, many special domains of varying difficulties have randomly appeared across the world. Special domains are completely cut off from the outside world, and many zombies attack the humans trapped inside. If you find the safe house, you clear the mission and can safely escape. Not only will your status increase, you can also get items necessary for survival. But those who can't reach the safe house within the specified time limit will become zombies. So, in just half a year, 80% of humans became zombies, and the world turned into hell. The humans who survived the special domains kept growing stronger, so a lot of strong people were made in such a harsh environment. To get more power and rewards, the stronger ones want to completely clear domains up to level 100. A grand slam. And today, for the first time, a level 100 domain appeared. And Shinya was on the verge of clearing it, along with 5 skilled teammates. Just a little more, and he could have cleared the highest domain. If they could reach the safe house, he'd be the first to achieve a grand slam. For this, he had bounced back from the brink of death countless times. Just a little more, and he would have made it. But then, to his surprise, he saw a zombie. Bigger, more ferocious. Kinda sexy though, would definitely smash. He immediately shouted for everyone to get down. The zombie used its huge hand to smack the wall, but they dodged in time, unarmed. They never expected a gatekeeper to be guarding the safe house. The thick-looking zombie came in through the opening. It was different from all the others in the domain, but they needed to defeat it to escape. Shinya asked his men how many items they could use. A lady told him they had only 5 haste potions and 1 power potion. Seeing this, he told them he'd take the power potion, while the 5 of them would use the haste potions to suppress the zombie, and he'd finish it off. He dodged the zombie's attack, then immediately drank the power potion. But he noticed it tasted different. The zombie struck at him ferociously, but he blocked it with all his strength. Then he got a message: "You have taken the weakness potion. All stats will drop by 50% for 20 seconds. He was shocked. As he struggled, he looked at his teammates, wondering what kind of potion they gave him. One of the teammates grinned, saying, "It's our time now." They drank the advanced haste potion, boosting agility by 100% for 20 seconds, and ran toward the safe house. As Shinya struggled to block the zombies' attacks, he asked them, "Why did you give me a weakness potion? Was it some kind of mistake or what?" The guy told him, "It's not a mistake. We made it just for you." There was no chance of winning without items, but the clear was almost in sight. So in other words, if he could just hold the zombie back, they could escape safely. Also, if he died in the domain, their share of the reward would increase. He then thanked Shinya for being their stepping stone. Now, they would become the strongest in humanity. Shinya had no strength left to fight. He never expected they had planned against him from the very beginning. Now, 10 seconds left until the safe house closed. The guy, as he was about to enter the gate, turned and told Shinya not to worry. He'd tell the world Shinya bravely fell for his comrades. He grinned. "I'm looking forward to the day I get to kill you with my own hands when you become a zombie." Now, 6 seconds remaining. Shinya shouted angrily at him for tricking him, but then, the zombie sliced his chest. He fell to his knees, hopeless, hating the fact he would die like this. The zombie pierced its nails through his body. The special domain ended and the domain release was in progress. Shinya was disappointed. He had worked hard all his life, but in the end, he became a zombie and was going to die. The transformation was already beginning. He refused to accept such an outcome. To be betrayed by his comrades and die? No. He was determined to kill them. Even if he became a zombie, he'd have his revenge. But then, he felt his consciousness fading. He wondered where he was. Didn't he become a zombie? Was this his last moment of awareness? Then, he started hearing voices, and someone was stepping on him. He opened his eyes and realized the people stepping on him were the bullies from high school. The guy, with an intimidating tone, asked Shinya why he didn't bring the 5,000 yen bodyguard fee he told him to get. There was a fat guy beside him who was also getting bullied. The fat guy told the bullies he didn't have that much money. The bully told him not to make excuses. He should steal if he had to, but bring it by the end of the day. Otherwise, he'd beat him every time they met. Shinya, still wondering what the hell was going on, realized he was on the rooftop where he was often bullied in high school. He thought maybe it was a dying dream, but the pain in his body was too real. The bully then asked the fat guy what he would do now. Immediately, the fat guy said Shinya had money. He was hiding his part-time pay in the corner of his bag, so they should check it. Shinya, still dazed and full of questions, realized he had returned to before the great calamity. "Oi," he said, then asked the bully, "What day is it today?" The bully was surprised. He looked at Shinya, then asked with a grin, "Who do you think you're talking to?" He said he knew Shinya had money and told him to hand it over. But then, the bully's face was punched, sending him flying, blood dripping from his nose as he hit the ground. His men were angry. "How dare you hit our boss, Mineta?" Shinya told them not to make him ask twice, they should answer quickly. Now he had inherited the power from his past life. He was determined not to become a loser in this one. Ippei Mineta is a third year in high school. He's what you'd call a bully. He makes it a daily routine to take money from people, calling it bodyguard fees. And since he's got the Yakuza backing him up, the teachers have no choice but to look the other way. As for Shinya, he was one of Mineta's favorites. He lost his parents early on and had to work part-time jobs to get by. So, for a guy like him, he was the perfect target. Mineta would always extort and beat Shinya, even if he paid the bodyguard fee. As long as Mineta was focused on him, everyone else felt safe, like they were just watching a show. But things would be different now. Shinya told Mineta to hurry up and answer him. Mineta stood up, angry at the bastard. Other students were shocked. They deemed Shinya to be out of his mind for punching Mineta. He's definitely going to get himself killed. Mineta then told them to stop standing around. They should hurry up and beat him, so they charged in to attack Shinya. Shinya took down the first guy with a punch, sending him to the ground, which surprised the others. In his previous life, Shinya trained relentlessly to survive in the apocalyptic world. He spent countless nights in that cruel world where sleep was a luxury you couldn't afford. He had crawled back from the brink of death more times than he could count. And after all that, he never expected he'd be betrayed by his own comrades, by his fellow humans. In a world at its end, humans who have lost all sense of ethics and morality are more terrifying than zombies. And the students in front of him are the kind of scum who'd point a gun at their own friends just to save themselves. So this time around, he refused to let the same mistake happen. He took them down, one after another, dodged their punches and knocked them unconscious, either with a punch to the face or to the neck. Mineta was shocked. He wondered what the hell was going on. Shinya took them both down in an instant. He wondered if Shinya was really the same weakling he knew. Now, for all the crap those lowlifes got away with in the apocalyptic world, Shinya decided to make them pay the price starting now. The fat guy was shocked. He questioned if Shinya had always been this strong. Mineta thought it was a fluke. Shinya probably just got lucky with some move he saw on the internet. So he charged out to take Shinya down for real. But he was shocked as Shinya blocked his punch with just his left arm. He wondered, why is there not a single trace of fear in Shinya's eyes? In fact, it was the opposite. He could feel the overwhelming bloodlust. He was getting scared. Shinya grabbed his head and smashed it with his knee. Blood pumped out from his nose, the nose definitely broken, and he fell to the ground. The students couldn't believe their eyes. Shinya took down Mineta and his crew. They wondered if he's still the same kid that got bullied for 3 years. But what they're more worried about is Shinya's revenge against them, since they also took part in bullying him. Shinya deemed the situation strange. It seems like he hasn't completely inherited the powers from his past life. Besides, the guy passed out before he could tell him what day it is. He looked around, and the others were nowhere to be found. But then, as the fat guy was about to sneak away, he froze as Shinya called him. He asked him where he was going off to in such a hurry. The guy stuttered and replied, "To the class." Shinya told him, Not so fast, there's one more thing I need from you. Sometime later in the class, the fat guy was sitting beside him, face bruised. Shinya realized today is April 20th, 2024, and the special domains start appearing on May 25th. That means he has about a month until the end. First, he checked his current power. After testing it out, it looks like he has only inherited about 30% of his power from his past life. Even so, at this stage, there's no way he'll lose to a normal person. Next up, he thought about survival supplies, which are extremely important. He took a pause as he thought of something. He then called out his inventory. He was surprised to see he brought his inventory with him too, but it was level 50 in his past life, and now it's back to level 1. In the early days of the apocalypse, all over the world, dungeons started appearing one after another. The pillars of society crumbled, and with nothing left to protect them, humanity was plunged into the depths of despair. Simply staying alive became the greatest challenge for humankind, and in a lawless world, conflict erupted over resources. Driven by desperation and self-preservation, people would harm others without a second thought to get what they needed. Since the dungeons appeared randomly, it was impossible to store supplies in any one place. That's why every human was given a level 1 inventory. The only way to keep the supplies you gathered was to store them in your own inventory. You could put almost anything inside, and time would stop for it. But living creatures couldn't be stored there. Higher level inventories could hold more supplies, which directly increased your chances of survival. In Shinya's past life, he worked desperately to expand his inventory until it was as big as a basketball court. Even though it's back down to level 1 now, for the new him, it's more than enough to start with. Anyway, his goal for now is to expand his inventory and secure plenty of supplies. But to expand his inventory, he needs money. He has to gather a massive amount of it. With the power he inherited from his past life and all the experience he gained, his inventory being unlocked earlier than it should have been, plus all the information he possesses. With all that, he can grow at an astonishing speed. And finally, for those guys who betrayed him, he will have his revenge, since he's not the same weakling he used to be. Sometime later, another scene, somewhere unknown. A man who was being tied down had his head smashed with a bat by someone and fainted. The guy told his boss that it looked like he had passed out, but the boss told him to throw some water on him and wake him up. They're not done. Then, another guy came in, Mineta. He said it looked like Mineta got into some trouble at school and couldn't collect the bodyguard fee. The guy was Mineta's boss, but before he could say anything, the boss punched his mouth clean. He almost fell, but the guy who came with him told him to come on, he should get on his feet. The boss asked if he really came back empty-handed. He's always useless when it counts and always pissing him off. He then took the bat from the guy, and as he was about to beat the shit out of Mineta, Mineta panicked and told him to please wait. His whole crew was taken out by one guy. The boss paused as he heard what he said. Then he told them to stop standing around. If it gets to be after school and they let the person get away, he swears he'll never forgive them. He then told his boys to take some men and bring the kid to him. Now, in class, Shinya was expecting them to come to him. Since he beat Mineta, there would surely be retaliation. He knew their boss to be Toshiki Hatano. According to Shinya's memory, he's the one backing Mineta. Hatano was a former pro baseball player, a slugger who hit a ton of home runs with his incredible swing speed. But he had a violent temper and repeatedly assaulted teammates who made errors. So he came to be known as a tyrant. In the end, he punched a teammate and was released from his contract. And so, with his baseball career over, he became a man of the underworld. As Shinya was heading home, the fat kid ran down the stairs to meet him. He told Shinya to wait and asked where he was going. Shinya told him class was over, so obviously he was going home. So what did he want? The fatty worriedly told him Mineta's friends were definitely waiting for him at the school gate. They're going to kill him. Shinya told him it doesn't matter. All the students paused in fear, wondering who those guys at the gate were. They saw Mineta with them, and one of them asked why he was beat up. Someone replied, saying he got his butt kicked on the roof today, so he must have brought his friends for revenge. Mineta looked around, then pointed at Shinya, saying he's the one. The fatty asked what they would do now. They already spotted them. Should they run back inside the school? Shinya was speechless, then told the fatty he'd be leaving if he didn't need anything. The fatty, shocked, told him to stop saying shit. The guys with Mineta aren't softies. Shinya said to himself that in just 1 month, the special domains would appear, and hordes of zombies would emerge. There's too much he has to prepare before then. The guys with bats in their hands told Shinya to come over for a second and shouted at the other students to get lost. One placed his hand on Shinya's shoulder, then said to him that if he didn't want to be humiliated in front of the crowd, he'd have to come with them. Shinya looked at him, thinking to himself that he won't be able to handle everything alone from now on, but he can make use of the forces backing Mineta. Shinya then followed them into the car. One of the students in the background said Shinya is done for. Of all people to pick a fight with, he chose Mineta. He'll definitely be dead by tomorrow. Minutes later, they took Shinya to their boss. They told their boss they brought him. He came quietly without trying to run. Shinya stepped forward. His plan was already set in motion the moment he punched Mineta. He looked Hatano in the eyes, thinking to himself that if you get careless thinking you're the hunter, you're going to get taken down. Hatano told him he seemed pretty calm. With a smile, Mineta told Shinya to stop pretending to be cool. He's definitely terrified. He then told Shinya he'd teach him what happens when someone makes an enemy of them. If he wants forgiveness, maybe they'll consider it if he gets on his knees and begs. He's not leaving until he does. The other guy crossed his arm around Shinya's shoulder and asked him if he had any idea who he just picked a fight with. He'd better be ready to cough up at least 1,000,000 yen. But then, Shinya punched his face. Furious, the other guy came charging with his bat. Shinya dodged the swing and kicked the guy in the stomach, sending him flying. The big guy viciously came from behind and grabbed Shinya, telling him to just get on the ground. Seeing that he's pinned down, 2 other guys immediately went to attack, determined to break Shinya's leg. Shinya used the bat on the ground, raised it with his leg and smashed it with force into the big guy's face, making him bleed. He caught the bat mid-air. One of the guys who tried to break his leg got disarmed and was blessed with a punch to the face. Immediately from behind, the first guy who was punched struck at Shinya. Mineta thought it was a direct hit, but he was surprised to see it didn't even touch him. Shinya had blocked it at point-blank range. While the guy was still shocked, Shinya landed a kick on his face, knocking him to the ground. Mineta was shocked. He couldn't believe they were all taken out in an instant. He wondered, panicking, how the hell Shinya became so strong, but it would be over for him if he really pissed off the boss. Shinya walked toward the boss and looked him straight in the eyes, but then the boss swung the bat at him, which he dodged. Immediately, within a split second, Shinya counterattacked, but the boss reacted fast and dodged, leaping backward. He gritted his teeth, thinking to himself that Shinya isn't bad. There are no wasted movements in either his offense or defense. He wondered if Shinya was really a high school student. But then he was surprised to see an attack coming at him. It was so fast he couldn't react. Shinya told him he's full of openings, then smacked his forehead. Blood popped out, and he fell to the ground. Mineta was shocked by the unfolding scene. He worriedly asked his boss if he was alright. The boss coughed, thinking to himself, such speed is not that of a high school kid. And those eyes, filled with killing intent, are no joke. That idiot Mineta really picked a fight with a real monster. As Shinya walked toward him, he realized that from the very beginning, Shinya wasn't even looking at them. He immediately told Shinya to wait. He's backing out of the fight. He can do whatever he wants with Mineta. He can also have the place. Shinya told him he's not interested in Mineta, but in him. A few hours later, at night, inside a building, Hatano told the guy with beauties beside him what happened. The guy laughed out loud, asking if he was serious. He got beaten up by a high school kid? He couldn't even imagine it. Hatano gritted his teeth angrily with a bandage on his nose. He asked the guy if he was going to do it or not. That wasn't just some kid. With a grin, the guy told him if all he wanted was for him to kill the kid, then there's no need to turn down such an easy job. But he'll be taking 1/3 of the profits from his turf. Hatano slammed the table. Why would he take 1/3 of the profits for one kid? Was he kidding him or something? The guy relaxed, told Hatano he's the one who came to him for help. Besides, with the tournament coming up, everyone's short on cash. If word gets out about what happened today, his turf would definitely be in serious trouble. Panicking, he recalled Shinya telling him he's the one who can help you move up. He wondered what on earth he meant by that. Did someone order Shinya to contact him? Either way, he must kill Shinya. He then agreed to the guy's deal, but they'll do it tonight. The guy agreed, told Hatano it's a pleasure doing business with him. They've still got time, so he should feel free to relax. Hatano told him no, he's got a pile of other annoying things to take care of. But then, they heard a voice from outside. The boss of the place asked what's going on. The guy told him it seems like some reckless kid just barged in. The kid said he's here looking for someone. Hatano was shocked to see him. Panicking, he wondered how Shinya knew of this place. Shinya removed his hood and asked Hatano what's wrong. He looks pale. Hatano stuttered and told the guy that the kid is the one he wants him to kill. Let's go a few hours back, before he came to the building. Shinya was exercising because his body wasn't good enough. Fighting with Mineta that afternoon made him realize just how inadequate his current body was. So, for the sake of his revenge, he decided to build it up more. He then rested after exercising for some time, since rebuilding his body isn't something he could do overnight. The real work starts now. Shinya told the guy he was there on the order of Boss Hatano. The guy told Hatano he never knew he'd called for his underling. He's just a student. Even if he is his underling, him barging inside on his own must mean he clearly doesn't know the rules. He didn't like it one bit. Hatano worriedly told him no, that's not it. But then Shinya interrupted. He told the guy that, just as his boss Hatano ordered, he had taken care of everyone outside, only the room was left. Hatano stood up, shocked. The boss of the place was also surprised. He then told his men to pull up the camera footage. He was shocked as he looked through it. His men had all been taken out. One of the boss's men came forward, one hand in his pocket, the other pointing at Shinya. He told them it's not possible the kid did such a thing. Did he take some kind of drug or something? Hatano couldn't believe his eyes. He wondered if Shinya was for real. Was he serious that afternoon when he said he'd help him move up? It seems like he's gotten wrapped up in some serious trouble. Then the guy swiftly carried a bottle of wine to smash Hatano's head, but the bottle broke before it could reach him. He was surprised. He realized it was the kid who did it. From his reaction speed, he didn't seem like any ordinary student. The guy told his men to stop standing around. They should grab him now. They replied, "Yes, sir." The guy threw away the broken bottle and picked another one. He told Hatano that it seems like he came prepared, and asked if he was seriously thinking the kid could take him down. The organization's rule is that they don't attack their own, but it's a different story if he's the one breaking it, so he shouldn't take it personally. Hatano, worried, told him to wait. It's a misunderstanding. He should just listen to him. Someone then spoke from behind. Hatano told the guy he had no clue why the kid was here. With a greedy expression, the guy told Hatano he didn't give a damn about the kid. There's not much to gain from killing him, but killing Hatano would be a different case. Everything that was his would become the guy's. He then thanked Hatano for being the first to break the rules, but then Hatano grabbed the guy's shoulder and slammed him to the ground, saying he'd be damned if he was going to die in a place like this. Hatano knew there was no point in saying anything since things had already gone this far. Still, he wondered what on earth the kid was plotting. The men charged at Shinya to take him down, but Shinya immediately used another guy's face to block a punch, then cleared the guy's legs from the ground, threw him with his left hand at another guy mid-air, then punched them straight into the ground. The boss was shocked. Shinya took his men down in an instant. There was actually no wasted movement. He wondered, who the hell is this kid? More men from the bar came charging at him to take him down. They threw punches, but Shinya dodged and struck the first guy in the throat. Then came a punch, followed by a kick to his left ear. The men immediately pinned Shinya down for their teammate to knock him out. But Shinya used the unconscious guy on the ground to offset the attacker's balance, causing one of them to mistakenly hit his own teammate. The body collapsed. Shinya then freed himself and forcefully smashed the big guy's leg, making him scream in pain. He immediately used his elbow to knock him down. Swiftly, he took them down one after the other before they could react. The boss stood, shocked. He thought he was dreaming. A kid took down almost everyone by himself. He knew he'd be next, so he absolutely had to kill him here and now. He picked up a gun, but Hatano disarmed him. The guy asked Hatano why he would do that. Hatano told him he couldn't watch him use a gun on a kid. The guy shouted at Hatano not to tell him what to do, especially after getting his ass beaten by one. Hatano told him he was well aware he couldn't escape even if the kid died, but it's actually better for him if the kid is around. The guy then told Hatano he'd have to kill him first. Hatano wondered if Shinya was really just an ordinary high schooler to be able to pull off something this big. Because of him, his escape routes had been completely cut off. Even if he managed to escape today, the organization would never let him go. He was pissed. He'd been played by a kid, but now the kid was the only one he had left to rely on. He then punched the guy in the face, sending him to the ground. The guy looked at the gun on the floor, then immediately picked it up. The guy, Damon, laughed as he pointed the gun at Hatano's face, saying it wasn't possible for the two of them to kill him. Now his entire turf would be his. But then, to his surprise, Shinya kicked the shit out of his face. Hatano sat, breathing heavily, and said to himself that the brat didn't just beat him, he beat everyone in one day. Shinya then asked him if he had made up his mind about what they talked about at noon. Hatano told him he didn't have a choice but to accept either way, the organization would not forgive him. He then asked why it had to be him. Shinya replied that he just happened to meet him, that's all. Hatano told Shinya that if that's the case, he should be grateful for the coincidence, otherwise he'd be the one lying there beaten up right now. By the way, he asked Shinya what he planned to do about cleaning up the place. Shinya told him to make it his territory. Just as he promised he'd help him rise in rank. Hatano didn't argue and told Shinya he'd give it a try. The incident would spread throughout the organization immediately, and both of them would end up being targets, so he asked what Shinya planned to do from now on. what he should do. Shinya told him it wasn't convenient for him to appear publicly, so Hatano should become his big brother. Like tonight, he'd expand his influence and push Hatano up. He should gather all the money from their organization. He needed a pot of cash. Hatano was surprised by what he said. Shinya told him he thought he had tons of things he wanted to say now but didn't know where to start. But nothing he said now would change anything anyway. Hatano then poured a drink into a cup and told Shinya he'd toast to his crazy plan. Shinya looked back and asked if he had forgotten he was a high school student so he couldn't drink. He then asked Hatano if he had any money with him. Hatano brought out money from his pocket and gave it to Shinya. He told him that's all he had on him for now, but he'd get more if it wasn't enough. Shinya told him he just needed enough for a taxi. Hatano, shocked, said to himself that he must be getting senile to have teamed up with someone who didn't even have taxi fare. Shinya asked him, including this place, how many allies and how much funding he had. Hatano replied, about 60 people at Hiraguri's place. They specialize in trouble cleanup. Overall, they're higher quality than my subordinates. And since they're assigned special jobs, they're also supplied with weapons like guns from the organization. I have about 30 people myself, so if combined we'll have more than double our current fighting power. As for the funding, Hiraguri and I have about the same. Low-ranking guys like us don't get much money. We're just pawns, and most of the funds are controlled by those above. One of them is Ogane Ren. He runs casinos, bars, and nightclubs. Kawase Teruhisa handles bodyguard services. And their boss, who manages all the funds, is Koyanagawa Tatsuya. His birthday celebration is next week, and everyone is expected to give presents. Though they call them presents, they're really money tributes. Whoever gives the most moves up, but low-ranking guys like Hiraguri and I were desperately collecting money. But now that I know your crazy plan, none of that matters. Shinya told him not to worry about it. He'd get him to that position soon. Atana, with a disappointed expression, said, okay, then muttered to himself that he was stupid to think Shinya might get scared and back out. He then told Shinya they should exchange contact info, but Shinya told him he didn't have a cell phone. He was speechless, disappointed, wondering just how poor Shinya must be not to have a cell phone. But he was getting used to being surprised by so many things. Shinya told him the guys were just unconscious. Should he stay, or could Hatano handle it? Hatano told Shinya to leave it to him. He had already called people. He'd keep them properly in line. Someone then arrived at the bar. He was surprised and asked Hatano what was going on. All of Hiraguri's underlings were down. It was Mineta. He was shocked to see Shinya there. Shinya then told Hatano he'd see him later, but Hatano said, wait. He told Mineta to bring the phone he recently got. Mineta ran and gave it to him, but was shocked as Hatano handed it to Shinya. He told Shinya to use it and call him. All the contact information was in there. Shinya told him he didn't really need it, but Hatano insisted. He placed a hand on Shinya's shoulder, telling him not to be modest. They were comrades now. And most importantly, he couldn't have anything happen to his lifeline. So he asked Shinya how many subordinates he needed. Shinya looked at his hand and pushed it away. He told him there was no need. He shouldn't overthink it and should just follow his instructions. Hatano was left speechless. As Shinya left, he asked Mineta if Shinya was really his classmate. Mineta replied yes, but until now he had just been a wimp. Hatano told him to stop talking nonsense. Could a mere wimp take down all of Hiraguri's men by himself? Mineta couldn't believe it. He was shocked. Hatano looked at his hand. He had felt killing intent from Shinya earlier. He realized Shinya was still quite wary. They weren't completely trusted yet. He then received a message from Shinya. It said to get proper rest during the day. They were going to the casino tomorrow night. Sometime later, as Shinya was walking, he recalled Hatano saying the word comrade. But he deemed himself not to need comrades. He had only one goal, and that was revenge. He then saw a billboard video of someone. He recognized the person. The guy was Ijuin Nozomi. His father was the president of a company in the world's top 10. In Shinya's previous life, right after the Great Catastrophe, they were the first to analyze survival rules. Using subordinates to gather materials, they upgraded their inventories. The entire group prepared massive inventories and hoarded large quantities of supplies. In the apocalyptic world where social order collapsed and rules were lost, their actions became increasingly extreme. With world-class talent and management capabilities, they remained beings who stood above ordinary people, even in that world. Even though Shinya had been reborn, in his current state he couldn't even make contact with them, let alone get revenge. So he needed massive amounts of money, not just for revenge, but for great catastrophe countermeasures. He couldn't just think about himself. He decided to find opposing forces and weaken their power before the catastrophe. He was determined to return tenfold the pain Nozomi gave him. Shinya stood in front of the bus without getting in. A lady told him to get in. She was in a hurry. He apologized. She told him if he wasn't getting on, he should move aside. Shinya panicked. The lady now looked like a zombie. His eyes glowed red, and he stepped back in panic. He worriedly wondered why there was a zombie now. The great catastrophe hadn't happened yet. People at the stand were looking at him weirdly. He wondered what that was just now. Was he hallucinating? Then he heard a voice. Ready. Set. He looked around in a panic, wondering where the voice was coming from. He thought he had heard it before he was reborn. He looked up and realized it was a special zone. He wondered why there was a zone before the catastrophe, and why no one seemed to notice. People inside the zone weren't reacting either. It seemed like no one could see it. He then heard the voice again. He noticed it was guiding him toward the zone. He wondered if he should go, but thinking about those who betrayed him, he gritted his teeth and ran toward the zone, because if the zone was real, then he was the only one who could enter 1 month early. Items obtained within the zone were things that couldn't be acquired in the real world, and he could expand his inventory in preparation for the apocalypse. If that was the case, he had no choice but to go, even if it meant taking a risk. He then entered the special zone, level 1. Shinya entered the zone. The portal then disappeared. He said to himself that he never thought he'd be able to come to a zone this early. He then got a system message. He was surprised as he saw it. It was a special mission. He's to defeat 15 normal zombies within an hour and find the safety house. The final reward is 5 times the normal reward. There was nothing like this mission in his previous life, so he wondered if it could be related to his rebirth, or the voice from earlier. Either way, it's definitely an advantageous situation for him. What he should be thinking now is how to clear the mission. When he first entered the zone in his previous life, just finding the safety house was difficult. This time the quota is 15 normal zombies and 1 mutant zombie, so he decided to prepare properly. When entering a zone, you're first transported to a relatively safe location. Basic survival items can be obtained there, but those are all fundamental items. Anything beyond that must be gathered within the zone. So he decided to take everything for now and put it in his inventory. If he doesn't use them, he can save them for next time. However, the most important things aren't survival items, but magic ore and crystal stones obtained at the safety house. Magic ore can be combined with money to expand inventory. Magic ore quality is divided into 4 ranks. The higher the zone level, the higher the probability of obtaining high-quality magic ore. Higher quality magic ore is more effective for inventory expansion. Also, the special elements contained in crystal stones, through late apocalypse development, are used as materials for various potions. They're indispensable for humanity's survival within zones. In other words, both can be said to be talismans for surviving the apocalyptic world. Once he leaves the safe location, the real challenge begins. If the zone's appearance isn't coincidental, he can get a month's worth of resources ahead of time. Stepped outside. He looked around. Once you pass the starting point, you can never return. The mission required 3 things, and the most important element among them is time. Though he has inherited his previous life's power, he can't be optimistic with his body's strength. Even though it's a beginner zone, 16 bodies, including a mutant, is pretty tough. For now, if he grasps the safety house's location, he can escape. He deemed the mission difficult, and the zone's atmosphere seemed somehow different from his previous life. Suddenly, a zombie broke through glass, but he was fast enough to react. It was a close call. He would have been done for if he had stepped forward 1 more step. Though it's a beginner-level zombie, even so, its power and speed far exceed humanity's. Once bitten, you have to escape to the safe house for treatment or you'll become a zombie. From Shinya's current perspective, it's a formidable enemy. He dodged the zombie's first strike. Once they lock onto prey, they keep attacking. You can't stop their movements with ordinary methods, but they have one weakness, which is their head. He then chopped it off. Instant kill. He got a message that he had defeated 1 zombie. He had 56 minutes left. He continued walking forward, saying to himself that safety houses are relatively easy to find. They should be in the direction opposite to the starting point. So he decided to move in the opposite direction for now. Since he's the only one in the zone, he can't afford even the slightest mistake. He needs to conserve energy by not fighting multiple zombies at once and save strength for the final mutant zombie. He took a pause. He looked closely and was shocked to see a mutant zombie. The zombie's name is Gashin, rank 10. Its arms are enhanced and it possesses superior power. The zombie then charged at him. Still shocked, he wondered why a mutant zombie was appearing so early in the game. He blocked the mutant's punch with his hands crossed. The force pushed him to the wall. He was surprised at its incredible power. Gashin is an extremely violent zombie. Once caught, you'll be crushed to death. In the early apocalypse of his previous life, quite a few humans were killed by it. The mutant struck again. Shinya dodged it. Though he was having quite a difficult time, there's almost no chance of him winning in a head-on fight. The terrain is also bad, so he decided to change location, since their power is several levels above his. In his previous life it was violent, and its attack patterns were no different from normal zombies. If he can use that characteristic to lure it to advantageous terrain, then he can win. He paused. Now he's surrounded. Zombies at his front and the mutant behind chasing after him. He refused to die in such a place, so he charged and attacked the low-level zombies. He refused to let the humiliation and the betrayal he received in his previous life just go like that. He'll survive no matter what. The mutant then furiously used its hand and smashed at him, but Shinya was fast enough to dodge, and the force shattered the ground. The mutant looked around for Shinya, but Shinya was above it. He then went in to attack it, determined to kill it and escape the zone. But the mutant reacted quickly, and blocked the strike with his hand. Shinya immediately leaped backward. He never expected the mutant to react so quickly. Now he had missed his chance to defeat it, and he was only able to deal minor damage to its hand. He knew that with his current power, even attacking its enhanced arms wouldn't deal much damage. He stood up. The situation was now tougher than he thought. But then he saw something below him. It was the safety house. He never expected it to be on the first floor. He decided to get closer to it just in case, but then the mutant came charging at him. It punched at Shinya, but ended up falling since Shinya was fast enough to dodge. He stood, looking weak, wondering if the zombie had fallen to its death. But the persistent bastard came climbing back up. While running away, he came across 3 zombies. They charged at him. He grabbed one of the zombies' hands and pushed it into the other 2, down into a net. They tried turning around to attack, but Shinya pushed them together with his leg. He then used his axe and chopped off all 3 of their heads. The mutant then appeared and threw a heavy log at Shinya, slamming it into the iron gate. It looked around but couldn't see Shinya anywhere, so it became furious. Shinya hid behind a car, treating himself. The only useful things he was able to get from the beginning safety room were a bandage and an axe, and they aren't items that can help him complete the mission. So he can't afford any mistakes. This is both the starting point of his revenge and the most important step. He put the first aid box in his inventory and decided to head to the safety house for now. He should get as far away from the mutant as possible. But then he realized he had been spotted, as the mutant was wrecking the car he was hiding in. Realizing the place was dangerous, he decided to take a gamble. As the mutant was trying to squeeze the car, Shinya jumped out the window. Now he decided to aim for the wound he had inflicted earlier. He then cut the hand in 2 and immediately retreated. For now, he had no choice but to chip away at the mutant's combat power bit by bit, but his axe wouldn't last much longer. The mutant screamed in pain, then furiously charged at Shinya. When mutant zombies are on the brink of death, they enter a rampage state. Their aggressiveness doubles, but now the mutant could only use one arm. But then, as Shinya tried to attack, the blow didn't go deep enough. Now his defense was open. The mutant then pushed him with its big leg down to the ground and immediately stepped on his hand. Shinya screamed in pain. He was surprised that the strike didn't even make the mutant flinch. Just a little more, and he would have succeeded, but now he couldn't move his hand. The zombie then brought its teeth forward to eat him. Shinya panicked. If he were to get bitten, he'd become a zombie, and it would be no different from his previous life. He wondered where he went wrong, why he was going through the same tragedy again. He tried so desperately to live, and yet he was about to die again. But then, he heard a voice. The same voice from earlier. At first he couldn't hear it clearly, but now it was becoming clearer. The voice told him to get his revenge. At the same time, his cells began to undergo some changes. Suddenly, Shinya noticed something. His injured arm was healing on its own. He clenched the axe tighter, ready to fight, but the zombie had already lunged at him. Bang! The attack came fast, but Shinya dodged, leaping out of range. He caught his balance, confused. He'd been infected by the zombie virus, so why wasn't he turning? And his wounds? Completely gone. No way. Was this connected to that voice in his head? It wasn't just any voice. It was familiar, deep, distorted, but familiar. Then it hit him. He remembered. That voice, it belonged to Tail, the level 100 zombie he encountered in his past life. Back then, he was too focused on surviving. He didn't realize what happened after his defeat. But now, everything made sense. The domain collapsed, and somehow both he and Tail ended up in the real world. And if his guess was right, Tail didn't just follow him. She fused with him. That explained everything, the immunity, the regeneration, the zombie-like powers. She was inside him now. Shinya frowned. If he had her power, was he still human? Before he could answer that, the zombie in front of him struck. Its kick sent him flying, but he didn't fall. He stood his ground, strong, unshaken. He gritted his teeth and said, "So his survival depends on a zombie's power? Fine. He will use it. If it means revenge, so be it." Bang. He raised his axe and charged. The zombie attacked at the same time. Shinya's axe collided with the zombie's arm, and in one clean swing, the zombie's body was cut in half. But Shinya wasn't done. He kept swinging, dismembering the corpse again and again, rage in every blow. If this power could fuel his revenge, then he'd use it. He muttered the names, Hope, and the other 4 traitors. "Just wait, I'm coming." After that, he tore through smaller zombies along the way. His body drenched in blood by the time he reached the transfer zone. He looked at the mangled corpses, then at the portal ahead. Finally, he said, "The safe house." He stepped in. On the other side, he arrived in a familiar room, with a familiar box. He stared at it. "This is the level 1 safe house." He opened the box. Inside, magic stones. "Beginner magic stones," he said. 5 of them. The rewards were 5 times higher than usual. The domain had appeared earlier than expected, but it seemed he could still use items like in his past life. He summoned his inventory, still level 1. He guessed 5 stones should be enough to push it to level 3. He activated the inventory, consumed the stones, and leveled up. The system notified him that 5 new slots were added. Without wasting time, Shinya exited the domain. Outside, he felt stronger, physically and mentally. As expected, magic stones worked, and not just the loot. The stat bonuses from the domain were also 5 times as much. But there was one more thing he had to test. He pulled out a zombified magic stone. "This crystal, it contains the virus," he said. "If processed, it could be used for potions. Some heal, some kill." Shinya didn't know much about the crystal yet, but he was sure of one thing. If handled carelessly, it could turn humans into zombies. So for now, he decided to take things slow. Just then, a voice interrupted his thoughts. "Let me go, you perverts!" someone yelled. Shinya turned and saw a drunk man harassing a girl in an alley. The man kept pestering her, telling her to go have fun with him. The girl shouted back, telling him not to touch her. The man didn't stop. He smirked, asking if she was really in such a hurry to go home. Watching this unfold, Shinya glanced down at the crystal in his hand, and an idea struck him. A wicked grin spread across his face. Looked like he'd just found his test subject. As the drunk kept harassing the girl, Shinya casually walked past and brushed against him. Just a nudge, nothing more. The drunk turned and yelled, "Hey, watch it!" But Shinya didn't reply. He just gave a quiet smile and walked off. Yeah, he definitely did something. He didn't say it, but that crystal? It was no longer in his pocket. Meanwhile, the girl used the moment to escape and ran off. The drunk, now alone, sighed and grumbled about drinking more, heading home while finishing off the last of his booze. Next day. Same alley. Scene blocked off. Police tape stretched across the entrance. Officers pushing civilians back, telling them not to tamper with the scene. One civilian asked what happened. Another replied, they weren't sure, but apparently someone died, and the body? Not normal. A patrol car rolled in. A man stepped out, Mr. Kurozono, forensic doctor. He sighed and walked toward the scene. "First thing in the morning, huh? What's the situation?" One officer told him they'd been waiting. This one was strange. They hadn't seen anything like it. Mr. Kurozono told them to show him the body. And there it was, slumped by a trash pile. Face swollen, skin purple, body bloated like a corpse dunked in poison. They didn't recognize the man, but we did. Yeah, it was the drunk from the night before. Kurozono scanned the body and sniffed the air. Alcohol poisoning, he concluded. Tag it as an accident. The officer nodded. We'll process it right away. But his assistant wasn't convinced. She walked closer, gloves on, and examined one of the boils on the man's face. She pressed it, burst, blood sprayed out. She touched the liquid, studying the texture. Something's off, she said under her breath. Mr. Kurozono, already turning away, told her they were done here. She hesitated but obeyed, still staring at her blood-stained glove. Shouldn't we test a sample first? She asked, but he snapped. I said it's over. Still, she pushed. This isn't normal blood. We should investigate properly. That did it. He glared at her and reminded her she was still a trainee. Studied abroad or not, she was to follow orders and stop meddling. If she wanted a decent graduation review, she'd keep her head down. Then he walked through the barricade and toward his car. She followed, still trying to explain. There's witness testimony. They said the man had a minor altercation with a student last night. She didn't know it, but that student was standing right next to her. Yeah, Shinya. He was watching silently, listening to every word. And in his mind he grinned. Mission complete. He just wanted to confirm if the zombie virus could really turn a human. Now he had his answer. From the way things looked, the results were in. Shinya thought to himself, there'd be no large-scale zombie transformation before the apocalypse officially began. And more importantly, he had to bring that girl into his group. Because he recognized her. That wasn't just some trainee yelling at Mr. Kurozono. That was Natsume, the genius pharmacist from his previous life. Back then, she was unmatched in potion development. She used domain crystals to create miracle concoctions that could suppress the zombie virus's side effects. Even the top-ranked fighters depended on her. All thanks to her relentless curiosity. But that same curiosity also got her killed. She once made herself the subject of her own experiments, and never made it out. Now Shinya had another chance. If he could recruit Natsume and get her working on potions for him, his combat power, in both reality and the domain, would skyrocket. Meanwhile, Natsume wasn't letting Mr. Kurozono off easy. She kept yelling even as he got into his car. But Kurozono still refused to continue the investigation. Natsume frowned, clearly irritated, and questioned his arrogant attitude. If he wasn't going to help, then fine. She'd handle the investigation on her own. Just then, a voice cut through the tension, greeting her casually. It was him, our guy. He stepped forward and introduced himself, said he was the student she was looking for, then asked if they could talk somewhere more private. Sometime later, the scene shifted. Inside an old building Shinya had rented, Hanato was lighting a cigarette. Just as he exhaled, Mineta walked in and asked why he was rushing to clean a place like this. Hanato sighed, no clue. Shinya just called him earlier and told him to come here, so here he was. Just then, the elevator dinged. The doors slid open, and Shinya walked in with Natsume beside him. Shinya asked Hanato if the work was progressing. Hanato said everything was set up, though he had no idea how Shinya even knew about an unused lab this size tucked inside this building. Mineta was stunned and speechless as Natsume passed him. He wondered who the hell is she, she's so beautiful. But that aside, she went ahead to check out the lab. Natsume's jaw dropped. She stared around in awe. A lab this big? Here? Hanato explained that the cleaning was done, but the machines would need testing. He didn't know if they even worked. Shinya, on the other hand, recognized the place. In his last life, after the apocalypse, this very lab became Natsume's headquarters. Out loud, he told Hanato to step outside with Mineta. He wanted to speak with Natsume alone. As they walked out, Hanato muttered to himself. Who was this woman anyway? For Shinya to prepare an entire lab just for her? He couldn't wrap his head around it. Was this some kind of ultra-nerdy seduction tactic? Back inside, Natsume was already exploring the machines, wide-eyed and clearly impressed. But Shinya cut in. They needed to talk about the real reason she was here. She agreed and asked what this was about. He explained that the man who died in the alley, the one from the previous day, died because of this. As he showed her the crystal on his hand, Natsume's curiosity flared up instantly. She reached out, wanting to examine it immediately, but Shinya warned her not to touch it with bare hands. She nodded but declared she'd investigate the crystal's structure at any cost. Then she paused. She looked at him and asked, Why? Why bring her here? Why tell her any of this? Shinya smirked. As expected, she caught on quick. He admitted he needed her help analyzing the stone. He placed the crystal in a small dish and handed it to her. She picked it up carefully, still stunned, and asked again, Why her? She said she was still a trainee, far from being a master of anything. But Shinya already knew the backstory. Natsume wasn't just some trainee intern. She had studied abroad since middle school, majoring in forensic medicine. She'd racked up awards, praised as a prodigy in her field, and now she was back in Japan, working quietly as a forensic intern. Shinya had fought alongside her in his previous life. He knew exactly what she was capable of. That's why he brought her in. Natsume, noticing how much he knew, pointed it out. If he knew all this, then clearly he hadn't come without a purpose. Shinya confirmed that. She asked what exactly he expected her to do. He replied that everything from this point forward, everything he was about to tell her, was confidential. But before he continued, he needed to confirm one thing. Was she willing to join them? If she agreed, the lab was hers. Unlimited crystal stones, full funding, complete freedom to research. But if she refused, the conversation would end here. Natsume didn't say a word. She simply pulled out a chair, sat down, and began examining the crystal under a microscope. That was her answer. A moment later, she gasped. Just as expected, the crystal wasn't normal. It carried a virus that caused death and sped up decomposition, but unlike ordinary death, the infected body could move unconsciously. It wasn't human anymore. The corpse from the alley hadn't moved yet, but the posture was unnatural. Once it activated, it would move with strength far beyond its original limits. Shinya explained. He called them zombies, the living dead. The crystals had two key components, one that caused zombification, and the other that enhanced physical performance. He wanted Natsume to isolate the enhancement component and create a potion from it. But that kind of separation wasn't easy. He needed it nearly 100% pure, and the rarity of the potion would depend on that purity. Natsume's face stiffened. She asked if that meant the corpse from the alley would eventually move. Shinya confirmed it, sooner or later. He knew she had more questions but told her to focus on the research for now. Eventually, she'd understand everything. Before leaving, he mentioned he had rented a place below this floor, and she could live there. Then he turned to leave. Natsume called out for him to at least tell her his name. He paused. Shinya Ichiju. Right after, Shinya told Mineta to stay behind and support Natsume's work. Hanato was coming with him. Sometime later, the two of them were inside the elevator, heading down. As it descended, the silence broke. Hanato asked where they were going now. Shinya didn't answer. Instead, he asked how Iraguri was doing. Hanato then reported, "Everyone is following my lead," but quickly corrected himself. "No, they were following you, big bro." But Shinya had already told them not to call him that. He reminded that Hanato is the boss and not him. Inwardly, Shinya locked in what he now knew: the domain was real. The potions would come. The last thing they needed now was money, and that meant only one thing. He told Hanato to get ready. They were about to meet the man they called Big Money. Well, the name said it all. Ren Ogane, better known as Moneymaker, had built his empire in blood by the age of 20. Ruthless, cunning, and entirely unfazed by morals, he clawed his way to the top of the underground world. His specialty? The entertainment sector, casinos, nightclubs, and anything else that turned desperation into cash. But the real gold mine was the casino. It stayed packed with hopefuls every night, all chasing the illusion of instant wealth. Most of them left with nothing but regret and debt. That's where Ren came in. For every loser, there was a loan. And once they borrowed, they were owned. One unfortunate gambler found himself trapped in this exact cycle. The man had already borrowed from Ren and now couldn't repay. Desperate, he begged for a few more days. But Ren wasn't the type to entertain pity. While lining up a golf shot, he coldly reminded the man of his 10 million yen debt, and clarified that the interest had taken it far higher. The contract spelled it out clearly, and if the debtor couldn't pay, then his family would. The man's daughter, still in kindergarten, was next in line. In a flash, Ren swung the club straight into the man's ribs. The blow landed clean, brutal. The body hit the ground with a thud, and with zero hesitation, Ren handed the club to one of his enforcers, ordering them to slice off a pinky and deliver it to the man's family along with a new demand, 16 million yen, or a hostage. This was business as usual for Ren Ogane. His cruelty wasn't a secret, it was a warning. And it worked. The funds he funneled into the organization had already passed tens of billions. Then came a disruption. One of his men arrived and informed him that Hanato and his crew were waiting. Ren allowed them in. Moments later, Hanato entered the room with one subordinate and someone posing as a bodyguard. Though in truth, it was Shinya in disguise. One of Ren's guards made a move to block their path, but Hanato shut that down fast. Ren gestured for his men to stand down. Hanato scanned the room and spotted the earlier victim being dragged away. With dry sarcasm, he commented on Ren's methods, but Ren didn't take the bait. Instead, he asked why they were here, noting he'd already heard the rumors about Iraguri's domain being real. Hanato responded with an excuse, something about the boss's birthday and planning a celebration, but Ren wasn't amused. He made it clear he didn't entertain low-value deals. If they wanted his cooperation, he wanted both Hanato's domain and Iraguri's. That didn't sit well. Hanato fired back, calling the demand absurd. Giving up the domain they risked their lives for? Not happening. But Ren had been waiting for this moment. He casually pointed out how foolish Hanato was to come here with only 3 men. He'd been after Hanato's domain for a long time, and now the prey had walked in on its own. That's when Hanato finally realized they were completely outnumbered. But this moment had already been anticipated. Back before they arrived, Shinya had briefed Hanato in full. Hanato had protested then too, yelling that they couldn't possibly walk into Ren's casino, a fortress guarded by over 100 men, with just 3 people. But Shinya was calm. They weren't trying to win by force. Instead, they'd reduce unnecessary casualties and buy time with diversions at the other entrances. Hanato just needed to act confident, like a boss, play the role, and make Ren dance. And now, back in the present, the pieces were finally in motion. With no other choice, Hanato acted. He snatched a pencil from a nearby can and lunged toward Mr. Ren. At the same time, he barked an order to his 2 men. Take down this pathetic old man. But before any strike could land, Ren's right-hand man intervened. The attack was blocked clean. Then came Shinya. He moved in from behind, silently taking the pencil from Hanato's hand, attempting a surprise strike. But once again, Ren's right-hand man reacted instantly, blocking it with barely a shift. The heavy silence snapped. Ren's man yelled at the guards, ordering them to eliminate Hanato's crew. The guards didn't hesitate, but before they could even move, Shinya countered first, slamming his fist into one of them, sending him flying backward. The next attacker stepped forward, cursing Shinya, but was cut off mid-charge. Hanato's second man intercepted him, fists clenched, claiming this fight as his own. Clearly, he'd been itching for it. Everything escalated in a flash. Hanato barely had time to follow the chaos before sensing a deadly presence near him. In that same moment, Shinya yanked him away from danger. Ren's right-hand man had gone in for a golf club swing. Hanato exhaled, thanking him. Shinya told him to stay alert and leave the rest to him. This opponent? He'd handle it alone. Hanato nodded, but warned him. This guy was no regular thug. He was Renogain's most trusted weapon, the reason their casino empire felt untouchable. As if on cue, the man shrugged off his jacket, tightened his grip on the club, and lunged at Shinya. His first strike was wide and violent, but missed. Shinya twisted in the air, spotted the nearby golf rack, and snatched a club mid-dodge to even the field. What followed was a brutal exchange, metal clanging against metal, sparks flying. Shinya caught a strike to the cheek. It hurt, but not enough to slow him. He muttered to himself that this guy was slower than yesterday's enemy, meaning he had a real shot at winning. Meanwhile, Ren whispered sharply to his man, "End it fast." No loud scenes, they had paying customers nearby, but also, no mercy. Kill them all. The clash intensified. The giant swung again. Shinya dodged, pivoted midair, and drove a solid kick straight into his ribs. It landed, but didn't drop him. The man caught Shinya's leg, snarled something about tearing it off, but got cut off fast. Shinya's second leg crashed into his skull. The man flew, slammed to the ground. Shinya didn't give him a moment. He leapt, stomped the man's chest with full force, pinning him and knocking him out cold. Silence. Ren's smug expression cracked, his strongest man, down. He fumbled for his phone, calling for backup. He demanded to know why no one had arrived yet. A moment later, the side door burst open. Reinforcements stormed in. Ren's relief was short-lived. Only a fraction of his men had made it through. He snapped, furious. Where were the rest? One of the guards reported that every road leading to the casino had become mysteriously blocked. Traffic locked down across the city. Ren's rage turned to suspicion. He stared at Shinya. Was this all his doing? Shinya's answer was a smile, quiet, deadly. Ren tried to recover his pride. He barked at the remaining guards that they'd be rewarded. 2 million yen each to finish Hanato and his crew. That was enough to stir the mercs. They charged. But just a few minutes later, it was all over. Inside the casino, the mood had been calm, cards flipping, dice rolling, laughter over losses. That peace shattered when the main doors slammed open, and Renogain's body came flying through them, skidding across the hall. Customers went silent. Whispers spread. Was that really Renogain? The casino's owner? They looked to each other, wondering aloud. Was this a mutiny? A turf war? Moments later, Shinya walked in. Behind him, Hanato followed. He paused to scan the aftermath. Bodies on the floor, Ren unconscious, and the last of the guards knocked out cold. Hanato looked at Shinya, shocked. The guy had soloed Ren's elites without breaking a sweat. There was no doubt now. This man was fit to be their boss. Trying to salvage the scene, Hanato turned to the stunned crowd in the casino hall. Hanato raised his voice and tried calming the casino crowd. He told them not to worry. It was nothing serious, just a minor incident. Then he officially introduced himself. From that moment on, he'd be the new owner of this casino. Name? Hanato Toshiki. And to celebrate, he announced a giveaway. 10,000 chips to every customer. That line alone got the whole floor cheering. Nobody cared what happened to Renogain. Nobody even blinked at the takeover. Free chips trumped loyalty every time. But then, someone unexpected joined the scene. A voice cut through the celebration, casually calling Hanato's move impressive. Customers turned. They were shocked. The name of the one who had just spoken was Ijuin. a known very important person and son of one of the country's financial giants. The entire room stiffened, except Hanato, who stayed composed. Hanato greeted Ijuin smoothly, claiming he didn't expect to see him here. Ijuin replied that he stopped by now and then to unwind. He said he saw the celebration from the VIP lounge and figured he'd come take a look, although the chaos was more than expected. He also mentioned that Ren Ogan was a friend of his. Hanato didn't flinch. He offered to become friends with Ijuin instead, but then he glanced at Shinya. Nothing, no nod, no approval. Shinya stood still, silent, didn't even acknowledge the moment. Hanato, awkwardly trying to maintain the act, tapped Shinya's shoulder and teased him about the attitude. But that was a mistake. Shinya turned, and his stare alone made Hanato freeze. There was a wave of pressure, like bloodlust radiating off him. Hanato yanked his hand back immediately. He didn't know why Shinya was like this, but the intensity shook him. Shinya ignored him and walked straight toward Ijuin. Ijuin, puzzled, asked if the student needed something, but Shinya didn't answer. He was deep in thought. Internally, he confirmed his suspicions. Ijuin had been involved from the beginning. Minagawa, Ishizaki, Rick, Eerie Man, and now Ijuin Kibo. 5 heirs of major corporations, all linked to the traps that crushed him in his previous life. In the past, they moved like ghosts, untouched by the apocalypse. Even when the world collapsed, they thrived by removing every obstacle. Now here they were again, the same people. Same power, same smug presence. They were his enemies then, and they were his enemies now. Nearby, Ren Ogan lay on the floor, barely conscious. He reached out toward Ijuin, begging for help, promising he'd pay anything. Ijuin started to respond, but before he could finish, blood sprayed. Shinya had brought down the golf club, killing Ren in a single strike. Ijuin flinched, stunned. Minagawa made a move, but Ijuin stopped him. He whispered that it wasn't worth it. Ijuin grabbed Shinya by the collar. Quietly, he told him that dealing with someone like him was easier than breakfast. If not for the crowd, Shinya wouldn't still be breathing. Ijuin pulled back, furious but silent. He muttered that this whole event was boring, then turned and stormed off. Before leaving, Shinya promised they'd meet again. Ijuin shot one last glare at Shinya and ordered Minagawa to dig up everything on that brat. Background, origin, everything. Minagawa simply nodded. Understood. Once they were gone, Hanato addressed the customers again, reminding them to enjoy themselves. The promised chips would be distributed soon. But Shinya was still brooding. He thought back to how close he was. He could have crushed those bastards right there, but it wasn't time. He wouldn't kill them yet, not until he dragged each one into despair. Hanato walked over and called Shinya Big Bro, trying to reason with him. Making someone like Ijuin an enemy so soon wasn't wise, not with that kind of influence. But Shinya replied that he already understood the risks. He changed the topic. He wanted to know how much the casino made today. Hanato blinked, caught off guard. He said he'd check later, but asked what Shinya needed it for. Shinya didn't explain. He told him to use all the day's earnings to buy gold, immediately. It had to be a spot transaction, no delays, no excuses. Hanato was stunned. All of it? On gold? Why? Shinya cut him off. Said it wasn't his concern, no matter the cost. He wanted every yen converted into gold and delivered to the lab. He had something to do, and was heading home first. Hanato stood there speechless. But there was a reason for all this, one that only Shinya knew. In the domain system, inventory space could only be upgraded to level 10 using beginner-grade magic stones. But anything past level 10 required something else, gold. To reach level 11, it took 360 gold, and every level after that multiplied the requirement. During the apocalypse, gold became scarce, burned through like fuel. That mistake wouldn't happen again. Shinya's mind was already ahead. He needed to stockpile. Shinya left the gold procurement to Hanato. He had bigger plans, special domains, ones the others didn't know about. And if his holdings went up, that meant Ijuin's would drop. It was all connected. Then, out of nowhere, he felt it. While walking, a wave of pressure crept into his senses. He paused. The sensation was unmistakable. A domain, but not just any kind. This one felt special. He scanned the skyline and pinpointed the direction, straight ahead. He moved quickly toward it, tracing the energy. And it led him back to a familiar place. Their school. The next day, inside the classroom, life moved like usual. Students chatted, laughed, and went about their day with zero awareness of what had happened in the shadows. Shinya's desk sat empty. His friend, the chubby one who always had his nose in a book, glanced at the vacant seat and sighed. He hadn't seen Shinya in a while, not since the incident with Mineta. He wondered if something bad had happened. Suddenly, a stack of textbooks landed loudly on Shinya's desk. It was one of the bullies, smug, loud, and ignorant. The chubby friend told him off, reminding him whose seat that was. But the bully shrugged, saying Shinya probably wasn't coming back anyway. He claimed Mineta dealt with him, so Shinya was probably hospitalized, and now the seat was fair game. He even complained that without Shinya around, there was no one to run errands anymore. That's when the window slammed open. Shinya stepped in, no warning. He grabbed the bully's books and launched them out the window. Then, without sparing any time, he coldly told the guy to disappear before he decided to get serious. The class froze. The bully snapped back, shouting insults, but his friends stopped him, reminding him this was the same Shinya who dared to hit Mineta. That calmed things down real fast. Whispers rippled through the room. No one expected to see Shinya again, especially not standing tall like nothing happened. The chubby friend blinked in disbelief, then nervously asked if Shinya really came back. Shinya sighed. He said it should be good news, unless someone found it disappointing. The chubby friend quickly denied it. He was actually glad, especially since Shinya had punched Mineta for his sake. Shinya sat down. His mind, however, wasn't in the classroom. Last night, when he came to investigate the school grounds, the domain hadn't fully formed. He figured the manifestation wasn't complete. Maybe he was sensing an early-stage domain. He had a strong feeling it would emerge fully by tomorrow. As he sat there thinking, Miki approached. The school's idol, the class queen. She smiled, acting concerned. She told Shinya she saw him being taken away and said she was worried. Shinya didn't reply immediately. He looked at her, remembering everything. In his past life, Miki had him wrapped around her finger. She used her looks to manipulate every boy in class, turning them into loyal errand slaves. Including him. She was charming and cruel. This time, different outcome. With a dry expression, Miki mentioned how she didn't get her breakfast yesterday, the one Shinya usually bought her. She said she planned to get another today. But Shinya cut her off. He told her to buy it herself. Then, without blinking, he called her an eyesore. That hit deep. Miki's expression cracked for a moment. Inside, she fumed. How dare he speak to her like that? But before she could explode, the bullies jumped in. One of them slammed Shinya's desk and cursed him out for disrespecting Miki. The other shouted that Shinya should be thankful someone like her even talked to him. Miki faked concern, pretending to calm them down. She told them to stop, saying they were all classmates and friends. But that only made the bullies more fired up. They weren't going to let it go. One of them clenched his fist, ready to teach Shinya a lesson. Miki, watching silently, smiled on the inside. She figured this was justice. This is what he got for defying her. Shinya didn't even move. He sighed. He just wanted 5 minutes of peace. Getting jumped by guys like this, it was honestly pathetic. He felt bad for the version of himself that once lived like this. As the bully charged and yelled for Shinya to get lost, a huge hand suddenly appeared behind him. Crack! The bully's head smashed into the desk. He dropped instantly. The entire class gasped. And then, the real twist. It was Mineta. Everyone stared in shock. Miki wasted no time. She grabbed Mineta's arm and told him how rudely Shinya had spoken to her. In her mind, it was perfect. Mineta must have come here for revenge anyway, right? So why not use that rage now? But her little scheme fell apart in seconds. Mineta calmly removed her hand from his arm. No hesitation, no words of comfort. Instead, he looked at her and told her to get lost. Not just that. He reminded her Shinya had already told her the same thing. And then came the twist that made the whole class gasp. He referred to Shinya as Big Bro. Silence followed. Students who had just seen Mineta dominate the room now watched, dumbfounded, as he treated Shinya with total deference. Whispers rippled. Did Mineta just call Shinya Big Bro? What the hell happened between those two? Without a hint of hesitation, Mineta turned to the bullies and Miki, ordering them to disappear. Fast. They didn't argue. Terrified, they nodded and fled like rats in daylight. Mineta then looked at the chubby friend and told him it was breakfast time, but the friend said he was already full. Mineta shrugged and told him to go buy his share instead. The friend obeyed instantly and ran off. Once they were alone, Mineta got to the point. He asked why Shinya's phone had been off all night. Natsume had been trying to reach him over and over, so Mineta came in person. Shinya, as usual, kept it simple. He forgot to charge the phone. Mineta leaned closer and whispered that Natsume had made a big discovery. She wanted to speak to him directly. That got Shinya's attention. He thought about the horn, the one they were working on. If she was calling it amazing, then there had to be real progress. Later that morning, the teacher arrived. Class resumed. Everything looked peaceful on the surface. But Shinya knew better. This kind of calm never lasted, and sure enough, it didn't. A vibration spread through his body. His senses sharpened. The classroom shifted. No one else noticed it, but to him, reality had already changed. The air warped, space bent. They were inside a domain. A voice only he could hear informed him. Special domain. Entry level 5. Objective: reach the safe house in 20 minutes. Reward: X5 multiplier. Shinya breathed out. It had been a while. That familiar jolt of pressure. Back in his previous life, entering domains like this used to make his knees buckle. Now, he was used to it. Still, this one felt harder than the last. First step: find supplies. He scavenged the classroom but only found basic tools, a ruler, a T-square. No healing items, no gear. Definitely not ideal. This was going to be a survival run. He walked to the door and stepped out, already formulating his plan. Time was ticking. 20 minutes. He needed to locate the safe house fast. Luckily, the domain's layout was nearly identical to the real school. That meant he could map it quickly in his mind, a huge tactical advantage. But as he peered through the corridor window, he saw the safe house. It was located near the playground. The problem? Zombies. Dozens of them were already surrounding the building. There was no way to charge in head first and clear them all in time. He needed a workaround. Suddenly, one zombie broke off and charged at him. Shinya sidestepped with a quick dodge. The creature smashed through the window and fell hard to the ground outside. Then something strange happened. The other zombies, the ones near the safe house, began to shift. They turned, walked away from the building. All of them moved toward the noise. Shinya immediately connected the dots. The crash had lured them. That was the key. If he could create a loud enough distraction, maybe from the broadcasting room, then he could draw them away from the safe house. He'd get a clear path. But there was a problem. He didn't have time to make mistakes. He analyzed the layout. He was currently in the central wing, close to the connecting passage to Building 4. From there, he'd need to cut across to the opposite side of the school and head upstairs. The broadcasting room was on the top floor. He moved. As he walked, he noticed the zombies that had been drawn away were returning to the safe house. That made things clear. They weren't just wandering, they were guarding it. He paused. Then, another zombie appeared nearby. He decided to test his theory. Shinya threw the creature out the window. Once again the crash echoed, and the horde responded. All the zombies shifted and sprinted toward the sound. It was confirmed. The zombies were hardwired to sound cues. Every unnatural noise triggered an aggressive response. Not all zombies were created equal. The ones Shinya faced now were different, faster, stronger, and smarter. These were elite zombies, a class formed from humans with above-average physical prowess. Athletes, martial artists, anyone who used to dominate with their body, now cursed into undead engines of destruction. Not mutated monsters, but close enough. And unfortunately for Shinya, most of them were gathered at the sports field, because back when this domain formed, the sports department was still in session. A full class of future killers, now reanimated with their peak athletic stats intact. He knew the pattern now. After every loud noise, the zombies would rush to check it out, then drift back to their original guard posts. It meant he had only one real shot at success. No room for error. The key moment would be the dash to the broadcasting room. While moving, he spotted one lone zombie patrolling the hallway. Shinya ducked silently into an empty classroom. The zombie paused, sniffed the air, but kept walking. And that was all the window Shinya needed. He lunged from hiding, wrapped his hands around a ruler, and jammed it into the zombie's neck, severing it with one brutal motion. The corpse dropped instantly, and with it, a rusted shovel clattered to the ground. He didn't hesitate. He dropped the ruler and picked up the shovel. The ruler wouldn't hold against the elite types. There were less than 15 minutes left. It would take 5 to reach the broadcasting room, assuming no interruptions. But that was an optimistic bet. Right now, speed was everything. Strategy would be the rest. Shinya made his way to the connecting passage between wings. Building 4, the target, was just ahead. He cracked the door slightly and peeked through. The corridor was filled with zombies. No good cover. No time for detours either. If he took the long way, he'd burn too much time. So he moved, footsteps silent, breathing steady, no noise. The goal was to snipe every zombie without alerting the others. He dashed in. The first zombie didn't even register what hit it. Shovel to the face, crushed. The second one took a hit to the jaw, and 5 teeth flew into the air. The third dropped with a sickening crunch to the neck. 1, 2, 3, all done clean. Shinya pushed ahead. The corridor ended in a staircase, the stairs leading up to the broadcasting room. the mission's endpoint. But something wasn't right. Building 4 was more complicated than the others. No zombies visible, but too many places for them to hide. He couldn't draw up a plan. He'd have to move by instinct, listening for sound, reading air pressure. And then it happened. A faint shadow slithered into view behind him. He caught the movement from the reflection on the shovel. A monstrous figure was approaching, not slow, not dumb. Something huge. Shinya turned just in time to dodge. The allied zombie's punch struck the floor where his head had been a second ago, and shattered the tiles with a deafening boom. That blow would have killed him instantly. He hit the ground hard, the shovel slid away, and now the worst part, the sound had alerted everything nearby. From the corners of the building, new undead shapes began to gather. He cursed inwardly. The evil ones again. These bastards were more trouble than they were worth. One zombie charged. Shinya blocked its teeth with the wooden shaft of the shovel, struggling to keep his flesh from being torn apart. He flipped it and cracked its neck with a sharp counter, but it took too much effort. And then came the real threat. The allied zombie's fist came flying again, this time aimed at Shinya's exposed back. No time to parry. He twisted his body, threw himself backward, and let fate do the rest. The elite zombie's punch missed its mark. Instead, it collided directly with the head of the weaker zombie Shinya had just disabled. The result was explosive. A single hit caved the zombie's skull in like a fruit. Brains splattered, bones cracked. The allied zombie paused. It frowned, gnashed its teeth. Searched the hall for Shinya, but he was already gone. Somewhere behind the lockers, a trail of blood led away. The elite zombie sniffed the air. It was already on the scent. Blood. That was enough. It followed, room by room, sniffing, tracing, moving closer. And then it stopped. There, behind the counter, blood was on the floor. It growled, clenched its fist, and slammed its arm down with a force that split concrete. Meanwhile, far from the chaos at school, Natsume was deep inside the lab, sleeves rolled, eyes sharp, and frustration rising. Her research had hit a wall. Separating the two elements inside the magic ore was far more complex than expected. The zombie virus concentration was simply too dense. Even after all her effort, the impurity was only down to 60%. The virus still dominated the sample. She had scoured every textbook, every archive note she could find, yet none mentioned a virus of this kind. And the more she studied it, the more one question kept circling her mind. Why was Shinya in possession of such a substance in the first place? Only he knew where the magic ore came from. Only he seemed to understand how to wield it. And now, right when she needed him most, he was nowhere to be found. Something wasn't adding up. Was he really just a high school student? Back in the school's domain, the chaos resumed. The elite zombie's massive strike landed, but not on Shinya. What it hit was a decoy, a blood-filled tube meant to mimic human scent. The creature froze. Despite its primitive mind, it sensed something was wrong. The scent was unmistakably human, but there was no body. That's because the real Shinya was already behind it, sprinting at full speed. With shovel in hand, he swept the zombie's leg off the floor mid-run. Before the monster even hit the air, Shinya smashed its face with the shovel, shattering bone and teeth in one fluid strike. He followed up immediately, a clean decapitation. The head rolled, the body dropped. Shinya exhaled. He had baited the monster with his own blood. Before his wound healed, he had managed to fill 3 tubes. These would become key to survival. With them, he could lure enemies away and skip unnecessary fights. But just as he turned to leave, a sharp pain hit his skull. A stabbing headache. His vision blurred. His body staggered. Why now? He clenched his chest, realizing it was her, the entity within. Tail. It had stirred again. He concluded the trigger must have been the healing ability he used earlier. The creature inside him, dormant, unstable, was reacting. A parasite. No, a time bomb. Shinya muttered to himself, not in fear, but in grim resolve. He couldn't allow himself to die by his own hands. Tail had to be dealt with, one way or another. Snapping out of it, he moved forward. The earlier scuffle might have drawn attention. Rather than engage, he uncorked one of the blood tubes. The surrounding zombies immediately shifted course, sniffing, staggering, crawling toward the spilled blood like starving dogs. That was his cue. Shinya dashed up the stairwell. He could see it now, the broadcasting room. It was just ahead. At the top of the stairs, he peeked around the corner. All clear. He bolted in. Inside the room, silence. No zombies, no danger. For once, a break. He scanned the equipment and moved to the broadcasting system. With luck, it still worked. He dropped the shovel and began operating the console. It booted up. Perfect. He had helped the broadcasting club a few times in his past life. That knowledge now paid off. His fingers moved instinctively over the buttons and sliders. But as he worked, something else moved, something outside the door. A shadow, someone, or something, was watching him. Shinya's instincts kicked in. No hesitation. He grabbed the shovel, spun around, and struck at the door without waiting to confirm. The blow landed, and then he looked up and froze. What stood before him wasn't a regular zombie. It was massive, monstrous. A deformed humanoid towered over him, flesh stretched over twisted bones, and teeth set too deep into its jaw. But what was more disturbing was that it could speak. In a growling, broken voice, it told him he had entered without permission. Corpse bloating phenomenon is a phenomenon where putrefaction gas that fills the body after death causes the soft tissues throughout the body to expand, making the corpse swell up. That's what is happening to the zombie in front of Shinya. Such types of zombies don't have high attack power, but they're troublesome because they quickly burst, scattering explosive sounds and zombie virus. It has enough power to kill a person, and also causes a large number of zombies to be drawn in. Shinya worriedly gritted his teeth at how troublesome things had become, so he decided to get it out of the room. He swiftly escaped, then ran out of the room, baiting the zombie. The zombie chased after him. Shinya led it to the window, then immediately bent down and pushed it through the window, but he quickly tied its leg mid-air. He didn't have to take it far away, but he decided to restrain its movement with the rope for now. He immediately picked up his shovel, ready to run, since the zombies on the floor had already noticed his presence because of the sound from earlier. He then threw a blood bottle on the ground to buy some time, and immediately entered a room. Now, there are only 4 minutes left. He needs to start the broadcast quickly, since the quantity of blood he threw at them won't last long. And if an elite zombie appears where he is, he's completely screwed. So he can't waste any more time in such a place. The zombies outside were already approaching, his heartbeat rising as they got closer. He gritted his teeth worriedly. Just a little more. Then, before the zombie could look into the door he was in, the speaker echoed the pre-recorded words. It attracted the attention of the zombies from outside, and also the ones that had almost caught him. He barely made it in time. Now, the zombies should head toward the speakers. The problem now is the path to the playground. He threw a bottle of blood at the rope he tied. The blood, as it dripped, drew the attention of the zombies, so they started licking it, trying to eat the rope as if it were flesh. He then snuck past them. He could see that the zombies from the 3rd floor were coming up, and while their attention was focused on the broadcast, he decided to run into the safety house at full speed while avoiding zombies. He opened a door and was surprised to see that the zombies from Building 1 were coming. He calmed down and thought to himself that a frontal assault is impossible. Even if they could defeat them, he could clearly see he'd run out of time. So he had no choice but to wait. His chance was almost there. Now the zombie he tied earlier, its rope stretched, then snapped, and the zombie fell to the ground. That was his sign, so he jumped down through a broken window. The bursting sound of the bloated zombie drowned out the sound of his movement. He ran through the shortest route to the playground, which was jumping from the connecting corridor to the gymnasium. Right now, all the zombies are being drawn to the earlier bursting sound in the broadcast, so it should temporarily empty the playground. Just as he thought, the playground was empty. He jumped down. He believed he could make it in time, and even if the zombies found the sound source, it'd take time to destroy it. Next is his Part 3 plan. But he was shocked to see that the zombies had already destroyed the speakers, and they were at the very top of the school buildings. It was the work of an American football zombie. Seeing this, Shinya was worried, because at this rate, they'll come back to the field again. So he started running as they jumped down to chase after him. The zombies were in the hundreds, if not thousands. He was already getting to the safe house, until an elite zombie ran at high speed and slammed into him with its body, knocking him straight to the ground. He tried regaining his balance, but the zombies rushed onto him. He used his shovel to ward them off, then immediately stood up. He kicked one in the face, but his strength was not enough. Now he was completely surrounded. He was almost at the gate, but hope was gone. Then suddenly we see the fingers of the zombie from the beginning of the story. Now, back at the laboratory, Natsume, while holding a test tube with a purple liquid in it, wondered where on earth Shinya had gone, since there were tons of things she needed his help with. She recalled Shinya telling her that if living beings were to ingest the virus she extracted from the ore, they'd turn into zombies. Then she wondered what would happen if someone were to ingest it voluntarily. She paused as she saw someone from the shadows. She asked, "Who is she?" Now, at the zone, the zombie lady took care of all the zombies surrounding Shinya with ease. Shinya asked why she saved him. What exactly was she after? Looking sexy, thick, and smashable, she looked at him without saying anything, then walked toward him. He told her not to come near him. He paused as he was moving back, surprised to see that his leg had been tied down. She raised his shin up. He asked what she was planning to do. She looked at him with those sexy lips, then let out a freakish smile. Immediately, Shinya woke up and grabbed Natsume, who was treating him, by the throat and pinned her to the ground to punch her. Not scared, she asked him what he was going to do to her. Shinya came back to his senses. He was surprised to see himself in the laboratory. The girl worriedly looked up, then pushed Shinya away and saved the virus that was about to break. She held it tightly like a baby. Shinya was speechless. He stretched his hand to her and asked if she was okay. He apologized. He told her to tell him what happened. Speechless for a moment, she told him he suddenly appeared in the laboratory, but at first she didn't realize it was him. He looked like a woman. Then he suddenly collapsed. When she rushed over, she finally realized who he was. He was covered in wounds all over his body and quite weakened. She quickly examined him and treated his wounds, that's all. He sat with his hands crossed and asked her if he truly looked like a woman. She replied yes, only for a moment, but it was raining heavily yesterday and she had been researching all day, so she was tired and might have seen it wrong. Shinya said to himself, no, it wasn't a mistake. The scene from last night wasn't a dream. He wondered why that thing took over his body and brought him to the laboratory. She then gave him a book saying it was his result. Zombie virus was detected in his body, but surprisingly, rather than rejecting it, his body seemed to depend on it. So she extracted the zombie virus from his body and tried combining it with the zombie virus contained in the crystal stone. And she discovered something amazing. The zombie virus in his body perfectly fused with the one in the crystal stone. So she decided to inject the zombie virus from the crystal stone into his body. Then his wounds gradually healed. In exchange, the zombie virus in his body was consumed. He was surprised by what she said. Hearing the story, he thought he understood what was going on. His recovery ability is related to the virus in his body. Even in yesterday's zone, every time he recovered, he became dazed and eventually lost consciousness. In the end, the thing took control of his body. Now, with a calm tone, she told him it was his turn to answer her questions. Is he a human right now or a zombie? Why does he have crystal stones that shouldn't exist in this world in the first place? He was speechless for a moment, then asked her if she believed in time-lapse. She was surprised by his question, then told him she was being serious right now. Shinya told her he was serious. He time-lapsed from the world 6 years in the future. The world 5 years from now had reached the apocalypse, with zombies appearing worldwide, and there is 1 month left before the apocalypse arrives. She asked if he meant to say things like, what she saw yesterday will appear all over the world in a month. He replied yes, and things called the special zones will appear worldwide. Those zones are full of zombies. He told her it might be hard to believe what he was saying, but there's something he wants to show her, then asked where his clothes were. Hanging over there, she replied. As Shinya wore his clothes, he said to himself that he won't mention the inventory yet. Though she seems like an innocent girl, he won't be repeating the same mistake as his previous life. He'd be done for if she becomes an enemy. He opened his inventory, then gave her the stones. He never thought he'd clear the special mission thanks to a zombie. She was happy to see the stones. He told her they're the stones he collected in a special zone. For certain reasons, he can already enter the zone. Speaking of which, he asked her what business she had earlier with him. She showed him a tube and told him 60% is the highest purity she could get. He tried yesterday, but 65% was the limit. Shinya was surprised. The red color signifies it's a power potion. He never expected she'd raise it to almost 70% in just 1 day. She's really a genius. She gave it to him, then sat down to observe the stone he brought. She then told him it's a bit different from the one he gave her before. All of them. She went speechless for a moment, then asked him what she was doing 5 years from now. Since he came to see her specifically in this world, were they comrades in his previous life? Finally, someone is asking the right question that isn't often asked in regression stories. Shinya was speechless, then told her the future her is already dead. Unfortunately, they had no connection at all. If that's the case, she asked how did he know about her? Was she killed by a zombie? He told her he heard through rumors that she wasn't killed by zombies, but used herself as a test subject. She remarked, it seems like the future me was working hard even in that situation. Shinya told her not to worry. He won't put her in danger. Until now, she commented, she was listening to his story with doubt, but using herself as a test subject is exactly something she would do, so she believed him. so from now on, she'll support him with all her strength. Well then she stood up, told him they should finish the remaining task. Sometime later, the elevator chimed. Hatano dropped something on the ground. He exhaled, trying to catch his breath while saying, "Who knew money could be this heavy?" Then told Mineta they'd go again after they rest. But then, they went speechless as they saw Natsume on Shinya struggling. The two went speechless. Mineta was stunned. Minutes later, Hatano apologized to Shinya, told him their intrusion wasn't on purpose. Shinya told him not to worry, it was a misunderstanding, then asked where the money was. Hatano told Shinya he'd brought all that could be purchased through normal routes, so there's nothing left in the market, and there's still more cargo he hasn't delivered besides the one they brought. Shinya told him okay, then gave him the red potion. Surprised, he asked Shinya what it was. Shinya told him he'd understand if he drank it, he should trust him. Hatano didn't say much, then drank it. Immediately, the bottle broke, and the energy coursed through his body. He groaned in pain. Worried, Natsume told him he looked like he was suffering. Shinya told her he's fine, then said to himself that the pain is expected since the purity is still 70%. It's not a level humans can directly consume. But someone with the strong body of a professional athlete like Hatano can endure it, and since it's his first intake, it'll take some time to get used to it. Shinya asked how he felt. Breathing heavily, he told Shinya with a smile that he felt better. Power is surging through his whole body. He felt amazing. He's now able to carry 2 boxes of the money. It feels light. Mineta was surprised to see this. Speaking of which, he told Shinya he got information about the money. Most of the money they obtained this time belongs to Ijuin's group, so probably more than what they brought. Shinya told him okay, he should stop collecting the money for now. The current top priority is gathering money and bringing all forces under control. He'll seize control at his boss's birthday celebration. Then said to himself that the money situation was within expectations. But what surprised him is that the potion's effects appeared before the zombie virus influence. And a genius like Natsume would be able to quickly raise it to a level ordinary people could use. If he has Hatano's subordinates drink the potions too, then he can fully entrust them with organizational work and focus more on conquering special zones. He was determined to make Nozomi spit out all the money he has before the apocalypse comes. Sometime later, another scene inside a luxurious building. Ijuin was playing snooker with a guy. He told the guy that he heard someone bought up all the gold on the malate, then asked if he knew who did it. The guy told him no, but judging by how efficiently it was done, the other party is probably a group. For them to be able to buy up all the gold on the market in just one day. Ijuin then asked if there were any movements in international affairs. The guy replied no, he had already confirmed it. Although he didn't know their purpose, because of them the market price skyrocketed, though there's no product left. Another strange thing is that they're conducting all transactions in physical gold. Now seeing they're about the only ones left who have physical gold, he suggested to Ijuin that they should sell it to them at a high price. The situation is stable now and there won't be another surge like this. The girl told him no, they shouldn't just give up easily something they've spent years collecting. It's better to be careful. She thinks they should keep the gold secure. They shouldn't move carelessly until they know the other party's identity. Ijuin then used a dominant shot to pocket the ball. The fat guy who hadn't hit a single ball was speechless, then told them he thinks they should sell when they can. They collected gold to make money, so it's natural to sell when the price is good. Well, he told Ijuin, their boss, it's up to him to decide. Ijuin was speechless for a moment, then asked the fatty what the progress was on the old district acquisition plan. The guy told him negotiations are mostly done and contractors have moved in. They're still in discussions with the remaining residents. Ijuin then asked the fatty, Rick, if he knew why they gathered. Well, Rick thought, to produce results no matter what. Ijuin pocketed the stripe ball, then told him it's not something so lukewarm. They're all born into a conglomerate, so because of that, no matter how hard they work, everything gets taken by the old geezers sitting at the top, while they would be labeled as rich kids for life. Their parents and families are blocking their path. He told Rick he doesn't want to wait any longer. Rick, a little bit pressured, told him he'll take care of the district matter by tomorrow. Ijuin then told him they should put the gold sale on hold for now. What they should be doing is the old district reconstruction plan. They'll make those old geezers realize it's the era of young people now. He then asked the girl if she found out about the kid who was at the casino yesterday. She replied yes, she looked at the materials, but there's nothing concerning. His name is Ichijo Shinya, an ordinary high school student who lost both his parents early in a traffic accident. He's working multiple part-time jobs for living expenses and tuition. As for the reason he was at the casino, according to his classmates, he joined Hatano's organization. Ijuin asked if that's all. She replied yes, then asked what they should do. He told her they should eliminate him. He'll be tough, but they should leave no traces. She already knew he'd say that, so she had made arrangements for him to be killed. As Shinya was walking through an alley, he said to himself that the gold Hatano collected is stored in inventory. Though it's not much, it'll reach level 15 for expansion. The other necessary items are magic ore, another expansion material, crystal stones for Natsume's research. He then looked back as he noticed someone. The guy looking all strong and scary. "Hey kid," he said to Shinya. He never thought the day would come when he, a first-class assassin, would face a high school student. It's because it has been too peaceful lately, and work has decreased, so he'll die for the reward money. He then charged out to attack Shinya, telling him he made the mistake of choosing the wrong enemy. Immediately, Shinya did a quick maneuver, which surprised the guy. He then took his knife while still mid-air, grabbed his hair, bent his neck backward. He did a quick knife skill, and told the guy to answer his questions quietly. "Is the assassination Iju Nozomi's doing?" Scared, the guy replied yes. Shinya then threw him to the ground. Immediately, he begged Shinya to please forgive him. Shinya threw the knife at him, piercing the wall. With a scary tone, he told the guy to tell Ijuin that now isn't the time to settle things yet. He should wait a little longer. Then he told the guy to never appear before him again. The guy replied, understood, then ran away. Now then, Shinya decided to enter the special zone, level 8. He walked toward the portal. Through time leap, he became able to enter special zones before the apocalypse. Everything has merits and demerits, so he has no choice but to challenge zones alone. The most dangerous period for him is until the apocalypse arrives. Zone levels are gradually increasing, so if he prioritizes safety, he should avoid zones. With the resources he has now and experience from his previous life, he can move faster than others even when the apocalypse comes. But that alone is powerless against real tycoons, so he has to take risks. No matter how high the zone level, he decided to challenge it, because it's the fastest way to close the gap between him and Nozomi. But for the latter, what's most important now is obtaining underworld resources, because to fight Ijuin, he must have equal power and financial strength. And Koinagawa's birthday celebration in 2 days would be where he'll seize control. But before then, he needs to obtain more crystal stones and create potions. Also, to suppress the thing in him, he'd need large amounts of zombie virus. For now it seems to be on his side, but he can't be at ease. Now, all the organization members are moving to their respective posts. Their fates are beginning to change little by little, and he who steers the wheel, he is the one who controls that fate, so he needs to become stronger. Morning arrived. In the laboratory, Natsume was happy since she had completed a potion with sufficient purity. Her dark eyes were a sign that she hadn't slept. Mineta woke up and asked what was wrong. She told him to come over for a moment, then gave him the potion. Minutes later, the elevator opened, and Mineta immediately went to attack Shinya, who had just come in, but Shinya dodged. He had no idea why Mineta was attacking him. Then came another punch. It was fast this time around, but Shinya was even faster. He dodged and quickly subdued him. Mineta tapped out, saying he gave up. Natsume bent forward, surprised he got taken down in one hit, despite the potion's effect being sufficient. So she realized it's not good if the user is weak. Mineta told her it's because Shinya is just that strong. Also from her analysis, the data showed only speed increased by 100%, nothing else changed. So it seems the potion only affects speed. Shinya told Mineta, then told them that using potions while he's away is dangerous. Mineta said it's fine since she calculates everything. By the way, he asked her what's up with her hairstyle. Mineta excitedly told him researchers must never forget to keep a fresh mindset every day. Shinya was speechless and told her they should get to the main topic. She told him the results are as he can see, the potion is almost complete, but 10% is the limit for numerical increases. Shinya said to himself that 100% is the limit for beginner crystal stones. Though zone levels have been rising these past few days, even at the highest, it's level 10. Intermediate crystal stones can only be obtained in zones level 15 and above. Natsume's research speed has already caught up to his zone conquest, so he needs to hurry. He told her that it's not her fault, then asked if she could make more potions. He'd need them tonight. She replied yes, she had memorized how to make them, and she'd have them ready by evening. Shinya told her okay, then told Mineta to call Hatano now. 2 hours later, Hatano arrived. They began having conversations at the other end. While working, Natsume asked if Shinya has always been this amazing. They're both classmates, so he should know. He told her, honestly, he still doesn't understand what's going on. The Shinya he knew was a wimp who was being bullied by him until just a few days ago. but suddenly he's strong and calm like a different person. In just a few days, he went from being bullied to becoming his big brother. Natsume said to herself, "It seems like Shinya hasn't told anyone else about his regression, so they don't know his power is from his previous life, and he just came back." She wondered what his plan is, since he has so much information from the future. Now, back to Shinya and Hatano. Shinya told Hatano that tonight is Koyanagawa's birthday celebration, a perfect chance, when all subordinates gather. Hatano asked Shinya if he's really going to do it. Shinya replied yes, he'll definitely get Koyanagawa's forces no matter what. Hatano scratched his head, a bit worried, then said that though things have gone well so far, Koyanagawa is on a different level from the others. It might be better to proceed more step by step. Shinya told him there's no time for that, he's definitely executing the plan tonight. With potions there's a chance of winning, so it's fine. Hatano didn't say more, he'd do as instructed. Shinya told him Natsume would make additional potions. He should match the number of members he'd bring with the number of potions. Yes, guys who can actually fight. Tonight's the showdown, and he told Hatano he'd need to perform perfectly as the boss. Shinya told him he'd rejoin him tonight, since he had business to take care of. Now somewhere unknown, Koyanagawa asked his men if they had investigated what was going on, since it's been quite noisy lately. One of the men replied yes, it's a man named Hatano Toshiki, a low-ranking organization member. He's been absorbing other territories for the past few days and has acquired quite a number of bases, including Ogen Ren's. And he still intends to expand his power. With a domineering tone, Koyanagawa commented, "Working hard to extend branches and get more sunlight isn't wrong in itself, but Hatano seems not to know there are people above who set rules. That's why extended branches get cut off when they go too far." Hours later, in a luxurious building and city, it was the night of Koyanagawa's birthday celebration, and big figures attended. At the opposite side, Hatano was observing. Hiroguri asked Hatano, "What's going on? Has Shinya not yet come? Did he run away at the last minute?" Hatano told him to calm down. They should wait a little longer. Hiroguri asked again, "How long are they waiting? More and more people keep arriving. At this rate, they'll be at a disadvantage." Hatano worriedly wondered what Shinya was doing to not have come yet, when he's the one who said today was important. He thought Shinya set him up, but he knows that's not the case. If Shinya wanted to kill them, he would have done it already. The other men told him they can still turn back now. There's no way they're supposed to go after Koyanagawa with just a few people. Hatano told him to just shut up. Did he think he could safely turn back now? Hiroguri then asked Hatano if he could have a word with him. They went into the toilet. He told Hatano that he's being too greedy, or is it Shinya's influence? Hatano told him he's perfectly calm. Hiroguri added that, though he admits the kid is strong and the decision to follow him wasn't wrong, this time is different. The opponent is Koyanagawa, and today their forces are concentrated. And most importantly, the kid hasn't come yet. So he thinks they should go apologize to Koyanagawa. Hatano asked if he thought an apology would suffice after coming this far. Hiroguri told him it would, if they used the potion. If the liquid is as amazing as he says, they'd be forgiven if they gave it to him. So he should choose which side he's on. Of course, it's just a suggestion. He's the boss, and whichever he chooses, he'll follow. Now, the gatekeeper announced that all participants had gathered. They should clean up and close the doors. But then, Hatano and his men arrived at the celebration and told them not to close the door yet. All the while, Shinya was observing them from above with Gus' lens, wondering what Hatano was up to. Inside the hall, a guy reported to Koyanagawa that Hatano and his group had arrived. Hatano walked toward Koyanagawa. Koyanagawa remarked, Well, isn't this the famous Hatano? I don't think I sent you an invitation." Hatano told him not to say that. He came to celebrate after all. Koyanagawa told him, "You don't seem like you came to celebrate. I may be old, but I haven't weakened yet." His men then surrounded Hatano. Hatano told him to calm down. They should talk first. Koyanagawa lit his cigarette. Told Hatano it looks like he came with proper preparation. It's quite impressive he's able to take over several of his territories in just a few days. Then asked him if he came to the party to show off his power that badly. What's his purpose? He should tell him. Hatano blew away the smoke, told him he doesn't have time, so he'll be brief. To be honest, the little territories are not enough at all. He then charged forward to attack, saying his target is the throne he's sitting on. But then, Koyanagawa's bodyguard stopped his hand. Confident, Koyanagawa told him he knew he came to interfere, but he didn't expect him to be this greedy. He has really been underestimated. But to his surprise, his bodyguard was knocked down by Hatano. Hatano then told his men to attack now. Koyanagawa didn't panic. He smoked a cigarette, not bad, better than I imagined. then told Hatano he'd be dead wrong if he thinks he can defeat him with such a level of force. To Hatano's surprise, the bodyguard grabbed his face and slammed him to the ground. Hatano immediately grabbed his hand, then used his leg and quickly pushed the guy down. The guy wasn't having it easy. He could feel Hatano's tremendous power. He then punched Hatano in the waist, and the two freed themselves. Koyanagawa told the guy to finish the fight before the party starts. The guy pulled his jacket, replied yes, though they seemed somewhat skilled. It's just a few people, so he'll end it quickly. Hatano realized how strong the strongest bodyguard was. Even with potions, such a fight is barely one he can handle properly. Koyanagawa's men are on a different level from those he fought before. He became worried. Hiraguri and the others are also struggling, and there's no winning once the potions wear off. But he doesn't think he has time to think about that. The battle with the bodyguard is the decisive one. The battle began. He dodged the first strike from the bodyguard, then went for a counterattack with a punch, but the guy didn't fall and immediately used his elbow and slammed Hatano on his back. He then carried Hatano and flung him into the table. Hatano realized he couldn't even leave a mark on the guy, and they're completely at a disadvantage. He wondered if he made the wrong choice. Should he have apologized and begged for forgiveness like Hiraguri said? Though they might let them go if he handed over the potions. But every day has been life or death since he met Shinya. The world has definitely changed. The bodyguard told Hatano he has talent. If he admits his mistake, he could put in a good word with the boss. Hatano stood up, hand in his pocket, thanked the guy for his concern, but said he's sick of the life of mugging kids for pocket change. Then he told the guy he'd make him his subordinate and look after him. If he bows his head now. The guy charged to attack told Hatano that's unfortunate, he'd have to die then. Hatano brought out a potion, said to himself that with just one potion he has been able to narrow the gap by so much, then what will happen if he drinks one more? Maybe he could actually win. But then, to their surprise, Shinya arrived and grabbed the guy's hand. Sorry big brother, I'm late, he apologized to Hatano. The guy was surprised. He asked Shinya what kind of power he had. His hand wouldn't budge. Shinya then punched the guy in the stomach, then told Hatano that if he drinks too, he won't be able to withstand the side effects and will die. Hatano stuttered, told him he thought he might win. He paused. He wondered how Shinya knew he was about to drink a second one. He realized that from the beginning, everything went according to Shinya's plan. He was being tested. He gritted his teeth angrily as he realized that from the start he was nothing but a pawn, and he was just randomly chosen. From what had happened so far, he realized that Shinya was testing whether he'd betray him and hand the potions to Koyanagawa. For him, it was a gamble on which side to choose. If he had sided with Koyanagawa, he would have died. He then told Shinya that he must be lucky since he got the right answer again. He shouldn't worry, he'll show him through his actions that he's a trustworthy comrade. Shinya smiled, told him he likes smart people. Then big brother, give me orders, he said. Koyanagawa asked the bodyguard what he's doing. No matter how he looks at it, he's just a kid. The guy told him yes. He let his guard down because of his appearance. Hatano then shouted for Koyanagawa to prepare himself. He'd definitely kill him here. He then ordered Shinya to kill every one of them. The other guards questioned among themselves, what's up with that kid? Is he one of Hatano's subordinates? Another guy was surprised, then said it looked like he just sent Kawase flying with one hit. One of them asked the captured Hiraguri if that guy is a student. Hiraguri grabbed the guy's hand and told him it's too early to be surprised. The fun is just beginning. One of Hatano's men was thrown to the ground. Kawase told Shinya that he never thought the day would come when he'd fight a high school student. Shinya told him it's also the day he'll lose to a high school student. The guy, furious, told Shinya not to underestimate him, then threw a heavy punch, which Shinya dodged. He tried to grab Shinya's face, but Shinya dodged it skillfully with a somersault. The guy charged forward to attack again and asked Shinya why he was just dodging. Hatano was surprised to see Shinya toying with an opponent he couldn't beat even with the potion's power. Unfathomable strength indeed. One of the guests commented, "Who exactly is Hatano? With what's happening here now, the story about taking Ogane's territory must be true." Another commented, "It's surprising Kawase is struggling with a kid." Koyanagawa told them to just watch quietly, then said to himself that after 40 years he had finally reached such heights, but at the rate things are going, even if he wins, his reputation will be completely ruined. He then told Kawase that he would give him 1 minute so he should finish the kid quickly. Hearing this, Kawase said to himself that the kid is a monster, even giving it his all. He hasn't changed expression once, and he's already at his limit. Forget finishing him off in 1 minute, he can't even touch him. Angry, he kicked at Shinya. Shinya dodged and used his leg to hold Kawase's leg mid-air. Now panic-driven, Kawase realized he couldn't even win in pure strength. Shinya wouldn't even budge. Shinya told him he's full of openings. Then with a swift maneuver, he kicked him straight to the ground while mid-air, surprising everyone at the scene. Koyanagawa was shocked that Kawase had been defeated. People couldn't believe that a high school kid was able to defeat the organization's strongest. Koyanagawa then told his men to stop standing around and attack. Whoever kills the kid will take Kawase's position. And so, the guards charged in with vigor to attack, weapons in hand, including knives. Shinya took the first guy's knife and pierced his shoulder. He took the knife out, blood pumping out, then swiftly took down the remaining guys within seconds. Koyanagawa was stunned by Shinya's physical abilities. It was completely inhumane. He panicked and told Shinya to stop, that they should talk, but Shinya was still approaching him. So he immediately tried to draw a gun, but Shinya swiftly threw the knife at him, stopping his hand. He coughed up blood and then died, defeated by a high school student. The guests were all surprised. Koyanagawa was defeated by a few low-ranking guys. Hatano was surprised himself. Shinya killed all of them by himself. In less than a week, he dragged the old fox who had made the land his stronghold for decades down to hell. Shinya shattered all the common sense in him. Shinya then gave Hatano the signal. Immediately, he told all the guests there to listen. As they could see, Koyanagawa was dead. They should also know why he went so far to eliminate Koyanagawa. He then introduced himself, Hatano Toshiki. Until recently, I was living by mugging kids. But from today, I'm your boss. Hatano couldn't hold in his tears. Shinya really kept the promise of taking him to a higher position. Back at the construction site, the foreman was barking at the workers to hurry up. If they missed the deadline, Mr. Ijuin wouldn't spare them. But before they could pick up the pace, he heard a group of unfamiliar voices drawing near. The workers paused. Several armed men were approaching, clearly gang-affiliated. One of the workers tried to ask where the intruders were from and why they were interfering. The response was blunt. They were told to shut up and stay still. Their leader stepped forward, brushing past the others, and requested a private word with the construction foreman. The foreman wasn't interested in negotiation. He made it clear that anyone not involved in the project needed to leave. The schedule couldn't afford delays. But the gang leader wasn't fazed. He casually dismissed the importance of deadlines and demanded payment, a territory fee. Meanwhile, Ijuin was in his office sipping coffee and flipping through reports. That's when Minagawa stepped in, delivering urgent news. The construction site at the financial center was under attack. Several men had stormed in earlier that morning, demanding territory fees and beating every worker on site. When Ijuin heard it was Koyanagawa's men behind it, he slammed his hand on the desk, furious. He couldn't believe that sly old man was pulling stunts like this, especially after they had already paid off the dues. He ordered Minagawa to contact Koyanagawa immediately. He wanted answers. But Minagawa reported that he had been trying all morning, and there was no response. Ijuin scoffed, annoyed, saying the man was always trouble. Still, Ijuin prioritized the project and ordered Minagawa to pay the gang whatever they asked. The construction schedule came first, but Minagawa pushed back slightly, stating that this didn't feel like a money issue. The gang had specifically demanded Ijuin's presence. That changed everything. Ijuin rose instantly, declaring they'd go in person. Minagawa hesitated, suggesting they should ask the president for backup. But Ijuin snapped at him. If they couldn't handle this level of pressure on their own, they'd never climb in this world. Later, amidst heavy rainfall, Ijuin's car pulled up at the site. He stepped out, umbrella in hand, and approached the gang with caution. The gang leader welcomed him sarcastically, noting that the large entourage meant they must be careful. Ijuin didn't bother with pleasantries. He wanted to know what Koyanagawa was demanding. That's when the gang leader casually tossed his cigarette aside and announced that Koyanagawa wasn't their boss anymore. The statement sparked tension. Ijuin's men were ready to fight, but he held them back, urging patience. The gang leader wasn't done. He gestured behind him and introduced their new boss. A shadowy figure stepped forward, and Ijuin's eyes widened. It was Hanato. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The same man from the Ogani casino had somehow overthrown Koyanagawa within a matter of days. That could only mean one thing. The kid back then must be with him too. As he looked closer, sure enough, Shinya was right beside Hanato, holding an umbrella for him. But now wasn't the time to dwell on surprises. Ijuin knew the deadline was closing in, and dealing with Hanato could throw everything off. He asked what this was really about. If it wasn't money, then what? Hanato, unfazed by the tension, said he knew Ijuin was pressed for time and would get straight to the point. He wanted the gold, all of it. The statement left Ijuin stunned. So it had been Hanato behind the mass gold acquisitions all along. Hanato didn't even deny it. In fact, he confirmed it, and claimed that even now, he still didn't have enough. Ijuin, confused and irritated, asked what he was trying to accomplish with that much gold, but Hanato casually brushed it off as a personal hobby. Then he pivoted, reminding Ijuin that the construction schedule mattered more. He even hinted that Ijuin wanted to use this project to prove something to his father. Hanato advised him plainly, if he were in Ijuin's shoes, he'd just pay the territory fee and keep the project on track. Ijuin exhaled slowly, realizing Hanato had done his homework. This wasn't just street thuggery. Hanato knew everything, even how much gold Ijuin possessed. Ijuin asked how much he wanted, but Hanato immediately cut him off. With a cold, serious tone, Hanato made it clear. This wasn't a negotiation. He was demanding the gold, not offering a deal. The air turned dead silent. It felt like ghosts had swept through the entire construction zone. Then, Ijuin broke the tense silence by calling Hanato insane. Even after making concessions, he couldn't believe that someone like Hanato dared to interfere. With clear disdain, he barked at Hanato to get lost. But Hanato stayed composed and made it clear that Ijuin wasn't the only one who knew the future value of that land. He admitted he couldn't take on Ijuin directly, not yet. But delaying the construction, that part was easy. For him and his gang, throwing off the schedule would take nothing. And when that delay happened, the losses would be astronomical. That struck a nerve. Ijuin froze. Inside, he panicked. That kind of detail, the regional development plan, was supposed to be restricted to a handful of top insiders. So how the hell did Hanato know? Who exactly was this guy? Hanato read the expression perfectly. He smirked and taunted Ijuin for being at a loss for words, hinting that he must have hit the mark. Ijuin's face twisted in disgust. He called Hanato's methods filthy, the kind that suited a street rat. Hanato's smile faded. He asked Ijuin what he had just called him. But Ijuin didn't back down. His voice rose. He hurled insult after insult, calling Hanato a low-life thug. Someone who only knew how to swing fists, now pretending to negotiate like some big shot. He then ordered his fighters to kill Hanato and his men. In an instant, umbrellas were dropped, war cries echoed, and both sides charged through the rain, fists flying. In the middle of the chaos, Megami charged toward Hanato with a punch, but Hanato didn't flinch. The strike never landed. Shinya intercepted it, twisted Megami's wrist, and slammed his neck upward. As Shinya locked eyes with him, he warned Megami with chilling familiarity, as if they'd met before. That alone shook Megami to the core. He stammered, trying to figure out how Shinya knew him, since they had never even exchanged names. While the fight raged on behind them, Hanato calmly walked up to Ijuin. He grabbed Ijuin by the tie and reminded him. Yes, he was a savage, but he had climbed to this point by risking his own life. Ijuin? Just a spoiled rich brat using daddy's power. Meanwhile, the brawl between Shinya and Megami escalated. Megami broke free and tried to land a punch, but Shinya evaded cleanly and hit him square in the face. Still, Megami didn't go down. He grabbed Shinya and threw him, but mid-air Shinya twisted, countered, and drove Megami's head straight into the flooded ground. Ijuin's eyes widened. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. That was Megami, trained in every major martial art, now lying motionless in a pool of water. He shouted for him to get up, furious and confused. But Shinya casually informed him Megami was unconscious, no point calling. That broke something in Ijuin. Internally, he was reeling. Shinya had completely crushed Megami, and now he was walking straight toward him. Ijuin started planning an escape, but Shinya seemed to read his mind. He mocked Ijuin's thoughts out loud, calling it typical behavior, abandoning allies to save his own skin. That rattled Ijuin even more. Who the hell was this guy? Left with no choice, Ijuin tried a new tactic. He offered Hanato money, saying he'd prepare whatever amount Hanato wanted. On one condition, he wanted Shinya handed over. That brat had been a thorn in his side ever since the casino incident. He claimed the Ijuin family could handle any deal, as long as Hanato agreed. When Hanato didn't immediately reply, Ijuin got cocky again. Internally, he planned to drive a wedge between them, turn Hanato and Shinya against each other. If Hanato stood alone, he'd be easier to crush. But before he could savor the thought, Shinya shut it down. He called Ijuin delusional for thinking money could manipulate everyone. Just the sound of Ijuin's voice disgusted him. Bloodlust in his eyes, Shinya started approaching. Ijuin panicked. He called out for Hanato to stop Shinya, begged him. The screen cut to black. Later, on a quiet bus ride home, Hanato casually asked Shinya if it was fine to leave Ijuin back there. Shinya simply said it was fine. After all, the guy wouldn't die. But here's the thing. They had beaten Ijuin to a pulp, face swollen, body bruised, and left him sprawled out cold on the wet construction site floor. Back in the car, Shinya stared out the window and muttered to himself that letting Ijun die so easily would be boring. He planned to make the guy suffer, and this was just the beginning. At a red light, the car stopped. Hanato casually asked Shinya if he really believed Ijun would hand over the gold without resistance. Shinya replied confidently, of course he would. That construction project meant everything to Ijun. He wouldn't risk delaying it. Hanato chuckled and said it sounded like Shinya knew Ijun quite well. Shinya agreed. Then, changing the topic, Shinya asked how the matter he previously assigned was going. Hanato confirmed that if it was about the warehouse, he found a large one in the countryside as instructed. He sent the location info immediately and handed Shinya an ATM card. Shinya looked at it, a bit confused. Hanato explained, it was the organization's funds. Shinya should manage them. The total assets amounted to around $40 million, but only $10 million was on that card. The rest would take more effort to liquidate. Taking the card, Shinya thought to himself, now it was time to start stockpiling. His inventory system was only level 3, which barely held anything. With the beginner crystal stones he'd collected, he could push it to level 10, which meant a storage space of 7 cubic meters. That would finally be enough to handle serious supplies and actual currency. After a moment, Shinya told Hanato to stop the car. Hanato asked where he was headed and whether he needed help. Shinya declined. He was just wandering for now. As for the organization, Hanato should handle things based on the situation. The most important task was retrieving Ijun's gold and storing it physically in the warehouse. Hanato nodded in understanding. He then asked if he should wait and drive Shinya back once he was done, but Shinya said no, he'd contact him if needed. Then he stepped out of the car and walked away as Hanato drove off. Not long after, Shinya spotted a familiar face, Natsume. She was walking alone through a quiet area. He was surprised to see her here. Even more surprising, she was heading toward Kurozono, the forensics officer. From the way they greeted each other, it looked like a secret meeting. Shinya narrowed his eyes. What business did those two have that needed a private meeting in such an odd place? The scene cut to a private VIP hospital room, part of the Ijun family's clinic. Ijun woke up with a start, wrapped in bandages and still bruised from the earlier beating. He cursed under his breath. It had been years since he felt this humiliated. His old gang had gathered around the bed. Iramen asked if the guy who showed up at the casino, Hanato, was now threatening them with the information he discovered. Ijun confirmed it, but he added the real threat wasn't Hanato, it was that strange student. Megami agreed. That kid didn't fight like an ordinary high schooler, and even stranger, he somehow knew them all by name. Even Megami's name. As if they'd met before. But Ishizaki dismissed that concern. She said their faces were already public enough. It wasn't that shocking that someone young had looked them up. But Ijun wasn't buying it. He insisted Shinya wasn't just some fanboy. The guy acted hostile from the very first encounter, and worst of all, he knew detailed internal secrets about their regional development plan. Now, with Koyanagawa's forces taken over, and the construction schedule at risk, Ijun finally admitted something unthinkable. He would have to pay Hanato the money he demanded. Everyone in the room was stunned, but Ijun quickly reassured them it would only be temporary. He'd get the money back eventually. In the next scene, Natsume and Mr. Kurozono met at a nearby cafe to settle things. Kurozono brought along the journal she had requested and slid it across the table like he was doing her a favor. She reached out, thanking him for the effort, but before her hand touched it, Kurozono reminded her he didn't do it for free. He claimed her sudden week-long disappearance dumped a mountain of extra work on him. Natsume apologized and calmly said she would be resigning from her post due to personal circumstances. She asked him to take her salary in exchange for the materials. As long as she got those back, she didn't need anything else. But Kurozono scoffed. Her salary? Worthless. Instead, he suggested something else entirely, that she stay by his side, obey his whims, and in return, he'd hand over the materials. Natsume was stunned. What kind of suggestion was that? Kurozono kept pressing. He claimed it wasn't a bad deal. Her career in forensics would be secured too. But Natsume firmly rejected him. She said she couldn't accept that kind of arrangement and told him to watch his words. All she wanted were her materials, nothing more. Kurozono wasn't backing down. If she didn't comply, then she could forget ever seeing those documents again. That pushed Natsume to her feet. She snapped that the materials belonged to her. He had no right to confiscate them like that. Kurozono agreed, technically, but smirked and asked how she planned to prove it. He could easily call them classified. After all, he worked with personal data. If he did that, she wouldn't even get to touch the pages again. He added that it would look bad if word got out that he, a senior, couldn't manage one stubborn intern. He told her bluntly that the only reason she was brought in was for her looks, not her skill. Then, turning to Natsume, he added that she shouldn't waste her mother's effort in bringing her into the world. All she needed to do now was follow instructions. Upon hearing this, Natsume poured coffee on his face and warned him never to mention her mother again, but Kurozano raised his hand, ready to slap her. He said he'd been patient enough, and now she was being insolent after throwing coffee at his face earlier. But the slap never landed. Someone caught his wrist mid-swing. It was Shinya. He'd appeared at the perfect moment, holding the man's hand in a vice grip. Natsume, caught off guard, asked what he was doing there, but Shinya didn't answer. Instead, he calmly told her that he understood her situation now and to leave the rest to him. Kurozano was shaken. The boy's grip was no joke. He thought to himself, how the hell is a high schooler this strong? Then he pieced it together. Maybe this kid was the reason Natsume had resigned. But Natsume quickly shut him down and warned him to stop making disgusting assumptions. Shinya didn't waste more words. He told Kurozano straight they'd be leaving with the materials, so how much did he want in exchange? Kurozano freed his hand and laughed. A little greenhorn playing hero? If the kid wanted to embarrass himself, so be it. He said the materials would cost 10 million yen. The entire cafe fell silent. Even the nosy customers nearby, who had been eavesdropping since the yelling started, couldn't believe it. Some muttered that 10 million yen was absurd, especially for a high schooler. One guy joked that he'd happily let someone take his girlfriend too if 10 million was on the table. Another said there was no way the kid could pay. Kurozano wiped his face and told Shinya to stop interfering if he couldn't afford to play. He called him useless and said he should get lost. But then, Shinya asked him for his bank account number. That shut everyone up. Kurozano blinked. Was this kid serious? He chuckled dryly, brushing it off. He said if the brat could really pull it off, he'd even kneel and bow. Before things could go further, Natsume grabbed Shinya's arm, pleading for him to let it go. Even the other customers began commenting again, saying kids these days were too competitive. Some felt bad for Shinya, others thought he was just being reckless. And then, Mr. Kurozano's phone buzzed. He glanced at it, and his expression shattered. An alert confirmed that 11 million yen had just hit his account. The man froze, words failed him. The number stared back at him like a cruel joke. In disbelief, he asked himself, who the hell is this brat? Shinya calmly informed him that he transferred the money, and even added an extra 1 million yen to cover the coffee Natsume had spilled. As for the rest, all he wanted was a proper apology to Natsume. No kneeling, no drama, just a proper apology. That last line echoed across the cafe like a bomb. The eavesdroppers, who'd clearly forgotten their own meals, gasped at the number. One of them shouted, "The kid actually paid 1 million yen just for cleaning?" Another whispered that maybe he was some rich heir or something. Meanwhile, Kurozano's rage boiled. Apologize? To her? Who does he think he is? Shinya tilted his head slightly and asked if something was wrong. He reminded the man that everyone had heard the promise. Was he planning to back out now? Kurozano had no choice. Gritting his teeth, he offered an apology to Natsume. And Natsume, keeping her dignity intact, accepted the materials without a word. Later, Natsume and Shinya walked home together. The silence was heavy. Shinya noticed and asked what was bothering her. Natsume suddenly exploded. She yelled that she couldn't believe he didn't beat the guy up. Not only that, he even gave him all that money. Those materials were hers to begin with. Just thinking about it made her blood boil. Shinya casually replied that so that's what had her worked up. But she shouldn't worry. He wasn't going to let Kurozano use that money in peace. He had already messaged Hanato, instructing him to deal with the situation. Hearing that, Natsume finally calmed down. She apologized for not telling Shinya anything before going to meet Kurozano. She had only wanted her research back. Shinya said he'd actually seen her earlier and just followed her from a distance, so it worked out. Still, from now on, she should take Mineta and the others with her in emergencies. Natsume agreed. Then, slightly curious, she asked why he happened to be there at all. Shinya replied that he got caught in the rain earlier during work and came to buy new clothes. Natsume said she understood. As an apology and a thank you, she offered to accompany him. Soon, the two of them arrived at a shopping mall. While the original plan was to buy clothes for Shinya, Natsume somehow ended up browsing for herself, too. Classic lady detour. While they were shopping, two figures noticed Shinya. It was Miki and her friend, former classmates from school. Miki's friend pointed and asked if that was really Shinya, the errand boy from class. Miki confirmed it. She couldn't understand why he, of all people, was in such a high-end store, and with a girl like that, she even speculated whether it was sugar dating. But the more they watched, the less sense it made. Shinya wasn't tagging along. He was the one paying. Miki muttered that the clothes in that store were ridiculously expensive. How the hell could he afford them? Curious and now suspicious, she told her friend they'd tail them and see what was really going on. Meanwhile, back on the street, Kurazano was walking home muttering bitterly. Losing to an intern and a high schooler? The humiliation was unbearable. But, he admitted, getting the cash was a silver lining. He swore that Brat must be rich, and planned to extort more out of him soon. But his greedy thoughts were cut short. A shadow appeared before him. It was Hanato. Hanato asked if he was Kurazano. The man confirmed with a scowl, telling him to get lost. He wasn't in the mood, but Hanato just smiled. He said he came to teach Kurazano how to spend 11 million yen properly. Back in the shopping mall, Shinya and Natsume moved on to another store. This time, they stopped by a jewelry section. Natsume, catching her reflection in the mirror, began checking herself out and trying some things, in typical lady fashion. Shinya asked if she was really into that kind of stuff. She answered confidently, of course, she's still a girl after all. Skincare and makeup, that's the basics. Just then, Shinya's phone rang. It was Hanato, this time requesting a video call. Curious, Shinya accepted and showed it to Natsume. On the screen, Hanato appeared with a smug grin. Behind him, Kurazano was barely recognizable. Bruised, battered, humiliated. Hanato explained that not only did he return every last yen from the earlier transfer, but he also seized all of Kurazano's hidden assets as payback. Natsume smiled in satisfaction and told Shinya he'd done a good job. But their moment was cut short. A familiar voice called out to Shinya. It was Miki. She strolled over with her friend, pretending to be surprised at the coincidence of running into him here. Shinya coldly asked what she wanted. Miki, playing innocent, said she didn't know why things between them had gotten so frosty. If she'd ever offended him, she was sorry. Couldn't he treat her like before? She even added that she was sad right now, thinking the guilt card would surely work. It didn't. Shinya completely ignored her little performance and kept talking with Natsume. Miki's smile twitched, but inwardly she was livid, red-faced and fuming. Why was Shinya ignoring her? Her friend whispered that something felt off. Shinya really did seem different. Not even Miki's usual cutesy act had an effect. She wondered aloud if he was just bluffing. But Miki wasn't ready to give up. Determined to win, she strutted closer, grabbed Shinya's arm, and leaned in. Guess she forgot to install the DLC for chest development. Her top conveniently angled for maximum distraction. She asked what he was buying and offered to help him choose, confident that this old trick would break his composure. It didn't. Shinya shoved her hand away and told her flatly to stop the act. It was disgusting. Miki froze. Disgusting? She repeated in disbelief. She couldn't believe he just called her that. She snapped that he should be grateful she was even paying him attention. For someone from the bottom, wasn't he being a bit arrogant? She turned to Natsume and declared that Shinya was dirt poor and probably burned all his savings at the last store. Natsume was beautiful, she said, so she should break up with him immediately. She felt smug saying it, thinking she'd dealt a heavy blow. If you make me angry, I'll expose your whole past, she thought. Meanwhile, the workers and cashiers nearby were watching the whole circus unfold. The manager, annoyed by the disturbance, told a junior staff member to go handle it. The poor junior blinked. Why me? She muttered. But her senior insisted. It was her first day, so this was her chance to make a good impression. The girl rolled her eyes. What kind of impression? You're just pushing your headache onto me. Still, she forced a customer service smile and approached the group. She politely asked them to keep their voices down as they were disturbing others. Miki didn't stop. She kept haunting Shinya, telling him this wasn't a place for broke people like him. She told him to drop whatever item he was holding and leave before embarrassing himself further. Shinya looked at her silently, then dropped the product back onto the shelf as instructed. The junior staff member frowned. So they really weren't going to buy anything? She sighed inwardly, thinking they were just another set of window shoppers wasting time. But before she could even finish her thought, Shinya pulled out a card and handed it to her. He told her to calculate everything, not just the items in his hand, but everything in the back room as well. He would buy it all, by card. Miki and her friend stood frozen, mouths slightly open, minds completely blank. The worker blinked in disbelief. She asked Shinya if he was seriously buying everything. He confirmed with a nod. Panicked but eager, the junior staffer clutched the card to her chest like it was sacred, as if her entire life depended on it, and ran off, saying she'd check with the manager and asked him to wait just a moment. Watching the whole thing play out, Natsume glanced at Shinya and asked if that wasn't a bit excessive, even for revenge. But Shinya shrugged, saying it had nothing to do with provocation. The way he saw it, money was going to be worthless soon anyway. Best to convert it to supplies while it still held value. At that point, Miki barged in again, demanding to know if he was out of his mind. Was he really going this far just because his pride was bruised? Shinya dismissed her coldly, told her it wasn't any of her concern. Her friend leaned in, whispering now. From the way things looked, this wasn't a joke. Maybe Shinya really was some kind of rich heir. She advised Miki to back down and apologize while there was still a chance. But Miki scoffed at her suggestion. She still believed it had to be a bluff. She insisted on staying to see it through. She wouldn't believe a thing until she saw hard proof. Meanwhile, the junior worker reached her superior and awkwardly explained the situation, that a student said he wanted to buy everything, including the inventory in the back. The superior nearly choked on air. To make things worse, another customer had just tried to purchase one of the products, only to be told the item was already sold. The superior politely apologized, explaining the entire stock was now off limits. Then the real work began. The superior started calculating prices, moving between shelves and storage, eyes darting in every direction as she tallied the absurd request. 20 minutes passed. Finally, the junior returned to Shinya, thanked him for waiting, and presented the receipt. Every single product, including ice cream, cosmetics, backroom goods, came to a total of 30,230 items. After a 20% manager's discount, the grand total landed at 120 million yen. She asked Shinya to confirm and sign. When the number was read aloud, Miki and her friend practically screamed. 120 million yen? But the numbers were real. Shinya signed without flinching. Then he added an address and instructed the staff to deliver all items there. The worker nodded, saying delivery would be arranged within 3 days. Just then, Miki's friend panicked. She ran up to Shinya, grabbed Miki and begged him to forgive her. She claimed Miki just got carried away and didn't mean anything malicious. Miki, face contorting into a saccharine fake sweet smile that wouldn't even fool a dog, tried to salvage the situation. She apologized, saying she only said harsh things because she was interested in him and lost control. But Shinya was already done with her. He said plainly that he had zero interest in her, then turned to Natsume and suggested they leave. Miki was left behind, speechless, shaken, humiliated. As Shinya walked out, the staff lined up and bowed deeply, thanking him and expressing hope for his next visit. Well, if there even was a next time. Later, strolling down the street, Natsume commented that doing flashy shopping like that felt kind of good. She asked if she should also start stockpiling supplies in advance. Shinya nodded. In his words, when the world collapses, you could probably buy a person with a single loaf of bread. Natsume laughed, then said they should keep shopping. But then, something shifted. Shinya's body tensed, a strange energy pulsed around him, invisible to others. He turned serious and told Natsume to head home first. She was confused, asked what was going on. Shinya only replied that their shopping ended here. A level 15 special zone had just spawned nearby, and only he could see it. Natsume saw nothing. Time became irrelevant. Whether it was minutes or hours didn't matter, because Shinya was already inside, slicing down zombies like weeds. He moved swiftly, efficiently, cutting his way through until he reached the safe house. He noted that level 15 zones didn't trouble him anymore. The system confirmed the zone was now cleared. Just after entering the safe zone, his phone buzzed. Hinata was calling. He reported that the shipment of gold had finally arrived. A full ton. Hanato asked what to do with it. Shinya told him to place it in the warehouse for now. He'd send a shopping list soon. Before hanging up, Hanato told him to wait, but Shinya cut the call anyway, and fired off a message with the exact location and quantity of supplies to purchase. Hanato checked the list. When he saw the size of the order, he nearly dropped his phone. This wasn't just a supply list. This looked like Shinya was planning to buy up the entire damn city. Meanwhile, Shinya was already back on the streets, hunting for the next zone. The money and supplies issue? Solved. Now it was time to farm crystals. As Shinya looked up, something caught his eye. A sharp surge of energy pulsed in the distance. Another zone. He stared for a moment, silently acknowledging the pattern. Zones were appearing more frequently now. Maybe the rumors were true. Maybe the apocalypse was finally breathing down the world's neck. So without hesitation, he threw himself back into the grind. Zone after zone. Day after day. Clearing and collecting like a man with no time left to waste. About 1 month later, the time had already run out. Just 1 day remained. Back at the lab, Natsume glanced up from her experiment and asked Mineta if he'd seen Shinya lately. Mineta shook his head. It'd been nearly half a month, no word from Shinya. Not even Hanato had been around lately. Natsume nodded, but her expression darkened. She hadn't seen Shinya once since their last shopping trip. If what he'd said before was true, then tonight was it, doomsday, so where the hell had he gone? And then, speak of the devil, Shinya walked in like nothing had happened, casually telling them it had been a while. Both Natsume and Mineta froze. It really had been that long. They didn't even know how to react at first. Shinya didn't waste time. He told them they were heading out, they should get ready. Sometime later, after a quiet drive, the car pulled up in front of a large compound. Hinata was already there waiting. As they stepped out, Mineta blinked in confusion. He asked Hanato why he was here so early, but Hanato didn't answer directly. Instead, he turned to Shinya and said he'd visited multiple cities, and finally gathered everything on the list. He motioned for them to come see for themselves. When he opened the warehouse door, both Natsume and Mineta were left speechless. It looked like someone had looted the grocery inventory of an entire country. Floor to ceiling, stacked with food, water, fuel, medicine, generators, you name it. They turned to Shinya in shock, demanding to know what all this was. Hanato calmly tapped at a nearby laptop and told Shinya the numbers matched. Everything was here. But Shinya asked again, wanting to confirm. Hanato replied that this was only half of it. The rest was stored in a second warehouse next door. He'd practically wiped out 4 major supermarket chains to make this happen. Natsume and Mineta stood stunned. This was more than overkill. This was end-of-the-world preparation. But then Hanato brought up the obvious question. Even if they had all this stuff, how were they supposed to preserve it? Shinya didn't answer. Instead, he asked Hanato where the gold was stored. Then he told Natsume and Mineta to come with him. There was something they needed to see. Over the past few days, Shinya had been quietly conquering zones, grinding from level to level, all the way up to level 50. He had amassed more than enough crystal stones to push his inventory to the next tier, level 40. And now, it was time to put them to use. He walked up to the stash of gold. 1 ton, exactly. As they watched, Shinya began pouring out the gold in front of him and stretched out his hand. The crystals activated. Right before their eyes, the gold began to glow, then slowly fade, disappearing into thin air. Mineta's jaw dropped. He couldn't hold back. He shouted, asking what the hell was going on. Was the gold evaporating? But Shinya didn't stop. He consumed crystal after crystal, burning through them like fuel. Then a massive energy domain flared out around him. A sage-like voice rang out, announcing, "1 gold consumption complete. Inventory expanded. Current inventory level 40. Capacity 350 cubic meters, equivalent to 2 full basketball courts." Now they could actually see the storage field where Shinya stood. It was real. Hanato blinked in disbelief and asked what the hell this even was. Mineta stammered, still trying to process whether this was science or magic. Shinya didn't entertain the questions. He simply told them to watch quietly, and then got to work. He lifted 1 cardboard box and moved it into the glowing domain. Just like that, it vanished. Mineta flinched. The box was gone, as if it never existed. He shouted, trying to figure out what kind of Jinjutsu-level madness he was witnessing. But Shinya stayed focused. He told them there was no time left. Whether they believed him or not was up to them, but the apocalypse was coming tonight. At midnight, the first waves would hit. Special zones would spawn, zombies would crawl out, humanity would shatter, and survival would come down to sheer grit, supplies, and strategy. He explained what they saw was his personal storage inventory. Once the end began, each of them would be able to unlock one of their own, but how useful it was would depend entirely on its size and level. And gold. Gold was one of the key materials needed to upgrade that inventory. That was why he had them collecting it for weeks. Shinya told them the clock was ticking. Only half a day remained until the apocalypse hit. They had until then to prepare. Mineta just stared, stunned. He said this had to be a joke. How could the world suddenly end, just like that? But Hanato, who had spent enough time around Shinya to know how strange and usually accurate his warnings were, didn't argue. He simply placed a hand on Mineta's shoulder and told him to calm down and just listen. Shinya repeated what he said earlier. Whether they believed him or not was up to them. But he wasn't going to let those who helped him go down without a chance. That's why he was giving them supplies, enough to survive the early chaos. He told them to take their share and use it well. Hanato lowered his head briefly, fist clenched, then nodded and said he understood. A short while later, Hanato and Mineta finished loading their share of supplies into a massive truck. After sealing the container doors, Hanato told Shinya they were all set. Shinya nodded and told them to head home quickly and finish their own preparations. But just before they left, Hanato turned to him again. He admitted that while their relationship had always been distant, he believed in Shinya this time. He was grateful, not just for the heads up, but for trusting them enough to tell them at all. And if Shinya ever needed anything, even when the world went to hell, he should call. Shinya smiled faintly and told him to survive well. The truck pulled out, and once they were gone, Shinya turned to Natsume, telling her they had things to do inside. But Natsume didn't follow. She just stood there, unmoving. Her eyes said everything. She had something to get off her chest. She looked at him and finally asked, why? Why had he kept the existence of inventory powers a secret from her? Did he not trust her? Before she could ask her next question, Shinya cut in. He already knew what she was about to say. She wanted to know why he pushed Mineta and Hanato, the people who had supported him from the beginning, away. She nodded. Natsume said that with all the supplies he had, wouldn't it make more sense for them to stick together during the apocalypse? But Shinya shook his head. Not at all. In a world gone mad, he said, humans could be far more terrifying than zombies. He'd seen it firsthand. The apocalypse would turn everything into a brutal game of survival of the fittest. And when people, especially those facing the end for the first time, got access to too many resources, it always backfired. He wanted her to understand something clearly. People weren't born selfish. But desperation, fear, and opportunity twisted them. He told her to imagine what kind of world other survivors would be coming from, and then asked how she planned to endure the cruelty that would unfold. How she'd survive when things got 10 times worse than now. If she couldn't build her own resolve, then this was where their paths would split. Natsume didn't reply. She simply turned and began to walk. Fast, deliberate steps. Shinya looked after her and called out, asking if she couldn't even hesitate a little before leaving. But she wasn't leaving. She stopped and told him not to underestimate her. She had resolve too, and they didn't have time to waste. She still had things she needed to do. Moments later, outside the warehouse, Shinya waited alone. Then Natsume showed up. He looked at her and said it seemed like she'd made her decision. She nodded. This was her own form of resolve. Shinya then looked up toward the sky. He told her they had 1 minute left. He said she should say a proper goodbye to this world, because after this moment, the air she breathed would never be the same. No more freshness, only blood and smoke. Elsewhere, scenes were unfolding. Others were trying to enjoy their last normal moments. The atmosphere was tense, heavy, uncertain. Even Hanato, now back home, was sipping a cold beer, though one had to wonder if it would be his last. Natsume looked tense, her fear barely masked. But Shinya? He was calm. He'd already lived through this once. And then, bang. The countdown hit 1. The system made its announcement. Apocalypse has arrived. Scene shifts, and we see a man fled through the building, calling for help as he stumbled into a room already taken over by the infected. Their bodies twitched unnaturally as they turned toward him, closing in while he scrambled back on the floor. He tried to bargain with whatever was watching him, clutching a small boxed cake as if it could save him, but the infected didn't slow. His screams echoed outside until they were cut off. News soon spread across the world. Pillars of light had appeared at midnight on May 25th, and right after, swarms of hostile creatures emerged. Early investigations confirmed these things showed no signs of life, behaving like zombies. Anyone bitten turned into one as well, prompting authorities to urge everyone to stay indoors. Natsume read the alerts on her phone, stunned as she realized everything Shinya had warned about was real. Online, people argued in confusion, tossing theories back and forth. Shinya cut through the noise, telling her they'd deal with explanations later. For now, he needed her to focus and open her inventory. She did as he instructed, summoning the glowing interface in front of her. He pointed to the crystals, telling her to use them to reach level 10. She followed through, leveling up quickly, before asking what came next. Shinya was already outside on his bike, telling her to get on. The moment she climbed behind him, he sped off. She asked where they were going, clinging to him as the road blurred beneath them. He explained they were heading for a special dungeon, since the outbreak had already begun. With access to information no one else had, waiting around made no sense. If they didn't act now, there was no point in having that advantage. The bike cut through the wind as he laid out his plan. They would build their own power from the ground up, and conquering dungeons was the fastest way. This time, he vowed to reach the Grand Slam first. He said they were almost there. She asked if they were really going straight into it, her voice low with shock. He told her to hold on tight. As the light faded, Shinya announced their arrival. Natsume steadied herself and looked around, unsettled by how the surroundings had completely shifted. They stepped into a strange crimson world. Shinya explained they had entered a special domain, a place sealed off inside the red light. From outside it looked like a single pillar, but inside it functioned as a completely separate space. Before they could examine it further, they spotted a group ahead. A man and a woman in workout clothes approached first, surprised to see others inside. Two familiar classmates followed behind them, demanding to know why Shinya and Natsume were there. More people gathered around, all confused and shaken. Natsume asked if this matched the reports from earlier. Shinya told her the news didn't matter right now. What mattered was understanding their situation. The others tried to make sense of it, realizing the red light had transported them and now they were trapped inside what felt like a mountain. Introductions began. The muscular man introduced himself as Tomitsu, a trainer, and the woman beside him gave her name as Kana, one of his students. The two classmates explained they had brought their own students here for practice, and an older man introduced himself as the bus driver who had been forced to stop when the light appeared. Shinya and Natsume kept their responses brief. She mentioned her studies. He added nothing extra. The tension grew when rustling echoed from the bushes. Shinya warned everyone to stay alert, signaling Natsume to prepare herself. A few leaves shook loose before the figure stepped out. Natsume muttered that it was a zombie. Shinya confirmed it, watching its movements closely. The creature spotted the group and erupted into a shrill roar. Zombie lunged at one of the students, knocking him to the ground before he could react. Panic broke through the group, but Tomitsu charged forward without hesitation. His kick slammed into the creature's chest, sending it crashing across the dirt. The body skidded to a stop, motionless for a moment. Tomitsu stepped back, shaken by the force he'd used, insisting it had been self-defense. The others cautiously gathered around, trying to make sense of what he had done. Before they could settle, the corpse twitched. The zombie rose again, its neck twisted and bones cracking back into place. Tomitsu froze as the creature's jaw gaped unnaturally wide. His student shouted at him to move, but the zombie was already leaping toward him. Tomitsu caught it mid-air, using brute strength to grapple it, but the infected thrashed violently. Blood splattered across his arms as the monster clawed at him. Silence hung over the group until they noticed something glinting in the dirt. A knife protruded from the corpse's skull, thin, sharp, and buried to the hilt. Everyone turned toward the person standing behind it. Shinya wiped the blade once against his sleeve. He had ended the fight in a single strike, stepping in exactly when he meant to. He told the others to find weapons immediately if they didn't want to end up dead. The group rushed back to the bus to search for anything they could use. The interior was picked clean. No tools, no emergency gear, nothing. Tomitsu smashed a seat apart to improvise a club, while the driver insisted weapons should have been stocked somewhere. Shinya told them to search properly. As they fanned out, Shinya pulled the driver aside. The old man followed him quietly, confused by his tone. Behind them, Tomitsu and his student argued about Shinya's earlier movements, wondering how he had carried a knife. Shinya examined the bus floor and asked if it still ran. The driver grimaced and said the engine had died. Tomitsu suggested moving everyone outside for a status report, wearing a confident grin as he waited. One of the boys questioned why he suddenly brought it up, but before anyone could answer, another explained that the bus's strongest defender was already out of commission. Outside, the group gathered around the stalled bus. Someone pointed out the scent drifting from the bus's containers. Another explained that two zombies had chased them earlier and the bus had run out of gas. The large man confirmed the obvious problem. When Tomitsu asked if finding parts would fix things, the other man, or say driver, nodded, mentioning a gas station in the next town. They agreed to split into two groups, one searching for fuel, while the other stayed to guard the bus. The two troublesome students immediately volunteered to stay behind, refusing to risk going outside. Natsume reminded them not to decide on their own. He noted that they were the only ones with weapons, and if they didn't want to hand them over, they needed to join the search. A moment passed before the athletic girl raised her hand, offering to go as well. She explained that she ran around the area often and knew the roads. Tomitsu agreed to stay and guard the bus as she joined the search team. He told them to be careful. The three, Shinya, the athletic girl, and Natsume, headed into the woods under the fading light. As they walked, Natsume thanked the athlete girl for coming along, noting how her presence made things easier. The athlete quietly agreed that they needed to look out for each other. Shinya suddenly paused, sensing something ahead. When she asked what it was, he replied that they had arrived. A distant rumble followed. Dozens of zombies burst through the trees, rushing toward them in a swarm. Shinya handed Kana Nagahisa, the athletic girl, a knife. She hesitated, unsure why he was giving it to her. He told her to stop standing still and prepare. She nodded quickly, gripping the knife with both hands. Kana asked what he planned to use if he gave his blade away, but Shinya simply lifted another weapon, telling her not to worry about it. A zombie staggered toward them, its red eyes glaring through the dark. Shinya pointed out the eyes and neck as its weak points. As the creature lunged, he stepped in and slammed it to the ground, forcing its head down with one hand. His blade pierced through its skull, ending it cleanly. He told them to remember, eliminate a zombie by destroying the brain. Natsume and Kana steadied themselves as more zombies rushed out. The two girls moved back together, trying to follow Shinya's instructions. Another zombie sprinted toward them, forcing them to retreat. Natsume's breath shook as she tried to focus. One zombie tackled her, pinning her to the ground. Panic rose in her eyes as she struggled beneath its weight. Shinya reminded her that a single bite would turn her into one of them. She forced herself to calm down. She focused on his earlier warning, that they weren't human, and aimed for the weak spots. The mutant lunged again. Natsume struck at its eye, then its neck, pushing it back with all her strength. Her strike landed cleanly, cutting deep. The zombie collapsed over her, its weight pressing her to the ground. She pushed it aside, breathing hard as she tried to steady herself. Natsume hurried to her side as she pulled herself up. She barely had time to recover before another zombie charged straight at her. The girls froze for a moment, watching Shinya cut down a zombie with a fast, clean motion. For an instant, Shinya stared in shock as another zombie lunged at Shinya from behind. He turned quickly, avoiding the bite, and crushed its skull in a single blow. Natsume stared as Shinya avoided another attack from behind and crushed the zombie's skull without losing focus. He cleared the remaining zombies one after another, his movements steady and efficient, as if the fight barely challenged him. Shinya reminded them to keep moving since more zombies would gather. Natsume admitted it was her first time fighting and braced herself to continue. Kana whispered to her that Shinya's physical stats seemed far beyond normal, especially given how calmly he fought. The three of them continued forward through the blood-soaked path. Back at the bus, the driver panicked when zombies began pressing against the windows. The group inside realized the bus wouldn't hold if the horde kept growing. Someone shouted for help as the zombies reached for the shattered glass, threatening to break inside at any moment. Tomitsu glared at the man beside him, frustrated that the others weren't helping as the zombies kept pushing toward the bus. The man hesitated, too scared to move, and Tomitsu clicked his tongue at the uselessness of it. A sudden strike from a zombie made another passenger flinch, but Tomitsu stepped in and fought back, refusing to let fear slow him down. Despite the pressure, he dragged one of the panicking men upright, scolding him for freezing. Another passenger insisted it was reckless, but Tomitsu ignored him and demanded he fight too. His words only made the man shrink further. Tomitsu sighed in irritation, realizing he couldn't rely on anyone here. Outside, he shoved the frightened man toward the zombies, hoping to create room for the others inside the bus. The impact sent the man stumbling, and within seconds the zombies swarmed him. His screams cut through the street before they were drowned out, leaving the remaining passengers pale and speechless. Inside the bus, the driver trembled when Tomitsu barked at him to keep the bus moving. The man nodded weakly as Tomitsu muttered to himself about the hopelessness of relying on people like this. Far from the bus, Shinya, Kana, and Natsume continued forward. Kana kept glancing at her surroundings, trying to understand why Najashita still wasn't overtaken by the horde. Blood-stained grass and scattered bodies marked the path as Shinya led them with steady steps. Kana finally called out to Natsume, asking about the route ahead. Natsume answered quickly, trying to hide her unease. Shinya reminded them to stay alert since the area was crawling with zombies, and one mistake could cost them. Kana and Natsume followed Shinya through the dim forest path. Shinya noted how strangely quiet the woods were, wondering why no zombies had appeared yet. When he sensed movement gathering behind them, he realized the silence had been a warning, not a relief. A swarm of zombies advanced across the clearing. Shinya stepped forward without hesitation, preparing himself, knowing there were still things he needed to do. Far ahead, a broken bus was surrounded by survivors. Tomitsu argued with the older driver about whether the engine could be repaired. The mechanic admitted it would run only if they had gasoline, which they didn't. Panic grew as the zombies closed in on every side. Ren, the boy from the group, tried to calm the group, but his voice trembled as he insisted he wasn't asking for anyone's unreal expectations. He begged for cooperation, desperate for any solution. Tomitsu rose from his seat, towering over Ren. He dismissed Ren's plea, saying the bus needed someone stronger than him to defend it. He declared that the others were more valuable than a weakling like Ren. Ren tried to reason with him, but Tomitsu's patience snapped. He moved forward, threatening to throw Ren out to distract the zombies. Ren froze, unable to hide his fear as Tomitsu approached. Tomitsu's aura flared violently, his eyes burning red as he blamed Ren for being too weak to handle the situation. Ren sprinted through the clearing, lungs burning as the zombies closed in behind him. His legs shook, but fear kept him moving, while dozens of dead eyes followed him with silent focus. Inside the bus, Tomitsu watched Ren from the blood-smeared windshield. He noted that Ren had been running for nearly 10 minutes and called it impressive. Hiroto, the bus driver guy, stayed beside him, worrying about why the gasoline group still hadn't returned. Tomitsu grew irritated when Hiroto questioned him. He grabbed one of the men sharply, insisting the two who left did so by their own choice. He claimed he was protecting the group, demanding they stop pretending he was at fault. The man submitted quickly under Tomitsu's glare. Even so, Tomitsu acknowledged to himself that Ren couldn't last much longer. If the gasoline group didn't return soon, he planned to use Ren as bait again. Ren stumbled across the rocky ground, breath breaking apart as the zombies tightened their circle. He slipped, and fell just as the closest corpse reached for him. Its jaws snapped inches from his face. Before the bite landed, Shinya cut through the zombie's skull, sending it collapsing beside Ren. Kana and Natsume rushed up behind him as the remaining zombies dropped around them. Ren hit the ground in shock, staring at the three who had saved him. Ren crawled closer to Shinya, begging for help. His voice broke as he explained that Akira had turned into a zombie. Shinya asked what happened, and Ren pointed toward the woods where the transformed Akira advanced with glowing red eyes, accompanied by another zombie that had once been human. He described how a large number of zombies appeared right after Shinya's group left to look for gasoline. Two of the survivors had tried to lure the zombies away from the bus to buy time, but both were caught and turned. Thanks to their sacrifice, the mechanic managed to repair the bus. Tomitsu called for the gasoline so they could escape immediately. Ren's expression twisted. He shouted that Akira died because Tomitsu forced him out. He accused Tomitsu of planning to throw him out next. Kana and Natsume froze at the accusation, realizing what Tomitsu had done. Ren pointed directly at Tomitsu, calling him a murderer. Tomitsu brushed off Ren's accusation with irritation. He claimed Ren was no different. Ren staggered toward Shinya, panicking and trying to deny Tomitsu's claim, saying it was a misunderstanding. Tomitsu defended himself loudly. He argued that he acted for everyone's sake, pointing out that they had no weapons, and that if he hadn't intervened, the entire bus would have been taken over already. He blamed the dead boy for heading out without his gear and pointed at Ren's uninjured state as proof he hadn't been in danger. Natsume saw through it. She called out Tomitsu for justifying his own actions, saying he had fed others to the zombies instead of protecting them. Tomitsu snapped back, claiming survival was the only priority. He killed a zombie near the bus window to prove his point, stressing that nothing mattered more than getting out alive. Kana tightened her grip on the weapon. Tomitsu noticed it and muttered that the weapon turned out better than expected. Kana quietly stated she could finally shut up Shinya and the others about her usefulness. When Natsume questioned her, Kana admitted she had planned from the start to steal the weapons and hand them to Chokudera. Shinya listened but kept his focus sharp, whereas Kana apologized, saying she couldn't hand the weapons over. Tomitsu grew furious at that, demanding Shinya surrender everything and mocking the idea that a teenager could protect them. Kana stepped in and claimed Chokudera had made a mistake by listening only to Tomitsu. She placed her trust in Shinya, saying she saw how he fought. Tomitsu dismissed her outright, refusing to follow someone younger, and swearing he'd take the weapons by force. His aggression flared so intensely that Shinya's system registered killing intent. Shinya recognized the shift immediately. A mission appeared before his eyes, urging him to eliminate the source of the killing intent. His expression hardened as he recalled the system's rule. Even killing someone inside a zone left no evidence behind. Shinya walked through the blood-soaked street, unfazed by the horde closing in around him. Tomitsu watched from the bus with a tightening jaw, struggling to understand why the first mission after the apocalypse involved killing a human. Beside him, urged him not to do anything reckless, insisting they should avoid provoking those who held the gasoline and weapons. Tomitsu tried to suppress his frustration, but he kept glancing at Shinya, baffled by how calm he remained despite being surrounded by zombies. As Shinya cut through the undead with effortless precision, he noted to himself that special mission targets now included humans, not just zombies. Tomitsu stiffened as Shinya suddenly appeared below them. The field cleared in an instant. Tomitsu sputtered in disbelief, unable to understand how Shinya wiped out every zombie so quickly. When Shinya looked up at them, Tomitsu instinctively stepped back. Tomitsu demanded to know what Shinya wanted. Shinya answered bluntly that he came to kill. Tomitsu moved first, swinging fast, dodged with ease the driver guy, panicked and trembling, said Shinya couldn't touch the driver, but Shinya snarled at him to stay quiet. Tomitsu reminded him that he was the only one who could drive the bus, threatening him to keep his mouth shut. Shinya stepped forward again, and Tomitsu attempted a punch, only to have his wrist seized and twisted. Pain exploded through Tomitsu's arm as Shinya drove him to the ground. Tomitsu landed hard, scrambling back and begging for his life, promising to follow any order if Shinya spared him. Shinya looked down at him, unblinking, his expression darkening. He asked if that wasn't exactly what Kana and the others had said to Tomitsu earlier. Tomitsu's eyes widened, realizing Shinya's intentions were serious. The boy who'd been treated like a weak student now stared at him with eyes intent on killing. Shinya said humans like Tomitsu always claimed they had no choice. He stepped closer, explaining that for people like him, killing humans was easier than killing zombies. Shinya closed in on Tomitsu with steady steps, stating coldly that keeping someone like him alive would only lead to more deaths. Kana and Natsume watched from behind, unsettled by how calm he remained. While Tomitsu panicked and swung wildly, he shouted for Shinya to stay back, but Shinya slipped past his desperate attack and struck once, sending him crashing into the bus. As Tomitsu collapsed, Shinya's system confirmed the special mission was complete and the killing intent eliminated. Nearby, Kana was refueling the bus when a zombie lunged at her from behind. Before it reached her, Shinya cut it down and told her to keep focusing on the fuel. Kana steadied herself and finished pouring the last of it in. The bus driver called down, asking about the fuel level. Kana answered that she had put everything in. Shinya told him to start the engine. The bus driver slid into the seat and turned the key until the damaged engine finally roared to life. Zombies began pouring in from every direction. The bus driver shouted for everyone to get inside quickly. The students scrambled aboard just as the horde reached the bus's sides. Once the door shut, the driver yelled that everyone was on board and stepped on the pedal. But the engine struggled and couldn't build enough speed. Kana grit her teeth, refusing to accept that all their effort would be wasted. The bus driver shouted that the engine was damaged, and they couldn't outrun the horde. Shinya gave a simple instruction: to Mitsu's corpse as bait. The driver froze for a moment, startled, then realized what Shinya meant. He grabbed the body and threw it out the door, Ren murmuring to himself that this small act might let Akira rest a little easier. Moments later, the corpse hit the asphalt with a wet thud behind them, swallowed by the dying light. Up ahead, the road curled through forested hills. Ren leaned over the driver, telling him to hurry. They needed to get rid of the body. Fog swallowed the mountains as the bus pushed deeper in. In the back, Shinya sat alone, lost in his own silence until Natsume approached him, guilt tightening her voice. She apologized, first vaguely, then directly, for tolerating the other's attitude toward him. Faces of their old group flickered through her mind like ghosts. Coming here had opened her eyes to human nature. She'd realized how easily people betrayed one another when survival was on the line. Some even killed without hesitation. Shinya met her gaze quiet. What she saw today was only the beginning. The real nightmare started now. He warned her to be suspicious of everyone. Trusting others carelessly in this apocalyptic world was nothing but a death sentence. Only she could save herself. She asked softly what he meant, prompting her to study him, wondering what kind of life had carved that look into his eyes. Before he could answer, the bus driver shouted for them to look ahead. Strange construct pulsed in the center of the road, a massive metallic device humming with blue energy that danced like lightning across its surface. No one understood what it was, but all of them felt the same dread crawling under their skin. The device spoke through text across its surface, proclaiming itself a gate. If they wanted to leave this world, they had to enter. The moment someone stepped inside, a 5-minute countdown would begin. When the gate sealed, anyone left outside would turn into a zombie and be thrown back into the real world, alive or not. One by one they stepped through, swallowed by blinding blue light. Inside, they found an expansive interior, a strange master's house filled with towering shelves and unopened chests. 7 boxes in total, each containing the spoils of war. He noted how many people they'd originally started with, then quietly acknowledged the gap. 2 dead along the way, leaving extra spoils to be divided among whoever was still breathing. That alone explained why some survivors turned on their own, killing just to monopolize rewards. They were the type who embraced that ruthlessness. Executors. That was what they called people willing to reset the rules of this warped world through bloodshed and ambition. The system could be rewritten, but that tale would come later. For now, everything they gained depended on those violent few. Outside the gate, others hesitated. 2 of their people had already gone inside. Ren asked what they should do now, doubt draining the color from his voice. Kana weighed the situation and admitted she wasn't certain, but believed returning the original way was safer. Ren thought that she intended to abandon the strongest member of their group, but she shook her head. They'd only gotten this far because of him. If they split now and ran into zombies, they were finished. She trusted Ichiro's judgment more than her own fear. Silence settled between them before they reluctantly followed. Inside the master's house, the blue gate pulsed behind Shinya. Natsume greeted Kana with bright relief, calling out that she had made it. He turned slightly, acknowledging her arrival as she stepped through with the others. She admitted she came because she believed in all of them. Shinya paused, unsure how to respond. Everyone had arrived. With the gate sealed, he told them to open the boxes, each one containing spoils that scattered into glowing shards and flowed into their inventories. Materials for leveling up shimmered in the air like falling crystals. Once it was over, the system would return them to the place they had been before entering. Light swallowed them again. A moment later, they stood under a bright sky, fragments of blue drifting down like digital snow. Relief washed through the group. They'd actually made it back. Shinya told them this area would be safe for a while and stepped away, planning to leave quietly. But before he could slip off, Kana stopped him. She leaned closer, eyes warm and intent, asking why he wouldn't give her his contact info. Shinya blinked, caught off guard, unsure how to answer. Suddenly Shinya's phone lit up with an incoming call, Amane Miki's name glowing against the black screen. He ignored it, at least for now, letting the vibration fade into his palm as he slipped back into the building. Inside, Natsume stretched tiredly, her voice trailing through the quiet lab. Her body felt worn from the fight, and she muttered about how the outside world could become a nest of zombies in an instant. Shinya agreed. Natsume says despite the hours they'd spent surviving, barely 10 minutes had passed here. Time flowed differently between zones, and the differences even varied from zone to zone. Shinya explained all of this. Kana nodded but didn't hide her fatigue. Her first zone had drained her more than she wanted to admit. Shinya told her to rest. He'd search for the next zone alone. She tried to offer to accompany him, but he shut it down gently. Entering zones back-to-back would crush her. She called his name softly, stopping him at the door. He asked her what was wrong, but she hesitated, then simply told him to be careful. He reminded her not to step outside. It was too dangerous now. When she was alone in the empty room, she clenched her hand, frustration tightening her shoulders. She still wasn't strong enough. Not yet. Scene shifts and we see Shinya leaned against the elevator wall, lost in thought. Potion research awaited, and the world's rules were shifting faster than he could adapt. Special missions might involve humans, so he decided it would be better to handle as much of it alone as possible. He recalled Kana trying to say something earlier, though he'd brushed it off. Whatever it was, zone conquest mattered more now. His phone vibrated again. He glanced at the screen with a sigh. This again. Over 20 missed calls already. Annoying didn't begin to cover it. Meanwhile, far from him, 2 women sat perched on a hotel bed, their expressions sharpening with scheming intent. They kept trying the number. Mineta had apparently passed this phone to someone else, but they didn't care. In a world collapsing into chaos, they needed reliable people, especially someone wealthy enough to hoard supplies. They urged each other to keep calling. Persistent desperation was their only strategy. The blonde girl held her phone to her ear, the automated voice telling her the number was off. A faint crease formed between her brows as she wondered if he had actually turned it off. A glance at the building ahead confirmed it. Shinya wasn't answering anyone tonight. Far across the city, the streets were dissolving into chaos. The zombies multiplied in the alleys, their numbers swelling in clusters. It looked like everyone who had rushed into the zone earlier had already been torn apart. The air itself felt heavier, warning that a level -2 zone would descend any moment. Shinya dropped out of the sky like a black comet. His landing shattered concrete and sent waves of force rippling through the street. Zombies lunged at him from all directions, but he moved through them with cold precision, bones snapping, skulls bursting, bodies collapsing before they even realized he was there. He barely paused. His eyes lifted to the sky as the red distortion carved across the night. The signature glow of a descending zone drew a thin smirk out of him. Here it comes. The sky detonated with light as the zone slammed into the rooftop of a distant building, the impact sweeping red light through the city like a tidal wave. The 2 girls still trapped in their room recoiled as their phone hit the bed, glowing from the same red surge. Complaints died in their throats as the walls flickered, then vanished completely. When their vision steadied, they weren't in the bedroom anymore. They stood at the building entrance, surrounded by strangers, the floor beneath them bathed in heavy zone light. Fear washed over the blonde one, as she tried to understand how she jumped from her private room straight into a lobby full of unfamiliar staring men. The crowd's attention crawled over them like insects. Her friend clung to her and shouted back at the hungry eyes closing in. Panic sharpened their voices, but it didn't slow the men's steps. Then a man in a formal suit stepped forward, his expression caught between irritation and restraint. He said quietly, "Calm down, or else you'll find why most of the women's choose bear over man." After those 2 understand what the suited man meant, then, the suited man tried to steady the room, laying out the facts. Ever since the incidents began, he'd been following the news. Whatever dragged them here was a zone, and they were trapped inside it. The residents slowly introduced themselves, some with shaky voices, some trying too hard to act unaffected. A manager from sales, a security guard, a few part-timers who shared a room, a streamer. Every face was tense, pretending at normalcy while fear clung to their shoulders. Then someone pointed at the unfamiliar face among them. Shinya. The girls recognized him immediately, one demanding to know why he was here, the other assuming he'd come because of Amane. The crowd pressed questions on him, suspicion rising. Shinya disliked explaining himself, so he offered the simplest answer. He was here to see his classmate. That alone threw the blonde girl Amane off balance. Her friend confirmed it awkwardly, and Amane quickly spun it into something dramatic, him ignoring calls on purpose, showing up in danger like some reckless romantic. Before the atmosphere settled, a blonde resident pushed past them saying he had a date, and no time for this. Like, dude, really look around you, there are lots of fishes in this zone, and you still risking your life by going outside. The suited man tried to warn him, but he opened the door anyway. A blizzard slammed into the lobby. Snow and freezing wind blasted through the room, dropping the temperature instantly. The man stumbled back, shocked. Others panicked, shouting that Shinya was the cause. The suited man barked at them to close the door before they froze. They forced it shut, the wind dying as fast as it came. Silence followed. The blond man lay trembling on the floor, steam rising faintly from his lips. Someone whispered if he was dead. Another stepped forward to check. The room was still dropping in temperature, the blizzard's residue clinging to their skin. Shinya watched them with a cold glance, calling them fools for opening the door without thinking. The moment the door swung open, the zone had begun. This time, the trigger wasn't an object. It was them. The blond man eventually sat up, shivering, insisting he almost froze to death. From that alone, the rules became clear. They couldn't step outside. Their entire activity range was trapped inside the apartment building. Snow swirled outside the windows, turning the world white. Shinya recognized the pattern immediately. This was a defensive-type zone. No exploration, no escape. Survival depended on securing supplies before the cold consumed them. The scene shifted to the broader explanation. Exploration zones forced survivors to move and break through enemies to escape. Defensive zones locked people inside a limited space and buried them under waves of hostile conditions until time ran out. And the moment it began, everyone inside became a resource and a liability. Shinya's eyes narrowed. Winning here meant stocking up and waiting out the storm. The suited man gathered everyone, trying to form some order. He asked if anyone unfamiliar lived in the building. The security guard answered that most residents had already evacuated earlier due to the news, leaving the remaining few on their own. Tension climbed when two men checked their phones. No signal, no emergency lines, nothing. One insisted they'd freeze if they stayed put. The other argued they couldn't exactly wander into a blizzard without dying first. The red-haired man cut in, saying their first priority had to be supplies. If they didn't gather food, water, and heat sources soon, the cold would kill them before enemies ever could. Amain clung to her friend, urging them to hurry. The temperature was dropping too fast. Someone shouted that even the front door wouldn't last long under this weather. Arguments burst across the room, some panicked, some angry, all desperate, other until the suited man snapped for silence. Panic wouldn't help them, not in a zone where even the air could kill. He reminded them the outside was already frozen solid. Survival depended entirely on what they could gather inside the building. Everyone quieted as the reality settled in. He laid out the plan. Each person would return to their own apartment, grab anything useful, and meet back here. Supplies would decide who lasted the night. Some of the residents agreed immediately. Others hesitated. A few already looked at their neighbors like competitors instead of allies. The streamer girl chimed in, insisting the suited man was the smartest here and should lead. Even the guy beside her nodded, relieved someone else could make decisions. Shinya, however, saw the truth beneath the surface. A defensive-type zone forced civilians together, pushing them to hoard supplies and sacrifice weak links. If anyone ran out of food or heat, the rest would be dragged down with them. Tension would grow, paranoia would spread. Someone would eventually snap. His presence alone made the room uneasy. The suited man approached Shinya directly, trying to recruit him into the plan. Maybe he thought having someone calm nearby would steady the group. Maybe he sensed Shinya wasn't normal. Shinya declined without hesitation. Surprised, the man pressed him again, but Shinya shut it down. He didn't need protection, and he wasn't interested in dealing with people who would toss each other aside the moment supplies dried up. Still, the suited man pushed on. He distributed radios to everyone and set a 10-minute deadline. They'd search their apartments, gather everything, and regroup here. He handed one device to Shinya as well. Shinya took it silently. If anything unusual happened, the man asked to be informed. Shinya gave a short nod. Amane confronted him next, stepping in with tense shoulders and irritation written across her face. She demanded to know why he rejected the suited man's proposal. Shinya only asked what she was talking about, but that pushed her irritation higher. Why turn down help in a zone where supplies decided who lived? Her friend tried to hold her back, whispering that she shouldn't be picking a fight right now, but Amane kept pressing. She listed how refusing cooperation was reckless, how surviving alone in a defensive zone was impossible, and how acting aloof wouldn't protect him forever. Shinya ended it quickly. He wasn't interested in joining their fragile alliance, and he didn't need their help. Amane clicked her tongue, calling him predictable for someone who acted so detached. They followed him up the frozen stairwell anyway. Aman kept talking, using sarcasm to cover her nerves, while her friend shivered behind her. Shinya ignored them both. On the 7th floor, he warned them exertion in this cold would lead to hypothermia fast. That silenced them. They reached room 702. Amani's friend told him not to enter yet, and confirmed his radio channel, promising to contact him later. The radio buzzed with complaints and panicked voices from other residents. Early stress fractures in the group, typical of a defensive zone. Shinya turned back to his door. Amane lingered by the doorway, arms folded tight as she watched the corridor. Her Her voice held a low edge as she asked why he'd slipped into the room alone, and the moment the two girls finished checking for any missing supplies, his gaze darkened. The scent of blood finally reached him, a quiet trigger that sharpened his senses. A heartbeat later, the wall exploded inward, a mangled body crashed across the floor, and he stepped back with a grim, almost tired calm, noting how the zombie must have been hiding in the next unit. His eyes narrowed as he considered the oddity, how none of them had sensed the creature until now. Amane called out from behind him, asking if his room was safe. He didn't answer, already turning toward the noise. Something moved in the shadows, followed by a heavy slam as another door snapped shut. Aman froze, startled by the sudden violence rippling through the hallway. The others rushed out moments later, demanding to know what happened. The explanation was quick. A blood-covered monster had appeared and gone for him without warning. Their panicked voices crackled over the walkie-talkie, Sakamoto the suit-wearing guy barking orders and confirming supply losses. While they coordinated, he stood apart, silent. On the other side, Amane lingered near the doorway, her voice trembling as she tried to make sense of the mess. She muttered about supplies, about doors left open, about how quickly everything had fallen apart. Beside her, the other girl tried to soothe her, though the tension clung to both like frost. From the outside, Sakamoto came and asked to both of the girls if they're all right. He came to pitch up them. Amane answered to be picked up, stepping quietly from her dim room. She reached the threshold, just as someone pointed at a smear of dried blood staining the tiles. Sakamoto about the zombie she hadn't seen, and about Shinya Ichijo, how his corpse was nowhere to be found. The blood trail darkened as it crawled deeper into the corridor, ending at the doorway of room 701. Amane's friend suggested he might have died inside, but the thought died just as quickly. The ragged entryway told its own story. Down the ruined threshold sat what was left of the creature. Its body collapsed, its skull burst open like overripe fruit, as though something had torn through it from the inside. The radio crackled with a calm voice agreeing to meet on the first floor. 6th floor ready. Someone would be coming down soon. Hidden in the stairwell shadow on the 9th floor, Shinya listened quietly. They thought he was dead. Good. That made movement easier. After finishing off the zombie, the system had thrown him a new order. Find the hidden treasure chest. The message burned red in his mind as he slipped into the darkness again. He moved floor by floor, tracing the layout of the apartment. There were 9 in total. No zombie in room 2, 1 in room 100. From the others on the radio, no one else had run into monsters, which meant the zombies were hiding only where people no longer lived. He kept going. Meanwhile, the survivors gathered at the first floor entrance, the chill of the empty lobby stretching under their feet. Supplies were dropped at the center of the group, a pitiful collection, barely enough for 2 days even with rationing. Sakamoto gathered the group and laid out the problems with calm authority. No one knew how long the blizzard would last. Zombies had already appeared inside the building, and worst of all, they had no clue where the creatures were hiding now. To keep casualties down, he restricted everyone to the first floor. He taught them how to store items using their inventories, assigning each person simple survival tasks. The group clung to his confidence as if it were warmth, anything to forget the cold sinking into their bones. Meanwhile, far above them, Shinya moved silently through the dark corridors. He'd cleared the 9th floor but found no treasure chest, only corpses and quiet. He noted the pattern again. Zombies gathered only in rooms without residents. Some rooms still held minor supplies, but most were bare. The zone's rules were simple: explore, fight, and survive long enough to gather what you need. Defensive zones lasted days, sometimes more than a week. Hunger and fear would tear this group apart long before the blizzard did. He descended with steady steps. The others would remain on the first floor for a while, which meant now was the best time to move freely. If they happened to stumble on the treasure chest before him, that would become a problem. He checked the next room, 808, Sakamoto's place. The air inside smelled faintly of blood. According to the zone's mechanics, there shouldn't have been zombies here, which meant the source wasn't a monster, it was human. Downstairs, Sakamoto organized patrol teams and backup groups. The 3 women would maintain radio contact. The rest would guard the first floor perimeter. Food was limited, so Sakamoto insisted he'd handle distribution. His voice was steady, warm, dependable, enough to spark hope in a few of them. Someone commented on how reliable he was, how he'd helped many people in the building long before this crisis. Another added that he had a beautiful girlfriend named Aya. Long hair, perfect face, charming personality. They were the ideal couple, always seen together after work. But now that they thought about it, none of them had seen Aya lately. Far above them, Shinya stepped forward, his shadow stretching across the blood-darkened floor. The silhouette of a woman's legs lay just ahead. The woman's legs hung limp in the cold light. Her body sprawled across the floor like a discarded puppet. The others downstairs tried to convince themselves she was still outside, that maybe she hadn't returned yet, but the truth was already bleeding in front of Shinya. This wasn't a zombie's work. It was deliberate, human, and this is the room of Sakamoto. The body has belonged to Aya, Sakamoto's girlfriend, which meant only one thing. Down below, Sakamoto discussed the victim calmly with one of the men. The moment the red-haired guy heard the details, he clicked his tongue and declared he was done. He wasn't taking orders. He wasn't waiting in line for food. He wanted his share up front, and to move however he pleased. Sakamoto warned him, saying who went solo earlier had just died. Think carefully, the man said, almost bored. Killing 1 or 2 people didn't bother him. He trusted himself more than the group. A flash of anger rippled through the survivors, but Sakamoto lifted a hand, composed as always. If he wanted to go, let him. They would just reorganize. But before any plan could settle, the air outside split open with a roar. A swarm of zombies surged out of the snow-smothered streets, their eyes glowing like dying coals. Gunfire erupted instantly, flashes of light cracking through the dusk as the defense squad unloaded round after round. The bodies hit the pavement in heaps, limbs twitching. Smoke rose around the survivors as they shouted for ceasefire. Area secured, for now. One of the outer patrolmen, thinking he is the honored one, and removing his mask like Gojo Satoru, watched more shadows gathering beyond the ruined street. There was no end to them. More kept coming. And coming. He looked up at the blood-streaked horizon. What had the world turned into? Shinya eased open the cabinet door, finding nothing but cold emptiness. His eyes narrowed as he scanned the once more, confirming she was still untouched by infection. He stepped back into the corridor, pausing when distant voices echoed through the apartment halls. A pair of survivors shuffled down the hallway, muttering about the unending blizzard outside and dwindling supplies. They debated whether the empty rooms might hold overlooked resources. One insisted the empty rooms held zombies. The other pushed for the slim chance of hidden food. Their fear didn't stop the reckless from reaching toward a doorknob already trembling under something moving within. Before they could open it, Sakamoto stepped out of the shadows, staring them down as they panicked under his glare. The two stammered apologies. Sakamoto reminded them of the warnings they ignored, outlining that zombies had appeared on the same floor earlier because an empty room door had been left open. He explained the risk, pressing them to act carefully and stop making decisions. Alone, they lowered their heads. He placed a hand on one man's shoulder and urged everyone to regroup and patrol properly. The tension eased enough for them to agree. Sakamoto watched them disappear down the corridor. He adjusted his glasses, hiding whatever he thought behind the reflection, then turned to leave for the entrance. Moments later, the corridor fell back into routine. Snowstorm winds howled outside as more survivors gathered, explaining to someone new that a girl had eaten extra food. Amana snapped back in frustration, insisting she hadn't eaten all day, and that 1 cup of noodles meant nothing. She complained that even eating cup ramen made with water was beneath her, unless she was starving. Streamer Girl came in frame, telling her to stop being selfish when everyone was sharing equally. A couple of men stepped in, reminding her that the food was divided fairly and she needed to accept it. Her defiance cracked when one of the men offered his own portion, claiming he didn't eat much, and that she should take it if she was hungry. She accepted it quietly, though irritation lingered. More survivors muttered from behind, some scolding her recklessness, others trying to downplay the incident, reminding each other that scavenging was hard and supplies were scarce. Sakamoto watched from a distance, unimpressed by the commotion. When his walkie-talkie was still on, he simply said that they could eat after the patrol. Scene shifted to the device as a signal flashed from the 7th floor. Shinya was listening all of this as he took a bite of his food, thinking to himself how quickly conflicts formed in makeshift groups. Trust always crumbled first. The blood-stained kitchen he'd seen earlier made that painfully clear. After eating, he suggested himself to rest for the day. Even so, he couldn't help noting how rare good food was in his previous life. Survival in the cold drained stamina fast. At least, he had enough strength now. A sudden shout echoed through the halls, snapping his attention toward the corridor. Sakamoto recognized Yamada's voice instantly, wondering what had gone wrong this time. Panic erupted as several survivors sprinted toward them, yelling about zombies. One man shoved past the others, terrified as an infected lunged from the shadows. Sakamoto tried to make sense of the situation, why a zombie was appearing on the 1st floor at all. Amane behind him insisted it wasn't the same one they'd seen earlier. Realization hit them. Those guys had ignored orders again and opened a door. The bald survivor sprinted down the hallway, shouting for help as the zombie closed in behind him. Another man tried to intervene, but the infected body slammed into him before he could react. He screamed for someone to stop it, realizing too late that the creature's jaws were already opening for the kill. The zombie lunged, ripping into his neck. His eyes went blank instantly, blood spraying across the narrow corridor. A second later, the corpse twitched, then rose again. Another one had turned. 2 infected shambled toward them, blood trailing behind. Someone shouted for everyone to run. Panic broke the group apart. Amane recognized the face of the man who'd just turned and shrieked that he'd been eaten. She bolted for the exit, ignoring everyone calling after her. Amane's friend caught her by the arm, as Sakamoto shouted her to calm down before she made things worse. She struggled, insisting she didn't want to die. Behind them, Sakamoto's group prepared fire extinguishers as makeshift weapons. Sakamoto decided to use an axe from the inventory, and then he shouted that they had to fight back. If they let the zombies push any further, it was over. Two men pulled the pins, gas hissing out as they stepped forward, but one of them paused. Something felt off. His eyes widened as he pointed. One of the survivors advancing toward them was already gone. The blood-soaked figure lifted its head. It wasn't human anymore. The two new zombies charged, and the group fired the extinguishers, covering the hall in white fog. Through the haze, Sakamoto swung hard, striking the infected and splattering blood across the floor. One of the boys asked if they got it, but the answer came immediately. The zombie burst forward through the smoke, its jaw hanging loose. Sakamoto tried to brace himself, but the creature grabbed his head, forcing him down as it roared inches from his face. Before the bite landed, another survivor rammed into the zombie, knocking it aside. The infected body crashed to the floor, twitching violently. Sakamoto's weapon slipped from his hand, clattering across the hallway. The guy rushed to him, asking if he was okay, but their expression shifted the moment they saw movement behind him. A warning shout came too late. The zombie lunged again. Sakamoto picked the axe, smashed the infected's head with a desperate swing, driving the creature into the floor. Blood splashed across the walls. The zombie still twitched. Its limbs kept moving even with its skull torn open. Sakamoto realized the head was barely damaged. He shouted to the others that the head was the weak point. They needed to stop its movement, not its torso. They advanced again, extinguishers ready. Thick fog blasted out, pushing the creature back. But instead of retreating, the second zombie surged forward through the mist. Someone yelled that the second infected was charging at them. Panic hit the rear group. If they were caught now, it was over. The streamer stumbled as the crowd pushed. She tried to run, but the creature was too fast. Her headphones fell as someone shoved her aside, yelling at her to get out of the way. She hit the ground hard, eyes wide as the charging zombie bore down on her, shredding its way through the fog. Streamer darted toward the corridor, calling out desperately for the others not to leave her behind. The empty hall swallowed her voice, and a distant scream froze her steps. She turned back, just as the infected lurched into view. Streamer fell back, but its shadow closed over her. The zombie dropped onto her, its jaws snapping inches from her face while she shouted for help. Sakamoto finally appeared in the distance, as he was also left behind. Streamer begged him to save her, insisting she didn't want to die yet, but he only muttered for her to stay quiet. His eyes hardened as he justified himself, claiming it wasn't his fault, blaming the others who abandoned them. He pointed that she wouldn't remain human for long. He apologized weakly, stepping back. The infected dragged Streamer down, sinking its teeth deep. As she cried out one last time, Sakamoto raised the weapon over his head, choosing himself over her. Blood sprayed across the hall as he struck, yelling for the monster to die in his place. Silence followed. The remaining survivors gathered. They wondered where Sakamoto had gone and whether he was still alive, but fear pushed them to focus only on their own escape. Tension rose again when blame shifted. Voices accusing, voices defending. Rui Amane's friend and Amane were called out for earlier choices. Accusations clashed in the cold air, everyone pretending to act righteous while hiding their fear. The group fractured further, each person trying to justify what they had done to survive. No one fully innocent, no one fully willing to admit it. The boy with the trembling voice reminded them all of their hypocrisy. Every single one had fought only to survive themselves. Downstairs, the bitten girl lay motionless in a pool of darkening red. Her breath had already gone cold. The boy who found her stared at her ruined chest, the dried tears on her blood-stained cheeks. On the upper floors, chaos erupted again. Shinya tore through hordes alone, moving with a cold precision that cut zombies apart faster than they could react. The entire corridor became a storm of flashing blades and splintered bone. Bodies fell in pieces, severed mid-air, painting the walls in arcs of crimson. When the final corpse hit the floor, he stood in the center of the carnage, panting through clenched teeth, a lone shadow amid the massacre he'd carved, whereas remaining survivors stepped inside the security room. The untouched electricity confirmed someone had been here recently. They scanned the monitors. As the security monitors flicker with broken blue light, as grainy footage reveals a familiar silhouette, none other than Shinya, in monitors through camera. Someone whispers that the high schooler everyone assumed dead is still moving, still alive. Confusion ripples through the room. No one knows why he's here or how. Sakamoto clenches his jaw, realizing even his own room has been overturned. And if Shinya Ichiju saw what he did, then he's a threat that can't be allowed to speak. Sakamoto decides that he have no choice but to kill him. Sakamoto says, "As you can see, Shinya took every supply from the 6th to 8th floors, moving through the building like a shadow no one could stop. Judging from the remaining corpses, he must be carrying more provisions than any of them. Also, you can see through monitors that a zombie is released before it stands there because Tsuchiura released it earlier, and its attack left 2 companions dead. With their group already weakened, fighting more monsters for supplies is impossible. They mutter that battling Ichiju would be easier than facing another zombie. Their desperation turns sharper. The supplies Ichiju carries are the only lifeline they have left. So the idea spreads they'll kill him and take everything back. One man hesitates, asking whether killing is necessary. Maybe they could talk, but the reply is cold and immediate. He's naive. Shinya Ichiju carries a walkie-talkie, meaning he knows their situation fully, and despite that he quietly stole everything without caring if they lived or died. Inside some Komodo's mind, fear coils tighter. If Shinya Ichiju speaks, the murder he's covering up will be exposed. He can't allow that. He twists the blame effortlessly, saying Shinya never cared about them, saying it's Shinya's fault the 2 died. If Shinya hadn't hidden information, none of this would have happened, or so he claims. Amane hesitates, unsure, her eyes shifting toward the others, but the group erupts, stirred by anger and fear. They shout that Sakamoto is right. It's all Shinya Ichiju's fault. He must take responsibility. One after another they fall into line, their fear turning into a mob's fragile resolve. The crowd's fury curdles into something uglier. They twist their guilt into a weapon, convincing themselves that sacrificing 2 companions wasn't their fault, that everything falls neatly on Shinya's shoulders. And with that lie, their fear turns into unity. They move together now, not out of courage, but because blaming someone else is easier than facing what they've become. In the shadows behind them, Sakamoto smirks. Human nature, he thinks, is always the strongest blade, stronger than any zombie, sharper than any weapon. With enough fear and enough excuses, people will kill whoever they need to. His voice drops into a cold taunt as he pictures Shinya alone. The boy might know how to slaughter zombies, but humans, he says, are different. Unlike him, a man soaked in blood and hardened by his own violence, Shinya Ichiju is still naive, still human. He vows to take care of that, right up until Shinya stops breathing. A sudden flick of static rips across the monitors. The screen blurs, then dies completely. Someone shouts about a blackout. Panic spreads. They rush to the backup room only to realize the truth. The backup power they'd been relying on is finally gone. In the dark, frustration snaps. They can't track Shinya Ichiju anymore. They can't control the battlefield. But their leader Sakamoto stays disturbingly calm. First, he says, they need to break down the last scraps of information they have. Shinya was on the 6th floor when the cameras caught him last. The 8th floor had been clear. He must be moving down floor by floor searching for whatever he missed. So they form a plan. All the men will ambush him at the 4th floor and kill him instantly. Amane and her hooded companion get ordered back to bring supplies. They obey, but their eyes betray unease. Moving down the dim hallway, Amane finally asks why she was stopped earlier. Her friend shoots her a tired look. Shinya defeated plenty of zombies, yes, but he's still just one student. Sakamoto's group has the advantage in numbers and strategy. They know his movements, they know his path, and an ambush could end him before he even understands what's happening. Amane hesitates, admitting the truth. When the situation is this unclear, bold claims are meaningless. But she still believes Shinya is their last hope, even if she doesn't say it aloud. Her companion presses a finger to her lips. Only the 2 of them know Shinya's radio channel. That gives them an edge. All they need to do is wait. If the ambush crushes Shinya, they can slip behind Sakamoto's side and survive. If Shinya overwhelms them instead, they can ally with him and walk away alive. Either way, they live. If Amane had turned on him earlier, their escape route would have been gone. And now in the cold hallway filled with faint blue shadows, she finally understands the weight of that choice. Amana walks ahead with quiet confidence, praising her companion's judgment as the corridor widens into a cold blue stretch of concrete. Life, she reminds her, is always the priority. Everything else is strategy. Meanwhile, Shinya descends the stairwell to the 5th floor, tapping lightly at his earpiece. Nothing shows up on the 5th either. A faint unease trails behind him. If the guys below are lying in wait, running into them would be a headache he doesn't need. He moves toward the next door, hand closing around the handle, unaware of the ambush crouched just beneath the shadows. The men wait like predators, breath held, eyes locked on the entrance. The instant the door shift, Ichiju senses it too late. A figure lunges from the dark, swinging for his skull, but Shinya's reflexes carry him aside just in time. The man's metal axe, another swing comes from above. Rage, panic, and desperation all tangled together. Shinya slips between blows, body moving with sharp, economical precision. Then he lands a powerful kick on the man. Man slams into wall, blood splatters across the cold tile, as man's face distorts from the impact. Another yells, demanding to know why Shinya can dodge. Shinya answers simply, anyone sane would stay alert in a place like this. He asks them how they figured out his movements, but the reply is nothing but blind accusation, shouting that he stole everything, that he forced their hand. They scream for him to return the supplies. Then, twisted deeper by fear, they push the blame further. 2 people died because of him, they snarl. He's the root of all the misery they've suffered. The last man charges with a furious roar, swinging as if that accusation alone gives him strength. Ichiju meets him head-on, silent and steady, moving with a calm that makes their rage look childish. The blood-streaked boy lifted his head, pupils blown wide with panic. Before he could react, a boot slammed upward beneath his chin, snapping his jaw shut and sending him crashing back into the wall. Shinya stood amid the debris of their failed ambush, already stepping toward the next attacker as if swatting flies. The others hesitated only a heartbeat before rushing him from both sides, shouting empty courage. He tilted his head, almost curious. He asked if they planned to answer his earlier question, his voice low enough to force them to strain for it. Instead, they barked for reinforcements. 2 more men, broad-shouldered, furious, burst from the hallway and joined the charge, blaming him for stolen supplies, starvation, even death. He stepped through them like cutting through fog. One moment they were shouting, the next, they were choking on blood and dust, collapsing under the weight of their own momentum while he barely shifted his stance. He called them pathetic because they were. If they'd fought zombies with even half this reckless zeal, none of this would have happened. He seized one by the skull and ground him into the floor hard enough to rattle the frame. Bones snapped. The others froze, courage draining from their faces. The man said Sakamoto's name, begging forgiveness, claiming they had only followed him because they'd seen everything on the security camera. Shinya paused at that, eyes narrowing, a faint glint sliding across his gaze. Security camera, Sakamoto, so this is how it is. Sakamoto's voice cut through the static, demanding a report through walkie-talkie. Nothing answered back. His expression hardened. Silence meant only one thing. Damn, 4 adults waiting in ambush shouldn't fail against 1 kid, yet every radio was dead. Fear and irritation twisted together as the truth settled. The boy wasn't the one at risk. They were, the 2 girls whispered. Something was wrong with Sakamoto. They reached out to Shinya through walkie-talkie. Amani's voice trembled as she apologized. She admitted they'd been wrong, admitted Sakamoto wanted Shinya dead, begged for information. Still silence, until Shinya finally answered. Power was out, cameras were blind. Sakamoto only knew Shinya had been on the 6th floor. Shinya processed it quietly, then spoke the only warning that mattered. If they wanted to survive, they needed to get away from Sakamoto, now. But hesitation cost them. Sakamoto emerged in a red haze, his glasses glowing like a predator's eyes. Shinya calmly revealed the truth. He'd been a murderer before all of this. His first victim was his girlfriend, her body still in his room. He saw Shinya enter on camera and decided to silence him next. Both girls froze, terror spreading across their faces. Sakamoto came forward, noting only that Shinya was tougher than expected. 4 people couldn't kill him. Sakamoto seized a girl and pressed the threat harder. If Shinya wanted her alive, he'd obey. Shinya's answer was cold, almost bored. He was on the 3rd floor. If Sakamoto wanted him dead, he knew where to go. That only enraged Sakamoto. He gave his ultimatum. 10 minutes, or both girls die. Behind him, the hostage could only whisper Ichio's name, her voice barely holding together. Ichio's reply came sharp and calm. Got it. Wait there. Sakamoto smirked, certain the boy had fallen for it. The 2 girls watched him, shaken, as he bragged about fooling a high schooler so easily. When they asked what he was planning, he didn't bother hiding it. His goal never changed. Shinya's life. Amane called him out for pretending to be the responsible leader while killing his own girlfriend, behind everyone's backs. Sakamoto's face twitched. He spit back that they made him into this monster, and he was tired of their judgment. With a warning, he threatened to sew her mouth shut if she talked again. He forced them forward, dragging them toward the landing. Amane's companion trembled, whispering that Shinya might not come. Panic clawed at him as he compared killers. Sakamoto's was premeditated, Shinya's forced by survival. The difference bit into his conscience, but only for a moment. At the doorway, Sakamoto told them to wait. 2 minutes to decide whether they lived or died. The silence tightened. Amani's friend finally whispered an apology to Aman, right before she turned to Sakamoto, offering her help. She'd do anything, as long as she didn't die. Sakamoto didn't believe her, but the plea amused him. 2 terrified humans were better than 1 obedient hostage. He ordered the girl closer. Amane stared in disbelief as she traded her safety for his own survival. Then, footsteps. Slow, deliberate, descending the stairwell. Sakamoto stiffened. He's here, he murmured. I can hear him. In his mind, the upper floors now belonged to him. Shinya cleared the zombies, and he planned to claim the prize. But the footsteps kept coming. The 2 teens stiffened, sensing something wrong, right before the doors burst open, and a horde flooded down the hallway. Far more than anyone expected. Screams ripped out as the mass of infected bodies thundered toward them. Sakamoto, and the girl beside him panicked instantly. Don't tell me that kid opened all the room doors. Is he insane? He realized too late what Shinya intended. He wasn't just coming for Sakamoto, he was dragging the dead with him. The group bolted, shoving each other toward the security room, but Amane slipped, hitting the floor hard as a massive zombie lunged for her. She barely raised her arms before blood sprayed across her shoulder, and Shinya's blade carved through the zombie's neck. He landed between her. She gasped his name, relief breaking through fear. He didn't look back. He simply asked if she was okay. Another zombie roared at his flank. Shinya cut it down with a single motion. Amane watched in stunned disbelief. Was this really the same boy they'd underestimated? He handed her a weapon, voice low. Take this. If you want to live, go back to the entrance and hide. She hesitated, asking what he planned. His answer was simple. Don't worry about me. Just stay alive. Behind her, another body fell. Blood mist clouded the air, and Shinya didn't slow once. She promised she'd wait for him. He didn't turn around, but he heard it. Further in the hall, the mob of zombies kept multiplying. Panic swallowed Sakamoto's group as they ran. At this rate, we'll be eaten. Sakamoto's voice snapped at his trembling companion. You said you'd do anything, right? Sakamoto didn't hesitate. He shoved the girl forward, using her like a shield as the swarm closed in. Then die in my place, he barked. The girl's scream split the hallway. BR hands grabbed her from every side, dragging her backward into a wall of teeth and hunger. She begged for help, voice cracking. He glanced back once, realizing he couldn't hold them off alone. Panic gnawed at his face as the undead thundered after him. Damn it, go away. He swung wildly, but one fast zombie lunged. He crashed to the floor, breath hitching, and the dead circled him like wolves. His voice trembled, strangled by terror. Don't come near me. I don't want to die yet. Someone help me. His scream tore through the building as they ripped him apart, and just like that, the man who hunted others for survival became just another meal in the dark. Scene shifts, and we see Shinya is searching one room after another, finding nothing. He checked another corner, and saw it empty, then moved on and confirmed the next place was empty as well. He stepped out, noting again that the spot held nothing. He wondered what was going on after checking almost every room, yet still failing to find the special mission treasure chest. A zombie rushed him, and he dealt with it quickly before continuing. Only one room remained. He looked toward the last door and questioned if his luck was really that bad, whereas Amane worried about Shinya and mentioned hearing many zombie voices outside, asking him to be safe. She noticed the sudden brightness and wondered if the power had come back on. Shinya reached the room and struck the door in frustration, questioning why the item wasn't there, and if he had missed something. He insisted he had opened and checked every room's door and wondered what he got wrong. Amane contacted him and informed that if he had triggered the entrance event and that the power was back. She spoke through the device, adding that a large door had appeared. Shinya realized it was the safety house and that opening all the room doors was the key. Shinya listened and told her to go in first, saying they could get out soon. He noted that it makes things more strange as special mission is completed without opening everything. Amane told that she is going in alone, whereas Shinya told that 4 others would join soon, and a group of 4 appeared together as they prepared to move. Shinya stepped into the next room and realized the search had been pointless. He questioned whether the special mission had an error. As he walked out, he sensed something was off and saw a large group of zombies moving toward him. The zombies closed in, and Shinya faced them head-on. He cut through the group, noting that special missions had never failed in any zone before. He wondered if he was overlooking something. More zombies rushed him, and he fought through them while thinking that the safety house had already activated, meaning there was little time left. He considered checking each floor again, but judging by the time, he decided he might not make it back to the safety house. He kept fighting his way forward. A message came through, stating that the safety house was open, and only those grouped with Yamashina could enter now. Shinya agreed to head there, deciding to stop investigating because the risk was too high. As he headed back, he heard a sound and recognized it as the elevator. He realized that when all doors were opened, power returned, and the elevator started working. He wondered if Amane, who was alone, had entered the safety house first. Shinya ordered them to go and he will join them soon. Shinya concluded there was only one possibility. The reward wasn't in any room. It was in the elevator, and the requirement was opening all the room doors. The safety house appeared, power returned, the elevator activated, and the reward would be at the very end. He finally reached it. He saw the red box and realized that was the intended path. He opened it, ready to see the reward, and discovered a map. As he examined it, an alarm light suddenly began flashing red. He questioned why it activated so abruptly and turned to check the hallway. The alarm intensified, and he heard someone scream. A swarm of zombies rushed toward him. He noted that he should have already defeated all zombies on this floor, and questioned why their number had increased. He glanced at the timer, realizing he didn't have time to deal with so many anymore. Zombies closed in from both sides, and he retreated toward the elevator. He wondered if this sudden surge was also tied to the special mission. He concluded that reaching the elevator might trigger waves of zombies meant to block his escape. A loud impact hit the elevator from above. Zombies were crawling on the ceiling of the elevator shaft as well. He looked up at the mass dropping toward him and questioned if the situation could get worse. With the remaining time running out, he decided he had to reach the safety house immediately. The elevator dropped sharply, followed by a violent crash. Blood splattered across the screen panels, and the system cut to black. Meanwhile, inside the safety house, the others wondered why Shinya was taking so long and asked if something had happened. One suggested going to look, but another reminded them of the many zombies outside. Someone questioned whether Shinya might have caused trouble again. One of the boys explained that Shinya had told them to hide in a room and only come out when it was safe. Amane asked if they knew about Sakamoto's situation. A boy answered that he heard it from Shinya and blamed himself for trusting Sakamoto in the first place. The group grew tense, frustrated that they could only wait until Shinya returned safely. Amane checked the remaining time and questioned what Shinya was doing outside with so little time left. Their uneasiness rose as they imagined what might be happening. Someone wondered aloud if Shinya was still alive. Before they could say more, lightning filled the room as Shinya appeared inside the safety house. He looked worn out but steady, and remarked that he somehow managed to make it in time. Shinya stepped out of the building as the blizzard faded, the group behind him shouting in relief. Some rushed off, eager to see loved ones or return home, ignoring the dangers still around them. Shinya warned them to stay quiet, reminding them the world had changed and zombies could appear at any moment. When they asked if he would stay with them, he declined, saying he had things to take care of. Amane grabbed his arm, startled by the sudden refusal. He repeated that she should survive on her own, insisting she'd only slow him down. Trembling, she told him she didn't want to die alone, begging him not to abandon her as the last woman left in the apartment. Shinya paused, agreeing only to escort her until they reached a shelter. She asked what he meant, and he explained that shelters had been set up after the apocalypse for the survivors. Saying that was enough for her, she nodded, and he agreed to take her there. His thoughts drifted to his previous life where he had endured the apocalypse's early days in the same place. The conditions had been brutal, but survival had been possible. He told her he would take her there, on the condition she obeyed him completely. She agreed quickly, clinging to that last thread of safety. When she asked to pack clothes, he dismissed it, saying he'd leave her if she is not coming now. Outside, the world roared quietly. Crows circled power lines, streets were littered with bodies, and zombies shuffled through alleys. Shinya moved ahead without hesitation. She followed while trembling. She questioned why he avoided confrontation, insisting he could defeat them. He explained that reality held far more zombies than any isolated zone, and noise could draw unstoppable swarm. They continued through narrow alleys. She panted hard, asking how much farther. He said only a few more kilometers. She begged for a rest. He told her to rest alone if she wanted. Fear snapped her back into step, and she hurried to keep up. He said nothing. Instead, he caught her wrist and pulled her aside just as a zombie lunged from behind. His movements were sharp and silent. In the next instant, he pushed her out of danger and cut through the zombie. More emerged. She panicked, but he silenced her before the sound could spread. One zombie rushed them. Shinya stepped in front of her, killing it without hesitation. Another approached as she stumbled back. He grabbed it, pinned it, and finished it cleanly. She watched in disbelief as he eliminated each threat before it grew loud enough to attract a swarm. She covered her mouth, shaken in thought despite the world collapsing. Shinya moved as if he had already lived through all of this once before. Shinya told her to move, and she hurried after him. He warned that the main street was ahead and instructed her not to get separated. She followed while wondering why he had changed so sharply. Until now, he had been a weak, bullied kid, yet suddenly he was strong and reliable. The thought reassured her. He said they would go through the alley and told her to be careful. She looked up in confusion, then noticed something beyond the buildings. When they reached the street, she stared at the rows of bodies lying across the road. She asked if all of them were corpses. Blood covered the pavement, and she froze. Shinya glanced over the scene and said this was normal in the apocalyptic world. Judging by the damage, he concluded a rescue team must have been here. He suggested meeting them so they wouldn't have to walk all the way to the shelter. She looked up again and spotted movement on a nearby rooftop. She pointed out that someone was standing there. She questioned if they were going to jump. More shapes appeared, pale, blood-covered figures. Realizing what she was seeing, she fell silent as zombies began gathering along the edge, preparing to drop down. In fear to save herself, the girl jumped from the rooftop, hitting the ground with a loud crash. She flinched and shut her eyes. Shinya immediately pulled her along, warning that the noise would attract zombies. She tried to speak, but he kept moving. She questioned how he could stay so calm. To her, corpses and zombies didn't affect him at all. He answered that he had seen scenes like this countless times. He added that in the apocalypse, how someone lived or died was up to each person. He explained that people who jumped probably believed they would rather die as humans than become zombies. Others who chose to live would witness more tragedies, carrying more hardship and responsibility. She listened as he stated that even surviving today didn't guarantee anything for tomorrow or the day after. He noted that despair often lingered in people's minds, making them wonder if Quizite from the start was the easier path. No one could tell how long someone needed to endure before being freed from suffering. He compared it to a marathon with no clear goal. He said only one thing was certain. If someone kept running, the distance to the goal would eventually become shorter. A sharp sound rang out. He wondered if it was gunshots. He considered that it might be the rescue team and told her to follow him closely. Explosions shook the area ahead, and gunfire cut through the noise. A group of armed survivors fought against a rising wave of zombies. One of them shouted for the others to hold the line, as the infected closed in from every direction. The zombies closes in, bloodied figures filling the street. Their numbers keep increasing. A masked bald officer reloads his handgun and reports that he is out of ammunition. He informs Captain Ryuzaki Uta that the reinforcement squad will arrive in 5 minutes. Ryuzaki Uta continues firing his rifle and states that they must hold their position and protect the survivors. A man in a suit shouts that 5 minutes is too long and demands an immediate retreat. He threatens the soldiers by invoking his father's influence in the city. He points toward the civilians and orders the team to abandon them, calling them useless and saying they are slowing everyone down. Ryuzaki Uta turns his head and cuts him off, stating that they are in the middle of combat and warning him to stay silent if he wants to live. The man reacts angrily, demanding to know how Ryuzaki Uta dares speak to him that way. At a distance, Shinya observes the scene with Amane standing behind him. He recognizes Ryuzaki Uta as the captain of the Special Forces Battalion, a man known for intervening to stop abuse in the past. He notes that Ryuzaki Uta is one of the strongest fighters remaining and realizes that the continued gunfire is drawing in more zombies, putting him in a difficult position. Ryuzaki Uta steadies his weapon and decides to fire again. Shinya decides to help Ryuzaki Uta and tells Amane to stay where she is. She looks at him in confusion. The zombies surge forward, their numbers continuing to rise as they close in on Ryuzaki Uta. Ryuzaki fires until his rifle clicks empty. He realizes he has run out of ammunition as someone nearby warns him to watch out. A zombie lunges toward him at close range. Ryuzaki reacts, but Shinya suddenly steps in between them. Shinya strikes the zombie head-on and moves past Ryuzaki without stopping. He lands ahead on the street, placing himself between the soldiers and the approaching zombies. The surrounding people turn toward Shinya in shock, trying to identify who intervened. Ryuzaki shouts at Shinya to leave the area, warning him that it is dangerous and urging him to run. Shinya responds that the gunfire is attracting more zombies and states that melee weapons should be used to get out of the situation. Ryuzaki hesitates in confusion as Shinya moves forward alone. Shinya charges into the zombies, cutting one down and following with successive strikes, directly targeting them and reducing their numbers. Ryuzaki observes that the zombies are decreasing and questions whether switching to melee combat is more effective. He then orders the team to stop using guns and transition to close combat. Two soldiers hesitate, questioning the risk, but Ryuzaki reinforces that gunfire keeps drawing zombies toward them. He states that even a child understands this, and orders everyone to swatch on melee and aim for the head and avoid making loud noises. The soldiers move in close combat, striking surrounding zombies. Several fall as the group pushes forward through the street. In an instant they clear the area with absolute precision. Ryuzaki breathes heavily and reaches his limit. Survivors gather nearby, checking each other's condition, and Amane asks if Ichijo Shinya is safe. Ryuzaki approaches Shinya and acknowledges that Shinya saved them. He introduces himself as Ryuzaki Uta and asks for Shinya's name. Shinya states that his name is Ichijo Shinya and says he has a favor to ask. Ryuzaki asks what Shinya needs. Shinya asks Ryuzaki to take Amane to the shelter. Amane stands beside Shinya, listening. Ryuzaki agrees, stating that protecting civilians is a soldier's duty, and asks whether Shinya will come with them. Shinya replies that he has other things he needs to do. Ryuzaki accepts the answer, and then proposes that Shinya join his unit, explaining that they need someone with his abilities, and that there are many questions to ask. Shinya declines, stating that he prefers to act alone. Reinforcements arrive in a military vehicle. Soldiers begin loading civilians into the transport. Amane asks if Shinya is really not coming. Shinya tells her that she will be safe at the shelter if she follows the military's instructions. Amane acknowledges this and tells him to be careful. The man shouts at the survivors to hurry and board the vehicle, insulting them for wasting time. Amane stands nearby as he continues yelling. The man reacts angrily when he got beaten by Shinya, threatening consequences and invoking his father's influence. Inside the vehicle, the man complains while others look on. Amane sits silently. Ryuzaki Uta tells Shinya that he will be at the shelter and can be contacted if Shinya changes his mind. Shinya acknowledges this. A soldier informs Ryuzaki that headquarters wants to see him immediately. Ryuzaki agrees and prepares to leave. Ryuzaki departs. Exchanging brief final words with Shinya, the vehicle moves out. Later, Shinya stands alone and activates the system window. A map appears, displaying information on nearby zones, including appearance time and threat level. He notices a gray zone marked separately. Shinya looks toward a large building in the city. Inside a safe house, Etsuka rests at a desk, exhausted. Shinya checks on the condition of the safe house and notes that entry was possible due to a haste potion made by Etsuka. He decides to rest until dawn. Water runs from a shower as Shinya washes. He reflects that the markings indicate zones that will appear in the city. His attention remains fixed on the mysterious gray zone, which concerns him more than the others. The display shows descent conditions, but the gray zone does not match anything he remembers from before. Shinya recalls that he never encountered this zone in his previous life. He questions what might be waiting there, and concludes that thinking further will not give answers. He decides to go and check it himself. He prepares to leave, noting that the route is clear thanks to the map. He reasons that searching for zones together with Etsuko will save time and prevent the need to return, whereas scene shifts and a knock sounds at the door. A man from inside asks who it is and learns that it is Ryuzaki. Ryuzaki reports that the survivors from the West District have been delivered safely to the temporary shelter. He adds that he encountered someone unusual on the way. The superior instructs Ryuzaki to put survivor searches on hold, stating that he has a more important mission. Ryuzaki questions whether any mission could be more important than rescuing survivors. His superior responds that the shelter location is public and survivors can reach it on their own, but it is difficult for a single person to save everyone. He explains that he needs a favor from Ryuzaki, their most experienced member, and asks him to escort someone to city. The superior notes that the person has just arrived and introduces Ijun Nozomi, the young master of the Ijun group. Ijun Nozomi stands with several escorts behind him and states that protecting them is more valuable than protecting ordinary civilians. Ryuzaki points out that the situation outside is severe and that it is difficult for unarmed citizens to reach the shelter alone. He adds that there is no need for them to guard a young master who has sufficient manpower and money, but Ijun reminds him that they themselves are unarmed. Ryuzaki and Ijun face each other as tension rises. He grabs Ijun by the front of his clothes and tells him not to nitpick. The superior intervenes and states that the city owes the Ijun group a great debt, making it natural to protect them. He issues a direct order for Ryuzaki to escort them to City A immediately. Ryuzaki responds briefly as Ijun asks him to release his hand. Ryuzaki agrees, stating that he is only allowing Ijun to go temporarily and warns him not to die before he settles things with him. Later, Etsuka is seen resting with her eyes closed. Shinya wakes her and tells her to wash her face, eat, and prepare to depart. She reacts in confusion, then asks about the laboratory equipment. Shinya states that it is already stored in his inventory and says it is time to leave. He adds that they can discuss details while eating. Etsuka eats calmly and asks whether Shinya wants her to search for zones together with him, commenting that the food tastes good. Shinya agrees, noting that the area is far and returning repeatedly would waste time. He states that they can find a safe place there and set up a laboratory again. She acknowledges this. Shinya tells her to clean up after eating and prepare to leave, adding that he has an important job for her along the way. Outside, the city streets below are stained with blood. Zombies wander between the buildings, scattered across the road. A zombie rushes forward, its body covered in blood as it roars and closes the distance. Etsuka turns and freezes as the zombie reaches her. Before it can strike, she lunges forward and drives her weapon into its torso, forcing it back. The zombie collapses onto the ground. She stands over it, breathing hard, gripping the blood-stained weapon, and confirms it is still not enough. She urges herself to continue. Shinya walks ahead through the narrow alley, stating that they will keep moving. Etsuka follows, saying she is running out of strength and pointing out that Shinya is still fine. Shinya continues forward and tells her that in this apocalyptic world, only oneself can be trusted. He adds that she should never entrust her life to others and must always stay alert. She accepts this without further argument. The street opens ahead, buildings marked with blood and debris. Shinya states that it is time, indicating that they are entering a zone. Etsuka asks where it is. A red light spreads across the ground as the zone activates beneath them. She reacts in confusion as the surroundings change. Shinya remains calm, his expression steady as the zone fully forms around them. Later, inside a stairwell stained by the same red hue, Shinya stops and looks around. He calls out, asking where Etsuka is. He pauses as a red interface appears in front of him. A special mission is displayed, stating that 4 companions must be gathered and the safety house entered, with 8 people remaining in the zone. He notes that they have been separated. He states that there are 8 people in the zone including himself, and that each person started from a different location. It is identified as a type of zone where individual strength is tested. The remaining count on the mission display suddenly decreases, showing that one person has already died. Shinya reacts to the change and realizes the situation has worsened. Standing in the stairwell, Shinya decides that he needs to hurry and find the other survivors. He notes that if anything happens to Etsuoka, the outcome would be serious. He moves into a large interior space where zombies roam between pillars and blood stains the floor. Several bodies lie scattered across the area. Shinya grips his weapon and proceeds forward, looking out over the surrounding city filled with buildings under the red sky. Shinya recognizes that the zone is extensive and that surviving here will be difficult. He concludes that locating the others quickly is necessary. A voice echoes through the dark interior, repeatedly calling for help. Shinya turns toward the sound and confirms that it is coming from deeper inside. He steps forward, his foot landing on the concrete floor as he moves toward the source. Below, in a narrow vertical shaft between floors, a person is visible standing awkwardly across a ledge, injured and unable to move. The space is dim, with light cutting in from above. The person admits fear and continues asking for help. He repeatedly asks for any kind of help in desperation. Shinya hears a weak call for someone and stops. He suddenly senses something wrong and looks up. A black shape cuts across in front of him, and he reacts immediately. A creature leaps down from above, screaming as it attacks. Shinya recognizes it as a mutant zombie called a Sparta. Shinya notes that the Sparta mimics human voices to lure people in and then eats them. He also notes that it moves very fast, and that lowering his guard even for a moment would get him killed. He realizes that for beginners, this kind of enemy is a nightmare, and that people moving alone become easy prey. Shinya faces the Sparta directly as it closes in. He strikes the Sparta decisively, blood splashing across the wall as the body collapses. Shinya observes that if Spartas are lurking near other humans, the mission's success rate will drop sharply. He then thinks about Etsuko, and hopes she does not die. He concludes that the others must be in different buildings and decides to leave this place first. Shinya moves between two zombies and cuts them down in quick succession. Both collapse, leaving him standing alone among the bodies. He looks around the area and considers where to start searching. From above, a survivor watches him from a building, and Shinya wonders where to begin the search. Shinya notices something falling nearby and reacts when it lands on the ground. He identifies it as paper. He picks it up and realizes it is a hand-drawn map. He questions how someone could know the area so accurately, and wonders if the people who made it lived here. He thinks this information could help save Etsuko. Shinya gestures upward to signal that he understands and responds in kind. When Shinya goes inside of the building, several zombies begin moving toward him from different directions. Seeing them closing in, Shinya notes that there is no time left and considers breaking through them head-on. Shinya decides that the people he is looking for were on the 5th floor and starts moving. He kills all the zombies whose body lies ahead on the floor as he steps forward. In a room, the survivor girl is sitting alone with her knees pulled close. Shinya asks if anyone is there. She answers that he is already there. She realizes it is the same man from before and tells him to open the door. When the door opens, the girl recoils in shock as a Sparta zombie lunges through the gap. She screams as it attacks. The zombie collapses with its head destroyed and falls to the floor. She stares at it in disbelief. Shinya asks if she is okay and tells her that if she is fine, they need to leave quickly. She hesitates and asks where they should go. Shinya says they're going to search for his friend, whereas Etsuoka moves through the building alone. She thinks that she got separated from Shinya, believes he is probably looking for her, and decides she should stay somewhere visible. She notes that the place looks like an abandoned hospital. She identifies the figure ahead as a zombie and steadies herself, reminding herself that she is trained for this. Etsuoka moves quietly behind the zombie, thinking that she should approach slowly from the rear and strike its vital point. She attacks, and the zombie collapses to the floor. Etsuoka breathes heavily and realizes that she defeated a zombie on her own. As she relaxes, she hears a sound from the corridor and freezes. 2 more zombies appear, drawing closer. A system message appears, announcing a special mission to gather 4 companions and enter the safety house, with 6 of 8 remaining. Shinya notes that another person is gone in the blink of an eye. He then tells her to hurry, as there are other places too which needed to be checked. The girl says she knows a path that leads to the next building. Whereas more zombies enter through gate, Etsuoka seems surprised and worried. A thought crosses her mind that this is bad because she attracted more zombies, and she wonders what to do. Before she can act, someone suddenly covers her mouth and pulls her aside. She looks up in shock as the person asks if she is okay. Realizing who it is, she stammers that he is Mineta-kun, and asks why he is here. Mineta explains that just as his older brother said, the apocalypse arrived. Thanks to being warned in advance, his family and he managed to survive. He continues that after going to the shelter with his family, he went to the lab to look for them, but it was empty. He says he never thought he would meet them in a place like this. He asks if older brother is nearby too. Etsuka answers that they entered the hazardous zone together but got separated. Mineta then he warns her to stay quiet because the zombies are coming. Zombies begin heading their way. Mineta attacks them with his weapon, but it gets stuck in the wall, and he curses under his breath. A zombie jumps toward him, but a sudden attack from Etsuka pushes it away and kills it. Mineta thanks her, saying she saved him. She breathes out in relief. Mineta looks ahead and says the situation is bad because more zombies are arriving. Mineta pulls Etsuka with him as they run, telling her to go. She shouts while following behind him. Mineta notices there are zombies here too. They keep running together. Mineta says they should go from the other side. He urges Etsuka to get in quickly. They together enter in a room and lock it from inside. He asks her to move aside for a moment. He pushes a locker toward the entrance of the door. The locker falls on the ground, resulting in a massive thud. The sound echoes, and they hear banging from behind the door. Mineta says that big brother is probably looking for them, so they just need to buy some time. He tells Etsuka that he will protect her until then. She adds that if they make loud noises, more zombies will come. Mineta reacts in surprise, whereas at Shinya's side, suddenly, a zombie lunges at him, blood dripping. Shinya appears and attacks. He then asks which way they should go from here. She replies they should go straight ahead. The girl's injured leg hurts. Shinya asks what's wrong. She says she is fine and can still walk. Shinya picks her up to move faster while she directs him onward. He apologizes, saying they are in a hurry, and tells her to just guide the way. She agrees. The girl tells him if he turn left ahead, then there's a passage to the next building. He realizes he hasn't even asked her name yet. She tells him to call her Ayu. He notices her injuries and asks if she had been fighting alone. She explains she wasn't fighting. She had been hiding for a long time, the wounds already old. Her parents are gone. She had been living with her older brother, but he disappeared somewhere. Shinya tries to reassure her that being apart is temporary, that she might meet him again. She only nods quietly as he tightens his hold around her. He tells her to stay close. Then his expression sharpens. The hallway ahead fills with growls. More zombies stagger into view. He states that the battle begins. Shinya bursts forward, leaping high with Ayu in his arm. His kick slams down with brutal force, bones cracking under his shoe. Blood splashes across the floor as he crushes their heads one after another, moving faster than she can blink. She watches with wide, trembling eyes. He overwhelms the horde instantly, and all while carrying her safely. She gets stunned by Shinya's overwhelming strength. They appear on a narrow hallway. Ayu leads Shinya, saying they could save time by crossing to the next building from here. He asks how she knows a place like this. Ayu explains she used to rush through these paths delivering things to her brother, so she learned every route by heart. He urges her to hurry, whereas Mineta pushes through the rising chaos, determined not to fall behind. He calls for Etsuka to wait for him. A cluster of zombies stumble toward Mineta, closing in faster than he can retreat. Panic sharpens his breathing as he wonders what to do. Etsuka now stands with Mineta on the broken furniture, surrounded by dozens of zombies emerging from all sides. They realize there is no escape route left. They are completely surrounded. Etsuka sees the zombies closing in and states that they are surrounded. Mineta tells Etsuka that he will protect her, so she should escape when she gets the chance. Etsuka asks what he is planning to do. Mineta pulls out a gun. Etsuka reacts in shock and asks where he got it. Mineta answers that Big Brother Hatano gave it to him. Etsuka warns that a gun will not work against this many zombies, and that the gunfire will attract more. Mineta acknowledges this and says that it is all he has right now. Mineta tells her that she is important to his brother, and says he will definitely protect her, adding that he will draw the zombies' attention so she can escape through the gap. Etsuka refuses, saying she cannot leave him, and Mineta says that if they stay like this, they will both die. Mineta tells her not to worry, says he does not intend to die, and explains that he can escape using the potion she made, asking her to trust him. Etsuka hesitates and tries to respond. A zombie roars and moves forward. Mineta raises the gun and fires. The sound echoes as more zombies react and rush toward them. Mineta shouts for Etsuka to move now as the zombies charge in. Etsuka tells Mineta that if she can escape, he should escape too. Mineta agrees and urges her to go. Mineta apologizes and admits he lied, explaining that if he runs, the zombies will chase him as well, and he cannot allow them to reach her. Zombies rush toward him as he moves to block them. A zombie lunges and bites into Mineta's arm, making him curse in pain. Another zombie grabs him as he struggles to keep his balance. A zombie clamps its mouth onto Mineta's shoulder, and he groans as blood spills. Mineta forces the gun forward and fires at close range, blasting the zombie back as blood sprays. Mineta is thrown off balance and crashes down hard. Breathing heavily, he states that the zombie virus has already started circulating while he pants for air. Mineta says that his vision is getting blurry and wonders if this is the end. Several zombies stand in front of him, covered in blood. When zombies lunge forward, then Mineta fires upward from where he is sitting on the floor. He asks if Etsuka-san escaped and says the mission is complete, then adds that it is about time. He recalls that even though he bullied his big brother before, his brother did not take revenge. He remembers he told to bring the bodyguard fee that day. even when Shinya had already given it the day before, and being mocked for it. He thinks about how his brother gave him supplies, warned him about the apocalypse, and helped his family survive, and says that even if he cannot do much, he will not lose his loyalty. Mineta says he protected Etsuka-san, and that he does not want to become a zombie and be killed by his big brother with the last bullet. His hand trembles as he holds the gun, then a sound echoes and told not to make up his own story. Mineta reacts in shock when he hears his big brother's voice calling him. His big brother Orsei Shinya tells him that bullets are for defeating zombies and not to waste them, and says that using gunfire was clever, and that he found Mineta easily with guidance of Ayu. Mineta looks at him and calls him big brother again, stunned. Mineta tells the others to run away quickly, because he is already infected with the zombie virus. But Shinya asks Etsuoka to suppress the virus. Etsuoka answers that there is no time to do it there. Ayu says she will help, and Shinya says to leave the zombies to him. Etsuoka tells Mineta to just bite on it and calls for help, and Ayu agrees. Etsuoka says that if they hold out until the safety house they will be fine. Zombies rush forward toward them. Shinya moves in front of the zombies and attacks to stop them. He thinks that thanks to Mineta, Etsuoka survived, and says he will definitely save him. He adds that with 4 people gathered, if they can reach the safety house they will be saved. While treating Mineta, Etsuoka says that each person can focus on their own job because they trust each other. 10 minutes later, Etsuoka says that for now she has stopped the virus from spreading, but it will only last 20 minutes. She then asks Mineta if he can move. Mineta answers that he can. Etsuoka says they should go find the safety house. The group moves through the street, and Ayu indicates the direction. As they walk, a voice says it did not expect there to be survivors. Shinya reacts with confusion. Ayu looks closely and calls out to her big brother, while Etsuoka calls out to Kurozono. 2 men stand ahead. One of them remarks that if it is not Ayu, then it must be someone else. Kurozono recognizes Etsuoka and the deadbeat, and notes that he never expected to run into them there. Etsuoka tells her luck is bad and that of all people, this is the last one she wanted to see. While Mineta also notices that the blonde man looks familiar, he recalls that the man is Onodera Isami, a thug who sells drugs, and that most of his customers are students. Onodera tells them to hurry up. Shinya asks Ayu if that man is her brother. She hesitates but says she is coming. Shinya tells her that if anything happens, she should say the word and he will help. She says she is fine, then apologizes, thinking that if he fights her brother because of her, it will delay Mr. Mineta's treatment. She runs toward the others while apologizing. Onodera tells her to stop dragging her feet and move. Shinya says it is time to go. Etsuoka asks if he is really letting her go. Shinya replies that it is their family issue, and says they need to find the safe house fast. He thinks that they need 4 people to clear the special mission, but treating Mineta comes first, and that they will have to give up on the mission. Well, suddenly Kurozono tells them to wait, and suggests settling the score from other day. Onodera asks if Kurozono knows them. Kurozono replies that the blonde woman was his co-worker. He brings up that he already mentioned being beaten up and robbed, then offers a deal, saying that if Onodera take care of those guys, he will give him potions at a discount, while warning him to be careful because that kid has some skills. Onodera scoffs, saying the kid is just a high schooler, and says he will beat him half to death like the first survivor and use him as zombie bait. Ayu grabs Onodera's arm and begs him to stop, saying the boy is a good person who helped her and asking him to let him go. Onodera reacts in confusion. Onodera shouts that she should not give him orders, knocks her away and insults her for hanging around trash, saying he will remember this. Shinya asks how much time is left and is told there are 10 minutes. Shinya says he will take care of them and tells Etsuoka to handle Mineta. Shinya suddenly tells them to run. Onodera, confused, shouts at him, asking what he is doing while gripping his weapon as Ayu clings to his leg to stop him. He shouts at Ayu to let go while accusing her of taking their side. Kurozono orders Onodera to move and asks what he is doing. Onodera replies that he understands, then snaps that she made him look like an idiot. Onodera grips the weapon and screams that he will kill her. Ayu gasps in shock as her glasses are knocked off and fly into the air. Shinya steps in front of her as Onodera swings, stopping the attack. Onodera freezes in confusion. Ayu notices her fallen glasses and calls out for them. Shinya picks up the glasses and faces Onodera, stating that Onodera is the one who beat Ayu badly, and forced her into that dangerous alley just to make her transport drugs. Onodera roars that what he tells his sister to do is his business and tells Shinya to stay out of it, then screams for him not to interfere while raising his weapon again. Shinya blocks Onodera's swing head-on, stopping the weapon in front of his face. Onodera is thrown back by the force and skids across the ground, demanding to know what Shinya is doing now. Onodera turns, with a shocked expression. He says Shinya has some nerve trying to save Ayu. Shinya moves Ayu behind him and tells her to wait there. Onodera curses him and charges again, calling him a disgusting bastard and shouting for him to die. Shinya steps forward and clashes with Onodera's attack, stopping the weapon with his bat. He swings again, striking Onodera and forcing him back, while saying you make a child this small to do these things, such a garbage. Onodera yells that he is the one feeding Ayu, and that whatever he makes her do is up to him. Kurozono tells Onodera to take care of the men and leave the woman to him. Onodera agrees and says to leave it to him. Onodera smirks and tells Shinya that if he wants to act like a hero, he should do it properly. Shinya lunges forward and slams his weapon toward Onodera. Blood splatters across Onodera's face as he glares and declares that Shinya has crossed the line and that he will kill him. Shinya counters immediately, striking Onodera again and forcing him back. Kurozono watches the fight and notes that Shinya is definitely not normal and that taking him down will take time. He decides to deal with Etsuoka himself. Kurozono raises a gun and orders everyone to put their hands up, warning them not to try anything funny, telling Etsuoka to go inside the building and ordering the rest to stay put. Mineta moves in front of Etsuoka and demands to know what Kurozono is trying to do, declaring that as long as he is there, no one will touch her. Etsuoka insists that Mineta should not move, as while moving virus will spread more faster through his whole body. Kurozono points out that letting a time bomb stay that close is insane, and asks if Mineta is infected. Kurozono states that they cannot let Mineta turn into a zombie first. Mineta shouts that Kurozono is a coward and warns that if Kurozono kills him, the boss will not let it slide. Kurozono laughs and says not to be ridiculous, then mocks Mineta by asking if he really think that Brat can beat Onodera. He smiles while keeping his gun raised. Kurozono turns while holding a gun and reacts in confusion. He suddenly shouts in alarm. Shinya rushes forward. The gun flies from Kurozono's hand as a sharp strike hits his arm. Shinya follows with a powerful kick that sends Kurozono's body backward. Kurozono crashes into a wall and screams as debris scatters around him. Shinya asks if they are okay. Mineta replies that they are fine. Kurozono, lying on the ground, curses and wonders if that bastard Onodera has been taken out. Ayu looks around in confusion and asks what happened and where her glasses are. Shinya holds out her glasses and tells her that everything is fine and not to worry. Onodera, with blood covering his face, grabs Ayu and presses a knife toward her, warning them not to move, and saying that if they move, he will kill her. Ayu calls out to her brother. He shouts at her to shut up, blames her for bringing them there, and tells her to stay quiet. Etsuka says that using his little sister as leverage makes him trash. Shinya states that he is the kind of guy who did not deserve to live even before the apocalypse. Kurozono lets out a quiet laugh. Etsuka looks ahead in confusion as Kurozono struggles to his feet in the distance. He adjusts his glasses and says that well done, this turns the tables. Onodera shouts for everyone to shut up and orders Kurozono to tie them up. Kurozono says that before that he is going to snap this guy's arm. He grabs a metal pipe and swings it down toward Shinya. Shinya stops the attack and strikes Kurozono in the face. Kurozono reacts in shock as blood spills from his mouth. Shinya says that he is not taking a beating from someone he just met, and tells him to look around. Kurozono lies on the ground, bleeding. Shinya, that it is because they made a fuss. Zombies appear on the surrounding building floors. Shinya states that the zombies nearby are coming here as a group of zombies gathers in the street below under the red sky. Onodera, holding Ayu, looks toward the approaching zombies and stammers, asking when that happened, as a crowd of zombies advances down the street behind him. Shinya tells him that if he takes hostages with him, he will not be able to move easily, and even if he kills Ayu, the zombies will just come after him. He adds that it will be worse, because he will end up distracting the zombies and they will escape. Then asks what he plans to do now that he is backed into a corner. Onodera curses and asks what he should do while the zombies continue closing in behind him. He thinks that if he throws Ayu into the zombie horde, he can make a run for it. Kurozono, lying on the ground, shouts a warning to Onodera to look out. Onodera reacts in surprise. Shinya suddenly rushes forward and leaps in. He strikes Onodera hard in the face, knocking him away. Onodera's body crashes toward the street as the zombies turn toward him, surrounded by zombies. Onodera begs for help and tells them not to leave him. Shinya grabs Ayu and states that it is too late and that he is already a zombie as the undead swarm over him. Etsuka says they should get going too, and Mineta agrees. As they turn to leave, Kurozono grabbed Etsuka's ankle and begged her not to leave, reminding her that he had helped as a colleague and pleading with her. He mentioned her research report and said that with her knowledge and his, they could make it happen, and then brought up her mother. Etsuoka struck him across the face and told him not to say her mother's name with that filthy mouth. She added that trash like him should just die. Mineta noticed she looked pale and asked if she was okay. Etsuoka said they should hurry. She said they were collecting data and technology steadily and would manage. They moved through the empty street. Shinya paused in confusion. Then he pointed ahead and said he found it, that the safe house was on that overpass. Etsuoka looked at the collapsed structure and asked how they were supposed to get up when the whole thing had fallen apart. Shinya throws a rope upward. He says he will lower a rope ladder from above. He tells them to come up one at a time and to hurry. Mineta tells Miss Etsuoka and Ayu to go ahead. Etsuoka then tells Ayu to go first. From above, Shinya and Ayu look down at Mineta and Etsuoka standing below among the rubble. Mineta suddenly stiffens. His eyes widen in alarm. He gasps and clutches his chest. Etsuoka rushes to him and asks what is wrong. Mineta says his heart hurts and that he cannot breathe. She tells him that the zombie virus has reached his heart. Mineta cries out in pain. From the overpass, Ayu shouts that the zombies are coming and urges Miss Etsuoka to hurry. Zombies gather across the broken structure and begin moving toward them. Mineta staggers forward, struggling to control himself. Atsuoka tells him to pull himself together. She calls him Mineta and urges him to get a hold of himself. He warns her not to come near him, and Atsuoka says they are almost at the safe house, telling him to hang in there. Mineta shouts at her to stay away and says he cannot keep it together anymore. Atsuoka freezes in shock as his eyes glow red and his face twists. He lets out a cry. She steps back and realizes he has become a zombie. Mineta lunges forward with a growl. Shinya appears and knocks Mineta from behind by the head, telling Atsuoka to stop spacing out. Hurry up. Atsuoka shouts that the place is packed with zombies. A zombie roars behind her, and she gasps. She runs toward Shinya. He tells her to hurry and get Mineta into the safe house, saying they must do it now before it is too late. She responds that she understands. Shinya tells her to leave it to him, and Ayu says she will pull Mineta up. Shinya uses beginner haste potion, which increases agility plus 10% for 10 minutes. Several zombies stand at the top of a ledge. Shinya dashes upward toward them, moving swiftly. He kills the zombies one by one. After that, Atsuoka notes that it looks like he is waking up. Mineta opens his eyes slightly. Atsuoka asks if he is okay. Mineta lies on the ground with blood on his face, staring upward. He holds his head and says it hurts. He realizes he was supposed to turn into a zombie. Shinya stands nearby while Atsuoka faces Mineta. Shinya says they made it into the safe house just in time, and Mineta adds that he guessed that was what happened, and thanks everyone. Atsuoka responds that he was bitten trying to save her in the first place. After that, the scene shifts to the street outside. Atsuoka tells Mineta not to move, saying the virus is gone but his body is still weak. Mineta answers that he is fine now. Atsuoka asks what he is going to do from here. Shinya says he is going to keep searching for territory, and Mineta asks to come with him, saying he will be useful. Shinya refuses. Atsuoka also reacts in shock. Shinya explains that the battles will be more dangerous than today, and that Mineta is nowhere near ready to keep up with him yet. He adds that Mineta does not need to risk himself for him, and should go back to his family and protect the ones who need him. Mineta lowers his gaze and agrees. Later, they stand beside a car with blood on its window and a zombie growls inside. Shinya asks if Mineta can drive. Mineta replies that he does not have a license, but his brother taught him in Hadano. Shinya says that is perfect. As Shinya reaches toward the car, a zombie suddenly lunges at him with a scream. Shinya swings his weapon, cutting down the zombie that lunged at him. The body crashes onto the pavement as blood splatters. Shinya tells Mineta he is counting on him to get her to the shelter safely. Mineta answers that he should leave it to him. When Mineta sits inside the car, Shinya says the tank is full, so they should be fine if they drive quietly so the zombies do not hear. He tells them to stay in the car as much as they can. Mineta adds that no matter what happens he will get Ayu there. Ayu leans out and says goodbye. Shinya and Atsuoka stand in the road saying them to be careful. After that, Shinya says they should go, and Atsuoka agrees. From above, the empty street stretches ahead as they move forward. System informs secret special area activation condition 4/10 met as Shinya attacks and kills a zombie. Shinya attacks again, striking down another zombie. The message updates to secret special area activation condition 6/10 met. He steps over a fallen zombie body. The message updates to secret special area activation condition 7/10 met. Shinya continues fighting, and the message changes to secret special area activation condition 8/10 met. 2 days later, the empty city street lies under a dark sky. Blue light suddenly gathers in the air, forming a sharp glowing portal that hums above the road. Stepping outside, Shinya says he finally met the activation conditions. He looks at a map marked in red and adds that it is a little far from here. He rides a motorcycle. The scene shifts upward to the sky and tall buildings. Water below a bridge ripples and splashes. The motorcycle's tire stops with a sharp sound. Shinya says this is it. Atsuoka reacts in confusion. They stand near the parked motorcycle. Atsuoka says there is nothing here. She turns and tells him that he said there was a domain here. Shinya tells her to look for herself. He wonders what is happening. A large ship appears above the area, glowing red and surrounded by swirling energy. Shinya asks Atsuoka if she cannot see it and remarks that this is a first. After 20 minutes later, Shinya stands in front of Atsuoka and tells her he took care of all the zombies around and that she should wait there. She stays silent. Atsuoka calls out that she will be waiting and tells him he had better come back. Shinya turns his head slightly and tells her to relax, saying no one is more desperate to live than he is. He adds that he will see her later. Shinya walks alone down the pier toward the red glowing ship in the distance. As red particles drift through the air, a message appears stating entered special area. The message appears, stating that to exit, all zombies in the secret special area must be defeated. Shinya understands that killing every zombie is the clear condition, so this is a combat-focused area. He sees that the ship has already set sail and concludes that the area is limited to the ship. He wonders if this is different from the other areas and decides he should get ready before going in, just in case. The system tells him that inventory use is prohibited. Shinya reacts in shock and questions whether he cannot use his inventory. He accepts that he will have to do this on his own. He looks at the available items and notes that all he has is an axe and some fishing line. He picks up the axe in one hand and the fishing line in the other. He notices that there are no special missions showing up, and wonders if this is related to the zombies inside him. He decides there is no way to know unless he keeps going. A heavy sound echoes as a large mutated zombie drops down in front of him. Shinya looks at it and realizes that a mutated zombie has appeared out of nowhere. The mutated zombie lets out a roar and rushes forward along the ship's narrow passage toward Shinya. Shinya notes that fighting something like this in such a tight space is troublesome. He grips the axe and decides he will dodge carefully and change positions. The mutated zombie's blood-covered fist swings toward him. Shinya raises his arm to block as the blow crashes into him and forces him back. He realizes that this power is far stronger than the last one he fought. The mutated zombie suddenly lunges again. Shinya tries to strike with the axe at close range, but the zombie's body does not falter. He thinks that something is wrong and that this is completely different from the mutated zombies before, as its strength and durability are on another level. In an instant, the zombie grabs Shinya by the head with its red-stained hand. Shinya's eyes widen as the grip tightens, and the force drives into him while he struggles against the crushing hold. The mutated zombie forces Shinya down, but he braces himself and drives the axe upward with all his strength. Blood splashes across his face as the blade cuts through. The strike continues in one motion and severs the zombie's head, which flies off as the body collapses. Shinya stands over it, breathing heavily. He questions why an enhanced mutated zombie appeared this early, and notes that not being able to use his inventory is troublesome since he cannot even perform basic healing. He pauses in confusion as green light flickers over the wound on his face. He observes that self-healing still works. However, he realizes he cannot replenish the zombie virus, and the more he self-heals, the more dangerous it will become. He concludes that he has to avoid taking damage. Suddenly, he senses movement. Another mutated zombie drops down from above. Shinya looks up and sees a ghoul, the mutated zombie, rushing toward him. He reacts in alarm as it closes in, and bloodstains spread across his shirt from the earlier fight. The ghoul crouches low and it attacks with incredible speed, its claws coated in zombie virus. Shinya realizes that this one specializes in long-range attacks. The ghoul dashes forward, its body twisting as it closes the distance. Shinya understands that he needs to close the gap and finish it instantly, since it will not stop attacking until he is dead. He swings his arm to block as the ghoul's strike tears through the air. The impact forces him back across the deck. The ghoul lunges again, slashing upward. Shinya jumps to avoid the claws as they carve through the wall behind him. He notes that it is so fast, just like the last one, and far too strong. The ghoul's dark claw shoots toward him. Shinya steadies his stance and grips the axe tightly. The ghoul's arm slices down, but Shinya counters at the same moment. The axe cuts through the ghoul's extended arm, severing it as blood sprays into the air. Shinya looks forward and concludes that if all the zombies in this area are enhanced, clearing out every single one is going to be a big challenge. Shinya pulls the axe free from the ghoul's body as it collapses. He looks down at the blood spreading across his chest and thinks that without self-healing, he would already be dead. Green light flickers over the wound as it closes. A dull sound echoes. His vision shifts slightly, and he wonders if his zombie virus is already running low. He steadies himself and admits that it is just the start, but things already look grim. Standing on the deck, he thinks that he only has a few uses of self-healing left, and does not know what will happen if he uses them up. He decides that thinking about it now will not help, and that he needs to keep moving. He steps inside through a doorway and pauses when he senses something. Beyond the glass barrier, countless mutated zombies press forward, their hands slamming against the surface. He realizes there are so many of them and questions how many mutated zombies are here, concluding that he should take another route. As he turns, he suddenly notices someone standing in the doorway. A mutated woman zombie with long hair stands there, her body stained with blood. She trembles slightly and roars. Shinya looks toward the mutated woman zombie and questions whether she is a Dusai. He recalls that it is a mutated zombie with enhanced senses. When enemies enter its detection range, it lets out a blood-curdling scream to draw other zombies. The mutated woman zombie's sharp scream pierces the air. The sound echoes across the ship, spreading outward over the surrounding sea. The woman zombie suddenly lets out a loud scream. Shinya curses as the sound echoes through the area. He realizes that her voice is driving the zombies berserk. The mutated zombies behind the glass slam against it violently while the noise spreads. He concludes that he has to take her out quickly or the zombies will keep multiplying. The woman lunges at him, but Shinya notices that her attack power is not that high. He steps forward and swings the axe, cutting across her neck. Shinya clicks his tongue and realizes the axe got stuck. He yanks the axe free and understands that the door will not hold much longer as the zombies keep pounding against it. Without waiting, he runs toward the exit. Behind him, the glass finally shatters as the zombies break through and begin rushing after him. Shinya runs down the passage while a group of zombies chases after him. The zombies close in from behind. Shinya uses a silk to counter the zombies. One lunges forward but the silk cut its neck. The silk slices through, and several heads fly into the air. Bodies collapse across the floor as blood sprays around them. More zombies rush forward, but the remaining heads fall one after another, scattering across the ground. Shinya coughs and breathes heavily, realizing he somehow made it through. Suddenly a clawed hand shoots toward him. He reacts in surprise. Before he can move, the hand pierces through his torso from behind. Shinya stiffens and realizes there is another one. He turns his head and recognizes the zombie. It is a kite. The kite crouches low, its glowing eyes fixed on him. Its body shows exposed bones, and Shinya notes that its reinforced bones are rock solid. He realizes that the zombie is a special grade mutant zombie that is supposed to exist only in the advanced realm. He cannot understand why it is here. He recalls that in his last life he barely managed to fight one even with an inventory, but now he does not even have a weapon. He concludes there is no way he can win. The kite suddenly leaps toward him. Shinya sees the zombie closing in and reacts in shock, wondering what is going on and questioning if everything was a trap. As the zombie attacks, Shinya wonders if they made him retrieve the map just to kill him here. The zombie slams him down to the ground. Shinya lies there and wonders if he is going to die like this. He thinks that he believed reincarnation meant a second chance, but this situation is even worse than his last life, and he feels that this place is not where he belongs. At that moment, a voice tells him that it definitely is not where he belongs. Shinya's eyes widen in surprise as the sound reaches him. The kite rushes forward, but several red slashes cut across its body. The kite is instantly torn apart. A woman with long hair appears and states that this is her special domain. Shinya looks at the fallen zombie and realizes it was taken down in one hit. He wonders what this state is and questions whether his body has been taken over. The woman explains that she thought he would burn through the virus faster and that she would need to step in sooner, but he held on better than expected. She then declares that now it is her turn. Shinya repeats her words and questions her special domain. The woman steps through the doorway and confirms it. She asks whether this is where he recovers his original power. Zombies rush down the corridor toward them. Shinya repeats the phrase original power. The woman replies that he already knows what she means. She explains that his current strength is only 1/3 of what it was in his last life. As zombies are torn apart around them, she adds that the only way for him to fully regain that power is by using the domain. Shinya looks at the fallen zombies and asks how she could kill that many in a second, and whether she does not care about the mutated zombies. He questions if they are not her own kind. The woman repeats the phrase his kind, and asks why she would kill her own. She explains that humans kill their own kind all the time. She adds that zombies are simpler than humans, because they only eat by instinct to survive. The biggest difference, she explains, is that unlike them, she has a mind and the ability to think. She then asks what his purpose is, and whether it was his will that brought her here. He states that he is the same, and that he is only doing what he must to survive. The woman ends the conversation and says enough talk. She then warns that the big fish is coming. A massive mutated zombie suddenly drops down from above. Shinya looks at the massive creature, or say zombie, and realizes that a titan is here as well. The woman explains that every special mutation zombie is here. She adds that the titan is huge and has a nasty temper and tells him to watch his back. The titan roars loudly and charges forward. The woman walks straight toward the titan as it approaches. The titan swings its massive arm, trying to crush her. She instantly leaps into the air and flips over the attack. The titan reaches out and grabs her leg. Her eyes widen for a moment. In the next instant, she spins her body and slashes downward with a powerful strike, cutting through the titan's arm. The titan counter-attacks the woman. Smoke and dust rise around the woman as she lands back on the floor. A violent impact shakes the ship as the titan crashes down. The titan stares in confusion as the woman stands beneath it. She remarks that she never expected to be attacked by a meat dumpling, and admits that she has truly hit rock bottom. The titan growls in anger and prepares to strike again. In the next instant, blood bursts from the titan as a sharp slash tears through him. The woman looks toward Shinya and tells him to understand something clearly. Without her, he would already be dead. She instructs him to burn this into his brain, explaining that her power is now his power. Shinya watches in shock as he realizes she wiped out a titan, a monster at humanity-level threat, in a single second. The woman states that now that her power has returned, his chances of getting revenge have greatly increased. She then turns and begins walking away. Shinya calls out, asking where she is going. The woman tells Shinya that they are heading to the control room because the ship is too big, and it will be easier to bring the zombies to them. She stops in front of the control room door. Shinya asks if she is planning to use sound to draw the zombies in. Inside the control room, she answers yes. Shinya protests and says that it is insane because they do not even know how many zombies are on the ship. The woman stands at the control console and presses the button. Outside, the ship's alarm lights begin flashing red across the deck. Shinya calls the plan reckless and warns that the ship is crawling with special mutant zombies. The woman looks ahead and explains that if their mission is to eliminate all zombies, then it is better to deal with them in one go. A group of zombies rushes down the corridor toward her. She declares that there is no time to waste. In the next moment, she attacks a mutated zombie. The zombies are cut apart instantly. She tells Shinya to stay quiet and learn. The woman drives her heel into a zombie's face, crushing its skull as blood bursts outward. She spreads her arms and strikes again, tearing through another zombie's chest. The creature screams as blood pours from the wound. A large mutated zombie charges toward her with its arm raised. She meets it head-on and slams into its body, knocking it backward with a heavy impact. At the same moment, a ghoul drops down from above, rushing toward the fight. The ghoul reaches forward with its clawed hand, aiming at the woman. Before it can strike, she moves instantly. Her attack slices across the enemies, and a zombie's head is severed as blood sprays into the air. The bodies collapse across the floor while she continues moving forward through the corridor. The woman faces a group of zombies rushing down the stairs, and remarks that it looks like that is all of them. Shinya watches in shock and warns that charging straight at them is too dangerous. She responds that if he cannot handle enemies at this level, he will not last long. Then she declares that this is his chance, and that she will show him what real power looks like. She leaps forward toward the enemies. Moments later, the scene shifts outside. Tsuuka sits and looks down. Shinya comes and asks if she is okay. At Tsuuka that he came out, then asks if he is hurt. Shinya stands up and answers that he is fine and that they should move. He looks ahead and states that they should head to the next special area. And with this, we have come to the end of today's episode. If you stayed till the last second, drop Appleclips in the comment. A quick like helps more than you think, and subscribing make sure you never miss what comes next. Thank you for watching, and check out this video right here.